What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie, flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie, flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie, flavor favored by the world.
Pulling everything back and everyone is unable to withstand the
Age come in as the Zaman Force lowers on the Gira. The game ends, first game, because of a single passive. As such, it opens up the opportunity for Ricky.
Zaz comes down, Panics just showing that Browse is focusing on that.
That's gonna be moving on forward, but fortunately, Ricky wants to go down to the handle slowly as he picks up a...
There's two down, Kaiser finally shows a lot of damage and finally using that hits. And they have
MPL Singapore Season 11 is powered by Noontime and Pulse Nova Entertainment. Presented by Speedy Ninja. Founded in 2019 and headquartered in Singapore, Speedy Ninja is a regional in-game credits platform built by players for players. Partner in esports, Singapore Esports Association. Tonto, Use Roto, Calbi, Indomie, Future Living. Official Performance Chair, Ergo Team. Official Venue Partner, D-Marquee.
The path of life are not in the stars, but beneath our feet. The hike to immortality and race to the goal will continue today. Who will ascend and rise to the stars? Who will collapse to the ground? Hello everyone! I'm your host, Loresto, and this is the day of MPL Singapore Season 11. We with passionate glory. However, two crestfallen teams had to say their farewell as they reached the dead end of their path yesterday. And those are Absolute Zero and Kingdom Esports. Now, we are down to our final 4 teams, and they will continue to sail today. But unfortunately, by the end of the day, one more team will disembark and will say goodbye for this season. In this very moment, let's take a look at today's schedule. For match number 1, we have the lower bracket wars, where every match is a win or go home. No second chances for Syndicate Esports and Clarity Gaming. No room for errors, no more wasting of time. One wrong skill and their season is over. And for our second match, we have the defending champion, Team Evil, going up against Ignite Gaming. The question is, which team will go straight to grand finals? And which team will trip and fall down into the dark abyss of lower brackets? Can I hear a prediction from the audience? Where are the fans of Clarity Gaming? Where are the fans of Syndicate Esports? I can hear the tension. Please welcome to the stage, Syndicate Esports versus Clarity Gaming. can hear the hunger of the teams, the roar of the players. MPL SG Arena, are you ready for the day 2? Everyone is now locked and loaded. It's now time to throw this to the casters. Casters, catch!
That's mine, thank you very much.
Ooh, nice catch.
Welcome back, this is day 2. We're underway under lower bracket semifinals.
Exactly.
Last chance for any of these teams to stay afloat. My name is Churros. With me here today is Miggerson, aka Miggy.
What is up?
All the way from the Philippines, and thank you so much, Tintin, for getting things started. Miggy, how are you doing in Singapore?
See, yeah, it's been pretty hype. You gotta respect the gameplay. They showed up yesterday. All of these teams played yesterday. They played their hearts out, and sadly, it's a bummer to see them go. But of course, that's the nature of competition. There's always gonna be a winner. There's always gonna be a loser. But of course, great gameplay nonetheless here in MPL Singapore Season 11.
I'd like to remind you also, and every one of you watching at home, the one that wins MPL Singapore Season 11 will have a one-way ticket to the Esports World Cup.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This year it will be held in Paris.
Oh,
and this is insane. This is an insane opportunity for any of these teams, especially from Singapore, and you want to be able to make it to that stage.
Yes, sir. And it's going to get exciting. It's going to be really hyped. This is the first time I believe we're going to be heading into Europe for one of our biggest tournaments.
Yeah. And before we do that, let's take a look at where we stand, what the journey was so far. Miggy, you were casting yesterday's game. There's a lot of upsets. There's a lot of surprises from some of these teams, especially from, crazy picks coming out from Syndicate Esports. And for Clarity Gaming, a little bit of a shaky start, but eventually they made it through the play-ins into the lower bracket semifinals. This is their last chance, their last life. What do you do if you're them?
Honestly, if you're going to be Syndicate Esports and Clarity Gaming, a lot of them, yes, as you mentioned, they did have a shaky start with a complete best of 3 before they headed into the match against Team Evil and Ignite Gaming. All they got to do is they have to keep their composure. They got to stay cool, calm, and collect. They got to play their game. They shouldn't be reactive to the way their opponents are playing. They should be. That's what got them here in the first place. They played their game. So as long as they play their game, they play their draft, they respond to what they know and how they play, that's what's going to be taking them into the lower bracket finals.
And honestly, I just want to point out that this season is just a really close season for any of these teams. You might be the top seed. I think only Evo and Ignite Gaming, being the top 2 seeds during the regular season, have performed a full 2-0 sweep. But for the rest of the teams, it was extremely close. 2-1s all the way. Might I remind you of the 20-game gauntlet that we had in the Challenger. So, okay, let's talk about the teams per se. We start with Syndicate. We have Bray, Qzaz, Hawks, Jira, and Slowly. A little bit of a shaky start, especially yesterday. And Bray pulled out a couple of pocket picks. Worked out very well in the play-ins. In the game against Evil, it was very, very shaky. I would say, and I think the audience can agree with me, that this team is built around Bray.
Exactly. Bray was actually one of the key players in several of the series yesterday, wherein Bray was the one who was dictating the pace of the early game, and that's why Jiro was able to get some space. But as soon as they were able to apply the pressure onto the key players, the ones who set up the tempo for Syndicate Esports, they were there. They started getting shaky. The nerves got the better of them. But of course, this time they're going to be bouncing back, I believe.
Yeah, on the other side of the table, though, before we go into that, let's take a look at the players of Syndicate Esports. I do want to point out also that I think one of the few things that I love about this team is that the interesting picks that they pick out in the draft, they try to experiment, they make it work, and they have a lot of practice during the challenger bracket, stage. And I think for this team, if Bray plays well, then the entire team would be empowered to also play well. But I think that they should be the ones that dictate the pace of the game. Bray is slowly farming in the background. He's setting the objectives. He's playing it to the T. But on the other side of the table, finally, we get to see Clarity Gaming. We've got Ricky Words, Iron Ryan, Ryzen, Renza, and Bumboy Reborn, a full community team coming in from the community and making a name for themselves in the top 4, coached by Simple and Riston, sort of understudies of Youngin, which
yeah.
now he's out of the game.
Yeah, but still Youngin, they were able to translate that into their draft. They were able to, it clearly sees, pun intended, there's a lot of clarity in their draft. They were able to showcase the skill set and the drafting patterns they learned from their mentor. But with Clarity Gaming, I do wanna, since we were highlighting Bray on this on the side of Syndicate, I wanna highlight two players actually on the side of Clarity Gaming, which are Ricky Wurst and Iron Ryan. Ricky Wurst was just on fire on his Suyu. As long as he had that mode, that groove, the early game just seemed to fly by. And all the while, Iron Ryan's setup, yes, he was playing a bit of the off-meta picks. Of course, Atlas is suddenly showing up now in the meta. But the way he played his setter heroes, his tanky setter heroes, he was always finding those holes, those opportunities to start. And then he was the one, in fact, it was because of his game-winning set, they were able to clear and survive before they started facing up against Ignite Gaming.
I always want to point out Renza, huge notable mention, I think was playing Stallions last season in the community teams. Coming into the playoffs. Let's take a look at the team hit-to-hit. And overall, it seems that Clarity Gaming has a little bit of an edge compared to Syndicate Esports.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Right now, looking at the head-to-head between the teams, you gotta consider how brawly or how much Syndicate Esports like to take their damage, because they're taking a lot of hits. That is a 4 million difference in terms of damage taken, but it just goes to show that's how aggressively they play, and that's the whole thing about Syndicate Esports. All the while, Clarity Gaming, yeah, they have their drafts. That's why they're able to depend on each other. They have that success rate. As we can see, they have that synergy with that first blood rate at 56.3%. That is a lot to take in, especially if you're looking at the early game tempo you want to have in Clarity Gaming.
100% agree. I think for damage taken in Syndicate, don't be fooled. I think this is a team that actually plays towards the late game.
Exactly.
They're very patient. They hold on. They take that damage and they turn things around. Yesterday, so many one-hit alarms. It was insane from Syndicate Esports, twice in both series, in the play-ins and in the first stage. In Clarity Gaming, though, very close with Ignite, against Ignite.
Yeah.
And 100% agree with you with the aggressiveness that they bring into the table. Once the game starts, they are full throttle all the way. But, that being said, that is a huge weakness because you burn out very early on in the game. So as both these two teams get ready for the first game of today, it's going to be a best of 5. So a marathon, first time since the Challenger brackets that we're playing, a huge gauntlet of games, and it's a journey.
Yeah,
it's a journey.
That's the thing about the best of 5 series, actually. If you're not used to that type of, since you're comparing best of 3 is a sprint and now it's a marathon, you have to draft very differently when it comes to best of 5 series, because if you're gonna always be picking up highly mechanically intensive heroes, you're gonna burn out by like the 3rd game. So if you better hope that you get a 3-0. But that's the thing about the best of 5. This is where coaches will also be tested, the players will be tested, because this is about mental fortitude. This is about making sure their drafts can sustain and they can endure a grueling 5-game series, actually.
Yeah, it's like throwing them back into the military and just enduring all the pain that's thrown into them, especially at least for the next 3 hours as they battle it out in the battlefield. A little bit closer to the draft. If you're both these two teams, who do you single out, or do you draft like in a respectful way, or do you do a very general meta ban?
Yeah, with this one, Syndicate Esports, I want to highlight how Syndicate Esports play. They don't tend to lean towards a meta-heavy draft. They tend to look at the chemistry and synergy they have with their picks, and that's why you see the off-meta picks. That's why they were able to pull off that Hanzo, because they knew it might not be off-meta, but it works with their draft. As long as they trust that, as long as they trust the process and the way their game plan should go, Syndicate Esports will be drafting a really good draft. All the while, Clarity Gaming, yes, they do have mentees of the OG coach Youngin. But the thing about that is you really also have to be considerate about how you're going to be addressing the unique out-of-pocket picks coming from Syndicate.
I like that you brought it up because for Clarity Gaming, they also brought back the Leslie versus Claude kind of situation. A little bit of an opposition from both sides as they start off their draft. Very wild card, very deep pockets for both these two teams. One last life, and we're starting with the first games, first draft. So starting off, Syndicate Esports banning out the Marcells, the Fannies, and the Leomords, targeting it onto Ricky Wurst. You don't want to get his hands onto any of his comfort heroes in the jungle. On the other side of the table, though, Clarity banning out the Juicin and the Glue so far. A little bit of a broader stroke of approach.
Yeah, actually, I'm surprised that Syndicate Esports did not ban out the Suyu yet. They might be picking it up for themselves because, of course, if it's anyone, Bray could probably make it work. And of course, Ricky Wurst's preference or his comfort pick would be that Suyu. But now, all the while, we saw the last ban on the side of Clarity Gaming being that Harriet. So we might be looking at a priority, but it is the Freya. They made this work, but then with this, they also flexes it in both the gold and the XP lane. Slowly had a really good Freya game as well, but we have yet to see.
I mean, yesterday against Ignite, slowly had a extremely shaky game with the Freya. If he performs well with the Freya, it's really good. It's very polarizing on both sides. But yesterday just wasn't his day. We'll see where the Freya will go, either in the gold or the EXP. I like the fact that Clarity actually banned out the Harith because Jira is the player with the most Harith picks, being 8 in the league so far. These are the 4 teams that we have over here. Clarity will pick up the Phoveus and the Suyo. Syndicate going back to basics with the Yisun Shin as well as the mano-a-mano CC against the Phoveus.
Ooh, that kind of already dictates where the Freya is going to be heading into, because they do now have a scaling jungler. But we are on the side of this. I think this is the adjustment we were talking about, how Syndicate plays their game. They're not really looking for the meta picks. They do have the meta picks in the the Yisun Shin, the YSS, or the Freya and the Freya. But they combine it, they tandem it with ACC on their XP lane. While all the while Clarity Gaming, they are looking for that matchup. This pickup was to respond to the Phoveus. And now we're seeing another out-of-the-pocket pick coming from the side. That is a carry. So it's going to be a carry Freya matchup. Very traditional, but then it's going to be a matter of scaling, how well you do it in lane.
Actually, it's very interesting. CC and Freya both can flex their lanes. Both can play in EXP and gold lane. We've seen the CC in the gold lane in the M6, M7 era, if you remember those days, back in my day.
Back in my day.
But I think this is quite interesting from Syndicate, having 2 fighters in the side lanes, and then you're holding on to the Yisun Shin. Bray has been performing extremely well with the Yisun Shin. I think second fastest level 15 at 10 minutes and 5 seconds in the regular season and into the challenger bracket stage as well. Picking up that carry, I think, is a direct counter to both of the fighter side lanes. There are no shortcuts in life. Extremely late game. I like their thought process around Clarity Gaming. So second phase of the draft, both these two teams are lacking the mid lane as well as the tank. What's on the table?
What's on the table right now is, though the Gatot Gacha was taken out from the side of Syndicate, you might be looking at, there's still a Hilda Hylos and Khalid. If you were to be Syndicate Esports, chances are you're going to want to have that Khalid or that Hilda with you, because you want to have that mobility. You want to synergize that with Bray's YSS to make sure that the early game impact of his rotations are going to always guarantee you at least 1 kill to, up the tempo of your early game.
Tail's been itching for a real fight. Your team is banning.
That's a Kalea. Actually, Clarity Gaming is the one to pick Kalea, which usually goes hand in hand with the carry pick, because that's at least 1 pick off coming from them. But then apparently it's looking like Clarity Gaming is really looking to prevent the pick off and look for an AoE matchup. They're going to try to have a very team-centric team fight lineup.
Yeah, I think this is what Syndicate is sussing out. They're going back to basics with the Khalid. I was thinking the Kaja carry combo would have been would have worked a little bit better. Vexana would be picked up by Syndicate. I like the Eternal Guard being the 6th member of the team. So having that 6 men in the objective fights, especially the first couple of turtles in the game, alongside the double fighter side lanes, there's going to be a huge damage boost, as well as a massive acceleration into the tankability aspect that Syndicate is going to bring out. You got late game insurance in the form of a Yisun Shin. Honestly, any roam would work. I would say Kaja would work best. At least you have a little bit more team fight and pick-up potential as well.
Yeah, and it's going to be the Grok. We were still more or less Hylos and Grok do fill the same hole, the same gap, because they are looking to have that team fight set up. Something to prevent Clarity Gaming from trying to go in or trying to disengage once the party is started. Because we're looking at Vexana. Actually, I believe Hawks is the only one who's played Vexana this playoff. This is the playoff debut of Vexana, and it's looking pretty good. A lot of people underestimate how much damage the Vexana actually has, how much crowd control, because once you get terrified, it's a whole nother story. You're not going to be enjoying the game if you're carry.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Clarity Gaming, you want to pick up Valentina. Yep, I was something that you get Eternal Guard against Eternal Guard. The draft is pretty much set. It's Flying Cloud. It's going to be the selected map for this first game. Best of 5. It's going to be a speed run right off the bat. Both teams are going to be
guns blazing.
Guns blazing, pedal to the metal, pedal on the floor, and just full throttle all the way through. Especially since both these two teams are picking up jungles that have are notorious for the fastest level ups in the game so far.
Yeah, so if we're looking at the draft, they've drafted pretty well, because we're looking at them, instead of responding to, okay, if they're going early, we go late. They're going, nah, we're gonna race. This is a marathon. We're gonna start a marathon with whoever's gonna end this first, whoever's gonna scale first. He's the one who's gonna be popping off and getting that momentum going. We're looking at the lineup of Syndicate Esports. Those are the double fighters. Those are the laners that want the pressure. They want to be the ones putting the pedal to the metal in their lanes, all the while that YSS is going to be the one scaling.
Well, let's lights out and away we go. It's the 2026 Mobile Legends Professional League Singapore Season 11, second day of the playoffs. And we're starting it strong. Syndicate and Clarity, it's a race towards.
It's going to be...
Oh, look at mid lane. They're the press to start from Clarity Gaming. In between, blocked by the wall, nowhere to go, but they will probably be safe so far.
That's gonna kind of delay their timing, but that's the beauty of the strong mid duo. They were able to clear so fast. They were able to do what they are gonna do.
Oh, here comes Goon Squad. All right, take a lot of hits, but we'll be able to skate out alive. Syndicate Esports ramping up the tempo though. A little bit of rotation speed matching. Passing coming in from Syndicate Esports to understand the situation. And I like the fact that you pointed out the traditional Valentina and Khalid pick. Very fast rotations, clear the lanes fast, immediately burst that down and invade that jungle.
We're seeing a very different type of Syndicate Esports here, and Clarity Gaming as well. It's as if the 0-2s they experienced yesterday actually gave them that wake-up call, because Syndicate Esports, they're so in tune, they're so in tune. Look at the movements they're doing. They're always there to make sure that they have backup before they engage in any aggressive plays.
Yeah, Syndicate Esports actually having that aggressive approach. You have Jira. Honestly, right now you have the Freya down on the gold lane, which will do slightly better in terms of that damage against the marksman. You want to, in the win condition early game especially, you want to delay that late game of potential for Clarity Gaming. Slowly he's going to be prancing out of there alive, safe and sound, but the aggression is starting to come through for Clarity Gaming. You want to be able to take that single pick-off potential all throughout that map.
Actually, that was a beautiful setup, because right now, slowly he's now delayed for his level 4, so he's not going to be able to join this turtle fight. And now Clarity Gaming is holding the front line, making sure that they can take this turtle for free. But Fusaz is taking that push, and there might be something going on.
A little bit of aggression. Turtle guard strike down from the heavens. Bundle going down. You got to get Syndicate Esports first face off. Push back, Ray falls. Slowly, it's there for a backup. We have 5 members here as well. Rick the World will be taken down as well. Clarity Gaming, 3 off the board.
It looked like Clarity Gaming's turtle today, but Syndicate Esports is not going down without a fight. They waited for slowly to secure that level 4. Though they did not get a turtle objective, they made sure that they could punish Clarity Gaming, and that was a beautiful cleanup on the side of Syndicate.
Beautiful rotation from Jira as well. You don't see that coming, but when Freya comes in from the flank, you got that little forward, you got the Valkyrie's descent, blocking you from any escape possible. And Syndicate Esports, they have the momentum right now, 1,300 gold lead. Clarity Gaming, what is your play now that you are playing on the back end? You are being data by Brave.
Right now, Clarity Gaming, it's all about delaying the game, making sure that they hit their timings. Although they may be delayed heading to the mid game, Syndicate Esports is on the timer. They're the ones who have to act fast. As long as you could make sure they act aggressively and punish them for acting too aggressively, Clarity Gaming will have this in the bag in the late game.
Great shoot from Jira. Getting away with Ryan. And there, it's right here. It's only 3 minutes, but Syndicate Esports is making it rain. Clarity Gaming, another falls. It's a trait QZAS for Ryzen. And QZAS, just like Rome, they're not too worried about that. Syndicate Esports are pushing in to Clarity Gaming jungle.
That was beautiful play from Syndicate Esports, but Ricky will make sure that they get punished even more for that aggressive gameplay. We saw that they were taking a lot of damage because they like to go very deep and try to get a successful outcome from their engagements. And then now we're seeing a possible take out on Renza as well. But it's looking like just the poke, they don't have the Valkyrie descent just yet. They don't want to use it. They don't want to over-expect because right now there's going to be a second, third. Oh, but it goes down.
Great. Get the ambush, QZAS. Trying to walk out of there alive. Working worse. Again with a double kill. Already 5 kills for the Suyo. It's Clarity Gaming is crawling their way back up. Syndicate Esports getting punished for their aggression.
Punished for aggression indeed, because now, right now, Clarity Gaming has the upper hand. They are going to get this turtle for free because they were able to take Parade out of the equation. And right now, they might be possible for a jungle or a buff steal because now there's a tectonic charge to start it all.
And that's the charge. Great. We'll take down Ricky Worth, start things off. Iron Ryan able to skate out of there. Slowly trying to block off that escape from the yo-yos. Trying to do a little bit of poke damage. Jira unable to find that flank as Clarity Gaming able to get out of there alive with the turtle and a little bit of aggression, equalizing the economy lead so far. Bunboy Reborn, the one man on top, right there for backup. Clarity Gaming will not be able to defend against this skirmish. T1 down the top side.
Iron Ryan is looking to set something up, but then now there's a team fight to happen. Tectonic charge. Iron Ryan just trying his best to survive. But that is a 1-for-1 trade on the side of their roamers, but then that was beautiful play from Syndicate Esports, honestly. It's just them putting on the pressure.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of too aggressive, too soon. But still, Syndicate Esports up ahead in terms of economy. We'll see where this goes. It's still the 3rd turtle of the game, spawning up in the next minute. And look at the goal chart. Jira and Bray are still way ahead of Clarity Gaming, so we still have that early game potential. It's still a miss. They're not on timer as of yet.
Yeah, now they're just gonna try to punish Jira for playing that aggressively, but then he hits a wall. He hits a wall with a range stat storm.
And be able to survive this one. Ryan will block that escape route.
Now it's gonna be a pass on that first. You gotta really think about and consider how they're going to be playing this game. It's a lot of brawls. It's a lot of kills right now. 14 kills on the scoreboard for 6 minutes. We're heading to our 3rd and final Lord. But now they're just going to be trying to get the better lane pressure here in the mid lane. But then now we're looking at it slowly. Because of the flying clouds, they're just able to engage a lot more. They're going to be able to rotate. And now they're going to be able... Clarity Gaming is now in a better position to take this turtle.
Yeah, we're starting things off. Clarity Gaming still equalized with 7 kills. Bray has 3 kills on the board, but Ricky Worst is still leading the charge with the highest damage right here. QZAS would not finish them all back. Syndicate Esports starting things off with the turtle. I think a little bit more reset coming in from here. I like the fact that you pointed out Flying Cloud, so a little bit more brawly in this team fights, a little bit more rotations and pathing onto both teams.
Indeed. Now it's just a matter of who's going to be holding the line because Bunboy Reborn is the first point of contact here, but Jira is going to be the one holding it on the side of Syndicate Esports. They're just going to have this slow turtle dance with slowly now the one taking the aggression of the turtle, but something's happening in the right bush mid because QZAS is providing that vision. Now with 30 seconds before this turtle becomes a lord, We're gonna see if Clarity Gaming is gonna commit to this. Well, QZAS is providing the vision with the Mountain Shocker used. There's gonna be an engagement.
Big time charge on the 3, knocked him to the wall. That's the Doctor's Descent onto the back line, but no support whatsoever. Good start things up, good Tectonic Charge to start things up, but Clarity Gaming able to turn that into a counter engage. And Syndicate Esports just lost their lead.
That was very aggressive play coming from the side of Syndicate Esports. As soon as the turtle was taken down by Clarity Gaming, it was a 50-50 whether or not they should have engaged or they were gonna disengage, because they could have gotten better choices around the objectives around the map. But then Syndicate Esports, they know they're on the timer. They know they have to activate their early game aggression. Mountain Shocker was committed, so they knew they had an opportunity. They had the upper chance if they decided to take that fight.
So in this case, for Syndicate Esports though, their timer on the top side Bray. Unable to stay in this game. As Clarity Gaming finally the first lead. And this is the tipping point where Renza will be able to come up on top, especially in the late game as a carry. Doing a lot of melt damage right now. And it's Clarity Gaming's turn to take control of this jungle.
Ricky Wurst doing all that side lane pressure, and although I like that you, in fact, indeed highlighted Renzo, because we're currently hitting that 9-minute mark, and that is around the time a well-farmed carry tends to get 2 out of the 3 of his items for the Trinity build. And right now, Syndicate Esports is looking like sitting ducks, but the Mountain Shocker set up. They want something to happen in this engagement, but it's looking like a no dice, and they do have to slowly recuperate and try to figure out what their next plan is.
It's going to be a library for a little while. Both these two teams doesn't want to push the aggression. Oh, yes, they do. That's Inferno Pursuit. Starting Ricky Jira takes a lot of damage. Will not be able to do too much. This Freya falling off short. It's Clarity Gaming just bursting everyone down. This Valentina, though, really heavy burst as well as that fear combo from the S1, S2 is just showing that damage through. Syndicate Esports will not be able to contest for this Lord, though, as they start things off yet again. Jiro will be able to get pushed into the wall. Good Doctor's Descent. And there's the charge of Freaky One taking down Tail. It's a double kill, takes Ray out of the game. The free Lord over Clarity Gaming. As 3 members fall for Syndicate.
Ricky Wurst knowing how much he put this is a limit-tested Suyu, because he knew, even though he had half health, he went into 3, he he soul severed them, suddenly he's full life, and then that's when the momentum kept going, and he just kept rolling and rolling. He just put in the pressure, he gave them the damage. Syndicate Esports, they knew they had to do something, they had to respond, because that was the first Lord objective of the game. They knew that if they weren't gonna get that, they weren't able to give them any accountability. Clarity Gaming may just steamroll all over them from the mid lane.
One thing Clarity Gaming is doing extremely well is building walls. And it's ironic because Syndicate Esports is one that has a rock on QZAS. But I think for Clarity Gaming, they are able to build that team fight, give Rising enough space, and converting all of these main objectives into these turrets, opening up that map for themselves. Syndicate Esports responding with a side lane split push. I think that's the only saving grace for them. To use shit on the bottom side, trying to push that T2 down. Clarity Gaming needs to be able to send someone over. And typically, it's going to be Ricky Wurst. 12 kills on that studio.
12 indeed, and he just got his evil wings, his Queen's wings.
Yeah, let's bring a lot of damage onto Boy Reborn. They will be able to get out safe, but the whole Goon squad is coming in to defend their base. Bottom side getting pushed down slowly, so left alone. Ray dipped out of there. Ray Sandstorm will stun him through as Renza picks up that kill. First kill for Renza. Slowly and surely, that boy's growing up.
Yeah, but then on the side of, I do agree with you that the way Clarity Gaming responded to that was really good, really clean, because they knew they were getting their bot lane push. But on the side of Syndicate, they knew that they had to do that. They were able to create enough space so that they could clear that Lord, considering it a successful Lord defense.
Right now, skills tipping, Clarity Gaming has the upper hand. What's the play for Syndicate Esports? Do you turtle up in your base in this late stage game? You got 60 seconds until Lord spawns up. You're picking up scraps. What do?
You have to, for Syndicate Esports, you have to pick up the pace. You have to play a certain perfect amount of balance of disciplined aggression, because you have to make sure that your waves are clean so that you can contest the Lord. You have to play passively enough that you are able to manage the damage, but then you also have to play in a way that you have to play it a bit risky, because one good pickoff, Clarity Gaming's lineup will fall. If you could take Renza out of the equation, that just means Syndicate Esports will have all the damage in the world to deal with Clarity Gaming.
Big win condition for Syndicate Esports. Take out Renza. That's the operation that Syndicate has. I also feel like for Syndicate Esports, you need to be able to send an Asian onto the top or bottom side. You need to try to maintain that wave balance. Right now, it's totally in equilibrium, but Clarity Gaming could easily send Ricky Wars onto the offside. He's extremely mobile, but Bray is as well. But if you put your jungles on that side lane, then your entire opposition entirely composed team fights, and you're trying to fight mano a mano, getting your janitors clean up shop in the later stages.
Yeah, the Suyu side lane pressure is going to be insane, especially with the threat that he could burst anyone's down. And as we see, Clarity Gaming, Syndicate Esports had no choice but to respect how well and how fast they can clear this Lord. Right now, it's just a matter of trying to get back in this game, try to get a bit more map space on the side of Syndicate Esports. They need to be able to breathe, they need to be able to farm. Yes, though they did have a timer, we saw that they have the capacity to make sure that they can find creative angles, to make sure they could make up for the early game timings they were hitting.
Yeah, for Clarity Gaming, to be honest, I think they fight better in the jungle because they have that potential of flanks, and they're able to split up that team fight. If you're Bray, you take an Iron Ryan and a Buffalo Reborn to the face, you won't be able to survive this one. But for Syndicate Esports, they want to draw Clarity Gaming into their base. You want to have that high to middle composition into your base. Get the charge to start things off on that Lord, on the soccer, will do that damage. Sandstorm, and there's the guard, knocking everyone up like that. Leaves jumping up like slowly falls. Clarity Gaming will invade into Syndicate Esports' home. Renza with a double. Clarity Gaming constantly pushing in. We'll be able to take out this T3.
Renza was the one. In fact, he is online right now. They are bursting it down.
Oh, they're aiming for the throne. There's no way to think Esports will be able to survive this one. They've got the wave, they've got the power, and they've got the first game. Clarity Gaming, very convincing victory. Shaky start, but it's all expected. They have the late game drive, the late game potential. But when it comes to that tipping point, Renza just showed up.
Renza, indeed, they were playing around Renza's timing, because yes, it's kind of expected. If you're running a CC and a Freya, you're not going to be having a fun time, an enjoyable time in the early game. But Clarity Gaming do that. They know how to adjust that. At least if we do get picked off, we get the most or the minimal damage we should expect. And all the while they were playing on for Renza's timing, they were hitting Renza's timings on point, and that is why he ended up becoming their win condition to end this game number 1.
One fun fact about Renza is that he was from the Stallions. He played with the Bray and Diablo stack as we came into Season 10. Right now, being a extremely notable goal laner in the first game of this lower bracket series. Clarity Gaming definitely suffered the early game. Don't really have a lot of damage. You're waiting on to Renza. You don't really have that rotation. You're playing a 6v4 because of the added Eternal Guard. But once it comes to the late game, you have Renza empowered by this Valentine, by Ryzen. Costing their first damage. Not only that, you have that clear count control.
Yeah, exactly. It's as if they drafted. Honestly, you gotta highlight the draft here because they were able to cover everyone's weaknesses. They were playing a very tempo reliant. You had your damage in the early game. You had enough front line or enough field for Renza to activate. And everything just worked out for them. They were hitting their timings. They made sure that the draft was working for them. And thus, because the draft was good, gameplay got even better.
Yeah. Ricky Worse, to be honest, this is insane. The entire team Clarity feeding the Suyo. In the early game, he's the only one with kills. He's the only one up. He's the only one still basically standing in that back line, trying to clear up these team fights. And Pacific Esports, as much as they try to start skirmishes, I think they were unable to find flanks. It's difficult because they're extremely split up because of that Phobius and Stage split. You will be able to start things off with the Raging Sandstorm. You will be able to start things off with Infernal Pursuit, but it's the back line that you need here. It's a traditional front to back. You have the entire skirmish all split up.
That is why Ricky, when I saw, as soon as we saw the Suyo being open, that was like, okay, are they gonna pick it or are they gonna give Ricky Worst? Do they have an answer to Ricky versus Suyo? And the resounding answer is maybe it's not yet the time, because with that ending score of 12-6, he is in fact our MVP. He is who dictated what early game was, when it started, when it ended, and it just snowballed into that, and thus activating Renza.
This is just beautiful.
Exactly.
For Ricky Worst, especially without the Sky Piercer, you had that early game kills. You're not really dying that much. You would be able to greedily, play that gambit, invest in a little bit of a Sky Piercer. You build that stacks up. You have that easier kill potential for the rest of the team. But he knows that he's playing a semi-pseudo defensive role to be able to start things off with the charge. And to be able to buy time for Renza to get that scale potential and come into the team fights. I want to give a shout out to Bunboy Reborn as well. I think this Phobius played beautifully. I think in the grand scheme of things for Syndicate Esports though, if you swap the Freya and the CC on the side lanes, do you think it will work out better?
It might. That definitely wouldn't be the case. I think it would be very similar, because the matchups are, of course, if you're running a Freya, you want to be matched up against the carry, as that is usually early game versus late game scaling. And if you were to put the Phobius against the Freya, you're just gonna always be asking for like a world of hurt, because a Phobius's passive will always be up because of all the dashes coming from Freya. So this is more or less the best case scenario they could have, because slowly on that CC, he had a beautiful performance, and that CC actually won them series yesterday. And the way that Jira played Freya, very systematic, very standard, actually above standard, because he was able to, even until laning phase was over, he was able to just be able to cut the waves, still being able to apply pressure on Renza. That's why Renza's timings were a bit delayed, but the way Syndicate Esports played this, they played it to a T. They played as well as they could, but then it just so happens that Clarity Gaming, their draft was just a lot better. They were hitting the timings they were making, and yes, they had a shaky start, but then of course, with every lineup with carry, as long as you have the mid to late game, carry's just gonna be online.
Yeah. In the early game though, I think for Bray, definitely a little bit too aggressive. He went head to head. He got 2 early deaths. Especially when, Clarity Gaming was rotating a little bit faster into his jungle, and he started the counter aggression into Clarity Gaming's jungle. But he was a little bit too stretched. He was stretched a little bit too thin. He was trying to start team fights with the Mountain Shocker. We saw that a couple of times. We also saw Hawks trying to support and enable him with the Eternal Guard, but I feel like the rest of the team just wasn't on the right headspace as Bray. Still, I think that Clarity Gaming's approach, shutting Bray down, just delaying that approach in the early game, waiting until that tipping point when Renza's all online and ready, and getting that Trinity, and it worked out extremely well for them. Yeah,
with Clarity Gaming's lineup, they made sure that they had all the checkpoints. They had the early, they had the mid, they had the late. On the side of Syndicate Esports, they were playing around. They actually played around Bray, since he is the star player, as we highlighted a while ago. With Bray, the draft more or less revolved around him because he was their win condition. They made sure that the lanes were gonna be managed with that CC pick and that Freya pick. But then all the while, Ricky Worst and the rest of Clarity Gaming, they knew that okay, they're playing around Bray. They want him to hit his timing. Let's just make sure that he has a sad time, because as Yi Sunshin, you want to be an accelerated farmer. You want to hit your level 15s immediately. But because of the rotations coming from Clarity Gaming, they really just prevented him from having fun playing that game. Even though it may as well be one of his more successful heroes.
Yeah. In Syndicate Esports' defense, they were always trying to proxy that wave. They're always trying to stretch themselves too thin. But then the rest of the mid lane trio, including Bray, needs to be there to support. If they want to do that, I think the communication needs to be on point. I think for Syndicate, that was lacking in the first game. Clarity had a slower early game start because of the damage difference between both these two sides, as well as the rotation speed coming in from both teams. But at the end of the day, Clarity Gaming just made it work. They knew how to close out this game. They knew how to close out this game fast. So second game, we're looking at you know, a little bit of a difference in terms of the drafting potential. What do you foresee?
I think they're gonna be, as long as you never give Ricky versus Suyu.
Okay.
I think you're gonna have a fun time. But with the side of Syndicate Esports, they need to be able to play their game. They have the tempo there, but then it's still looking like their last two picks, very reactive. They have to be the ones setting up the pace, especially since they were at the blue side, I believe. So they are the ones who set up the pace of the draft, and that's how it's more or less going to be a draft battle, I believe. The execution from both teams, very on point, very good. It's going to all boil down really to the draft, because as long as they have a balanced draft, it's going to be anyone's game. It's still going to be a 50-50.
Yeah, just one thing to point out to you, and just to pick your brains a little bit.
Yeah.
The double fighter side lanes has been a common occurrence, especially in Singapore. Do we see that a lot in, you know, in the Philippines where you're from, or, you know, or do a lot of these teams want to be playing a safer draft with a more scaly kind of gold laner?
Yeah, actually, the double fighter still exists. The Freya still exists. If the Freya is open, it's gonna get picked. It's 100% contested. Well, if it's not banned, it's picked. So what happens there is it's usually tandemed with a Yi Sun Shin or a scaling mid laner. That's usually how the double fighter works now. So you have a tri-core lineup.
We're almost in to the second draft of the second game. It's the first game. First series.
First series, game
second game. Man, if I am Syndicate Esports, I'll be feeling mad about that first game. They had it in the bag in the early side, but Clarity Gaming has showed a lot of late game counter engage potential, and I think it's all due to the brain power of the coach. And to be honest, I like the fact that they actually understood what Syndicate is going for. They understood their draft plan or their ban plan against Syndicate Esports, and taking out an array of heroes, not targeting onto one. They target Bray only in that game. It's down to their execution. It's down to like, okay, Bray wants to fight, let's just take him out, and then we'll see how the rest of Syndicate actually carries the team without Bray in hand.
Yeah, they knew that Syndicate Esports had to pull out another play from their playbook. They knew that if everything boiled down to Bray, all they have to do is shut down Bray.
Yeah.
But that's the thing about MLBB. It is a team sport.
Yes.
You have to have everyone active. Everyone plays an active role. If Bray may fall, there should be someone else who will rise. That's why you still have your Hawkses, your Jiras. They're the ones who should be also giving that impact. But all the while, they need to have that early game chemistry. They made it work in the early game. It just so happened that they kind of tripped on to the side, but then it wasn't a full-on. They fell. They were still there. They were hitting their timings. They had beautiful early game pressure. But all the while, you have to consider Clarity Gaming's movements as well. The coaches know what they're doing with that draft, and then they just had enough. They had every answers to everything Syndicate Esports were throwing at them.
Yeah. So I think I'm just analyzing the statistics just a little bit from the previous game, and I think that for Syndicate, they have a very strong mid lane trio.
Yeah.
For Clarity Gaming, they have extremely strong late game side laners, and especially their EXP and Roamer. Extremely aggressive, very high committal, and they know that, you know, you're in it, and if you lose your life, at least you created that space for your team to come in and deal that damage. I think that works out very well. For Syndicate Esports, though,
I am not the only one.
Their side laners a little bit inconsistent. I do like the fact that, you know, Hawks and Qzaz have been setting things up, have been being that supporting role, but their side lane was a little bit too over-aggressive. As we move into the second phase of the draft, we'll be able to see Fanny and Phobias being banned out, so no Phobias this time, as Clarity Gaming going back to basics with the Juicin and the Glue ban.
Yeah, the Zushin and the Glue ban, of course, very standard. You know, these are threats that you don't want to be dealing with. But on the side of Syndicate, they are still looking to shut down Ricky Worse. But the question is, will they now be banning the Suyu or picking it up for game number 2? As they've seen it in the hands of Ricky Worse, they've seen and experienced the Ricky Worse Suyu.
Different perspectives.
But they go with a
same
Marcel ban. So possibly Syndicate might be having Bray on the Suyu.
So,
Rico Warriors has played other heroes. His Suyo has roughly around 60% win rate, picked up 7 times right now, won around 4 times over the course of the season. He has also played the Yuzushin and Leomore. I remember the first game, or the first part of the regular season, they were banning out his Leomores, they were banning out his Hariths, and right now, I think Suyo is definitely something to fear of, and he will pick that up. Then again, Syndicate Esports will be picking up that Harith before it gets taken away from the table. A little bit more comfortable for Jira at this point.
Yeah, the Harith is very,
when I give the word.
I'd say it's a pretty comfort pick for Jira. Jira played a really good Harith game yesterday, and with that, Harith is one of the hardest targets for Suyu to shut down, especially when it comes to trying to burst them down, because you have to catch them during a Zaman Force. But that, I guess, is the Khalid's job. His job is to hold them down to make sure that the burst happens. But now we're seeing a different response on the side of Syndicate with that Flex Guinevere. As of now, it's still a Flex Guinevere. But if this does go to the jungle, it's going to be a pretty good matchup against the Suyu, because now they have a response to him diving in with his stun and burst combo.
Yeah, Guinevere is one of Bray's more signature picks in this season. In the regular season, every single team just banned out his Guinevere. He's only played it 3 times over the course of the regular season and the challenger bracket stage, because every single team doesn't want him to get his hands on that. I like what Syndicate is I'm picking up what Syndicate Esports is putting down. They've got the 2 jumpers right there. You've got AOGs with spatial migration, and of course, CG is going to respond with the Claude. It's going to be the Claude and the Harith in the gold lane so far. So again, both these 2 teams are mirroring each other's draft. They are countering each other's picks for now. Mid and the EXP lane still left to be taken up.
Yeah, actually, this is the first 3 picks of our draft in game number 2 is looking a lot better now than it was in game number 1. They have adjusted really well. In the short time we were waiting on that quick break, they've adjusted really well, and it's looking like they know how to respond to certain things. They're now adjusting their drafts. They're reacting in a positive way, because the Guinevere, this is the Syndicate Esports draft that you would expect from them, because these are a mix of meta and off-meta, or somewhat off-meta picks, wherein they also have the tempo, and there's always going to be that ample pressure from all of them coming from the early game, the mid game to the late game. That's what Syndicate is known for. It's the tempo, it's their chemistry that actually makes their drafts work. But now we're looking at the bans with the Sora ban, because they might be cooking something up, because Clarity Gaming might be seeing something we aren't, because that Sora has yet to be seen all throughout this playoffs, but we have yet to see, because we're currently waiting on the 4th ban coming on the side of Syndicate.
What is
grant immortality
counter
or death?
What does Sora counter? I kind of feel like I get what you mean. Clarity Gaming is trying to ban out the heroes that might be a detriment to them. It can only be, okay, I want to take out all the counters from my EXP lane, but it could also be a bait, right? So this is interesting. There's not a lot of information left on the table, we see.
Sora usually gets banned. Sora prevents on the XP lane. Usually Phobius is what counters Sora. But then, aside from that, Sora is pretty much a lane bully. So possibly they're just trying to ban out Slowly's hero pool, because now he's going to be left with a Lapu Lapu in the XP lane, possibly a Lapu Lapu, and then possibly Lapu Lapu or Arlot are the XP laners that are left in the hero pool. Possibly the Yuzhong, but that is a very reactive pick coming from the side of Syndicate, so we have to really wait on the 4th pick coming from Clarity Gaming, because they're both currently missing a mid laner and an XP laner.
Interesting. So Esmeralda actually been picked up by Bumboy Reborn twice so far in the entire MPL series season. And so I think they suss it out. It's generally an aggressive counter towards that Harith, build up the shields. Yeah. Esmeralda eats up that shields that Harith puts down. So taking that Esmeralda out gives Jira an easier time. It's all about giving Jira an easier time. Lorena's getting picked up, an ode of respect over to Clarity Gaming. Bumboy Reborn
picking up that Uranus as a lane proxy. You got a Paquito getting picked up right here.
So that's why they were taking out all the tanky boys and
Your
tanky
hometown
girls.
heroes.
Yeah.
Okay.
My goat Paquito. But that's why now it makes a lot more sense why they banned out that Esmeralda. Not only does Esmeralda counter Harriet,
He
but
counters the
in the lane,
Paquito.
Paquito gets countered too because he also refreshes a shield. He also can have a shield up.
So Syndicate just baited Clarity Gaming.
Yeah, so
Clarity Gaming thought they were playing mind games with Syndicate, but right now, okay, Syndicate has a very interesting draft. Again, going with the early game aggression, but at least right now you have that late game skill potential. You have that late game wave clear potential as well from the Harith and the Gord, so that makes it a little bit more interesting for Syndicate Esports. At least they can hold themselves up well. CG, going back to basics with the Valentina. What are your thoughts? Man, this is looking interesting.
This is a Syndicate draft if I have ever seen one. This is all about the tempo. It's all about the chemistry with each other because they have threat any time of the game. You have that Paquito. Yes, you were mentioning the burst potential of the Harriet and the Gord, but you have to always worry. It's dangerous grass. There's always going to be a looming Paquito ready to 1-2 punch you out of the Land of Dawn. But now that we're looking at it, it's a pretty 50-50 draft because both teams quickly adjusted and then they were able to manage the draft. Yes, this is beautiful drafting, if I could say so, because it's looking like it could boil down to execution, how they're going to be playing each phase of the game, how they're going to be able to apply the ample pressure, because you have to consider Claude just pops off. If Renza is given the same amount of space, it's going to look very similar to game number 1. But Syndicate Esports draft is there to address it.
Difficult draft to deal with if you're either one of these teams. As Clarity Gaming 1 foot closer, securing that coveted third slot into tomorrow's game, and Syndicate Esports fighting for tournament lives. This is Slowly's first game debut of Paquito. There's a lot of damage taken in the early game to clarify, but I think Qzaz will be able to walk out there alive so far. What's the rotation here for Syndicate? You have very early game grab. Do you stay aggressive like you were in the first game? What's the execution change?
The execution change would probably be, their rotation will probably be leaning towards giving Slowly a good lane. They're going to be moving their rotations up to the side near the turtle because they know that it's going to be a dead lane in the farm. It's all about the farm.
A lot of burst potential, but Slowly right there. One more punch. He picks up that first blood. The Paquito debut from Slowly.
Slowly but surely, he had enough damage because that's the beauty of Paquito. Because it's a matchup against Uranus who just wants to dead lane it. He has so much time. As long as he clears fast, he could move around. He's the one who's going to be applying that impact. It suddenly looks like Syndicate actually has 2 roamers because that Paquito could just start running around, walking around, running amok. All the while, they have that lockdown with Qzaz's stun and then Brain to follow up, now becoming level 4.
Yeah, you see the mid lane trio of Syndicate Esports just staying as a unit, starting that aggressive approach. You also have Paquito on the top side. Great, taking a lot of hits, but it's just his clone as he gets out of there safe. Ryzen doing a lot of damage. Qzaz will be able to poke some down as they push Ryzen back. This is a lot of aggression, but this is very controlled aggression from Syndicate Esports. The Paquito clearing that waves and starting to join these team fights. Extend the early game rotation as the first turtle pops up.
First turtle does pop up, but they kind of have to play this slowly. Bray used that retry against Ryzen.
That's a nice shot.
Oh my god!
That's a nice shot with the laser. Seal the deal. It's a double kill. Ricky Wars also getting taken out of the game. Syndicate Esports, this is a fantastic start.
Fantastic start indeed, and now Syndicate Esports, they secure that first turtle. And this is a different showing of what we saw a while ago. Yes, Syndicate Esports had the early game advantage last game, but now it's that controlled aggression. What you mentioned, the controlled aggression is what's making this lineup work. They have a lot of pressure. They can provide a lot of damage early, mid, late game, but the way they are disciplined enough to do their rotation and respect Clarity Gaming's potential comeback, they are a different Syndicate Esports in this game.
Oh, that's another jump and the laser! Iron Ryan gets decimated. The Syndicate Esports finds themselves another one. As AOG will be able to land when Clarity Gaming gets out safe. Woo! What a speed run. You got the top side as well, slowly coming in, trying to steal that down. Can target onto Ricky Woods, take a lot of damage. Qzaz underneath the turret, he will fall. As gets the turn and becomes the 6th member of Clarity Gaming to take Q's ass down.
Q's ass goes down, and that was a bit aggressive, too aggressive for my day. Syndicate Esports, they knew they had the lead. They kind of got a bit overconfident. They did not respect the Terrify coming from that Valentina. But we're seeing the Slowly experience. Slowly but surely, he's all around the map, and now he's the one making sure he clears his wave. He does that. It's just a systematic thing. It's looking like he has proper pathing, especially when it comes to running this Paquito amok.
It's extremely interesting for this Uranus play, because usually you get the Uranus down onto the top side or bottom side to proxy the wave and to buy a lot of space for your jungle, because you have to deal with an immovable object to use everything back up the more you deal damage to him. So Clarity Gaming, I think this is more towards that late game trap. I feel like they're still putting a lot of eggs into Renza, trying to get him fed, trying to get him his items. Once that tipping point is hit, Syndicate Esports will have the clear.
Exactly. We are looking at Renza trying to find all the farm he can, because this is what's going to be Clarity Gaming's position again. Much like how they put all the eggs in the break basket a while ago. Now again on the Renza, but this engagement for this turtle fight is looking like an all-out brawl fest. All the while, everyone on the side of Syndicate Esports connected.
The AOG with the flank from Slowly to do a lot of damage. The laser gets popped up, but canceled immediately. At least Syndicate picks off the wave with that turtle.
That turtle thing was a dominant showing of what Syndicate Esports can do in the early game. Turns out all they had to do was have 2 heroes rotating. The strong trio or the mid trio is now suddenly evolving slowly. It's becoming a 4-1 situation because Syndicate Esports' lineup is so mobile. They could just be all around the map, providing enough pressure, enough lockdown to activate their damage dealers.
Syndicate Esports have to wait over to the bottom side. Renza has 1 death so far, so we're not the woods just yet. I think the Claw could very well still scale into the late game. It's just holding on to that late game potential that Claw really has. If we ever reach that late game, what is the answer to dealing with Renza?
Renza, there's a lot of... Actually, to deal with Renza, Syndicate Esports pretty much just has to have 1 burst ready, whether it's coming from Slowly, whether it's coming from Jira, whether it's coming from Hawks. We noticed that he picked up the Purify rather than the Flicker, which means as soon as the Purify is no more, any of their damage units can burst them down. But now the job is for Renza is to make sure that he always has that beautiful position, because if he could pre-hit during this time, Clarity Gaming will have an easy time bursting down the lineup of Syndicate Esports, because they do not have any tanky heroes aside from the Katot Kacha.
Right now, I feel like this Syndicate is a very different Syndicate from the first game that we saw. Once you hit that 6-minute mark, you see the 2 mid laners just babysitting Jira, not leaving out of his sight. And I think just that empowered him to really accelerate that farm, get into the jungles, get that damage in, and he hit his power spike a little bit earlier. A Flicker already utilized by Hawks to try to get that kill onto Ryzen. Might be a mistake there, we'll see.
It's going to be a risky thing now that the Gord, a very immobile hero, has no flicker in this Gord take, this turtle take. And all the while, Paquito just putting the side lane pressure on the side. But now there's a scramble going on. Clarity Gaming starting it.
Oh, this place is duet, but Renza won't be able to get bounced off. This fish migration, huge things back up his brain. Able to save himself. Ricky Wurst takes down that turtle. The Syndicate Esports still barely hanging on. His 1-point report will get lasered down to oblivion. It's Hawks on a killing spree.
That was a beautiful team fight done, because now we can see Syndicate Esports just being able to manage 2 team fights happening all at the same time. All the while, Ricky Wurst was able to take that turtle. It's still anyone's game, though. Syndicate Esports' gold lead is going to the 4,000 gold mark. Now Slowly is the one in the jungle with Bray. He's the rotational duo that Bray wants. Be with him because of the burst potential they both have together.
Very incredible play by Syndicate. Just ditched the turtle away. One more reborn, just a 1-man army, rotating and trying to disrupt that back line, giving reviewers that objective. But in the end of the day, Syndicate Esports just protecting all the core players of the team. In this stage, it's still Bray, at least until Jira gets that core power spike. And I think he already has. He's got the cooldown boots, he's got the scythe, he's got the feather. this is where the Zaman Force really comes in handy, and Jira starts dealing a lot of damage. He has to do it now. Timing is a little bit tight because this Claude is slowly farming up. Once he hits his tipping point, there's no turning back.
Yeah, when that Claude hits the Trinity build, it's gonna be a rough start because anyone is paper in front of that Claude. But the way Syndicate Esports managed the wait might just do it, but slowly is their target. They know he's the one with the threat.
The two people manhandle, slowly unable to get severed down. It's Clarity Gaming, just a missed opportunity.
Missed opportunity, but that opens up the mid lane turret. Now we can see that Clarity Gaming's mid-map is now getting a lot smaller with that spatial migration. Are they going to respond?
As Purify into the laser, Hawks will be able to use that flicker to get out of the way. He knows he's the one being targeted. Clarity Gaming knows that Hawks is the main win condition. Get that laser out of the game.
That laser was what prevented any more aggressive plays from Clarity Gaming. Now it's another 50-50. A lot of heroes are resetting to make sure that they have full health for this team fight impact in this Lord. But then we're looking at battle spells. A lot of the spells have just been used. So it's going to be a 50-50. They need to play the numbers game if they want to secure this Lord.
Got a top side getting pushed in. We got the laser on the side of Clarity Gaming, bursting everyone down. 3 members fall like flies. And Syndicate Esports will lose out on this one. Make that 4 as Clarity Gaming cleans up shop. It's slowly against the world, but he might be able to do it though. It's a one-man army, but never doubt the Pac-Man.
The Pac-Man with a 1-2 punch, no blow right here, but then that was a beautiful clean up by Clarity Gaming. They all knew that none of it was gonna be a 50-50. All the spells were used previously before that Lord in that Lord engagement, but then Clarity Gaming comes out on time because Rensa was hitting the timing. He was able to free hit, and that was the condition they needed, and we can see it in this replay.
Yeah, beautiful fight. No, this is not a replay. It's slowly getting trapped in here. You got the laser coming out from Syndicate Esports. Chris is trying to buy him some time, but time is a little bit short as still slowly gets taken down by Bumboy Reborn. Clarity Gaming just picks up what they can and gets out of the way. The Syndicate Esports though, yes, I 100% agree with you. They knew that Hawks didn't have that flicker. Take down that gourd and just clean up the rest of the shop. Renza's damages are also starting to show. You get the Blazing Duet dealing a ton of damage, and just Syndicate Esports just unable to handle the amount of pressure that Clarity Gaming is bringing onto them. This is late game Clarity Gaming that we're talking about right now.
Clarity Gaming, utilized that opportunity that Syndicate Esports gave them. That one hiccup they had. Clarity Gaming just made it a bigger hole and a bigger hole. They were able to just punish them. Right now, there's a Lord they have to address, but 3 waves are pushing in. What may happen? No one knows.
Jura dropped in the wrong side, a little bit too greedy on that Harris. This Hawks also gets taken down. And Clarity Gaming just crawling their way back up. Slowly tries to come in from that flank. He's being manhandled by Iron Ryan. Don't take my Valentina down. Getting chased up, but looks like Clarity Gaming doesn't want to risk it though. Don't really care about this, Paquito. Let him just free roll, just taking down the main wing conditions.
That was a potential bait, but slowly but surely. Oh no, Renza takes slowly out.
A little bit of the emo, a little bit of 1v1 action down on that purple buff as well. As Bray takes down Ricky Worst. Bumboy Reborn will be there. Oh, that's a nice stun onto Renza. The PM might get that out of the way. A little bit of a anime fight. The AOG block off all escape routes. It's a Purify. Renza able to walk out of there. Bumboy Reborn access a wall. Rise in there for backup. We've been in this situation again and again and again. Syndicate Esports just cycling their players. They don't want to lose their hope.
That is non-stop action here in MPL Singapore. We saw several team fights in the span of a few minutes, and now it is 12-10. The stat line, the gold lead has been even out. Clarity Gaming capitalized on the hiccups, but so did Syndicate Esports. They were able to take Renza out. That's why they were able to breathe back in this game. They know, Syndicate Esports knows how to deal with Clarity Gaming, and Clarity Gaming also knows how to deal with them. Ricky Worst is now currently leading the gold lead, being trailed behind by 2 of Syndicate Esports' players, being Jira and Bray. Right now, it's just a matter of trying to figure out how to do this because Hawks is the primary damage dealer, so Clarity Gaming do in fact need to deal with Hawks.
In the entirety of the game, you have Suyo mid-side. Have that Purifier already used by Bumboy. Reborn is breaking, chased up. Spatial migration into the laser. Jira picks that one up. Look at the backside with the Iron Ryan blocking off all possible escape routes for Syndicate Esports. This AOG jumping in, blocking off that team fight. It's one after another, head for head. It's 3 versus 3 left on both teams. There's just insane damage and speed coming in from Syndicate Esports to respond to that team fight, to respond to the aggression that Clarity Gaming is bringing up. And just like that, with a snap, 4,000 gold lead just disappears and is back to equilibrium.
Equilibrium indeed in terms of goal, but Clarity Gaming sustained a lot of damage during that engagement.
Braze on the corner, Braze run up. A little bit too panicky.
Kind of got there. At least they were able to give the vision of what was going on. They knew who was holding it, but Clarity Gaming, they suffered a big blow because of the battle spells and all the spells they were using during that engagement, but at least they were able to come out fighting in the end because they were able to secure this Lord.
A little bit of a quiet battlefield right now as Syndicate Esports just waiting for that Lord to march down. And will do so on that top side. At the very least, I think the second Lord of the game, Clarity Gaming, could clear out T2s, open up the jungle, and try to get Syndicate Esports to just pick up that scrap. You've already got Renza, already having that Trinity. You see that damage coming through from that Claude. Now Syndicate Esports has to deal not only with that Claude, but how Ryzen uses this Valentina. He's able to adapt to the situation with the AOGs, with the laser, depending on whether he wants to go for that burst or the block off. And I think this is just beautiful gaming from Clarity.
Exactly. I like that you highlighted that the way Ryzen knew when, if it was an AOG engagement or it was a Mystic Gush engagement, because they knew that they had the damage. But now this is a grouped up, boxed out Syndicate Esports in the jungle.
The duet already utilized. Bray, just a sliver left, walks out alive. But they lose their T3 as Clarity Gaming just hunkering down and bashing all that turns. It's Jira! Just bursts it down immediately, almost taking 2 out. That's second worst! Coming in with the counter re-engage and takes out one before he falls to the ground. But it's 3-on-1. As Clarity Gaming still pushing it through. The waves are still pummeling in. Bray desperate to save the day.
Desperate to save the day indeed. Now they're trying to fight for their lives, fending them off.
It's Bray against the world, but it's not enough. It's Clarity Gaming one more step into the next round.
Match point for Clarity Gaming. They had a beautiful showing yet again. This was it. They knew that they had to survive Syndicate Esports' early game pressure, early game threat. But then Clarity comes out in the end with Ricky Wurst trying to sustain the game, delaying the game, stretching it out. Suddenly, Renza was active. Renza was pre-hitting. It was a Renza late game.
I think this is what to expect in Syndicate versus Clarity. In the early game, just expect Syndicate will win. We be extremely aggressive. But in late game, it's just Clarity. Clarity's name plastered everywhere on the map. They are so disciplined in the way that, okay, this is our power spike, this is how we play, this is how we get things going. And it's okay if we lose out in the early game, because in the late game, we know our win condition. We know that Renza's going to come online with that damage. We know that Ryzen's going to be able to adapt to that situation. We know that Ricky Wurst is going to be himself. So we don't need to fear anything about Syndicate, as they play their early game. Their draft is extremely early. If they can't clear us out by 10 minutes, it's our game now.
Exactly. I do like that you mentioned that the whole Syndicate early game was just really on point. It was a great adjustment from game number 1, wherein we saw a bit more controlled discipline coming from there. But it just happens to Clarity Gaming that when they have it, they know their timings too. They know they probably all have a checklist. Okay, we have to secure early game for Renza, we have to stretch it, and it does. In this engagement,
I just want to point out that this was just extremely greedy of Jira. No backup, no support at the backside, just coming in with the Zeman Force. He has that damage though, but he just doesn't have anyone to leash for him. So he's just tanking every single one of that damage. And at this point, just Renza against the world. It's so hard to take that down. And like you said, like, okay, you just need Paquito to deal with the Claude, but Paquito alone isn't enough.
Yeah. That was, I guess they somewhat overheated. What happens with Syndicate Esports once they see the gold lead? They think that they could apply the Apple pressure. But like here, actually, I want to highlight what Ryzen did there. When you mentioned that he knows which ultis to steal or take, He was able to do that. He was AOG. He knew that AOG was the call there, so he was the one who took it. He was the one who sent it, and then
very risky. Honestly, very risky for Valentino because you go in as a sort of a glass cannon. You do a lot of damage, you do a lot of burst damage, you're able to get out of there. But if you start things off with the AOG, typically you just get melted down. Immediately burst it to Oblivion and beyond, delete it from the game. But for Ryzen, he knows when to engage and disengage to help out his team, to be able to be that support for that team. So Clarity Gaming one step closer to fulfilling their dreams, at least on the next top 3. This will be an elimination round, and Syndicate Esports definitely feeling shaky in their locker rooms.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough mental reset for Syndicate Esports, but we are seeing it small steps. But they're making enough changes to step up for the series, and hopefully, you know, the next game we'll see an even better Syndicate Esports. But while we are highlighting the teams, Clarity Gaming, yet again, Ricky Wurst is in fact our MVP on that Suyo. That is 835. Still doing the same thing. They know that they're playing around Renza. He did not play a very aggressive, very greedy build for Hisuyu. He went for the pseudo fighter because that War Axe and the Queen Swing will give him that sustain. All the while, Bumboy Reborn and Iron Ryan, yet again, they are building full tanks. You don't see a lot of greedy picks on them. They know their jobs. They know that, okay, we're gonna be activating Renza. Our job is not for the kills. We're not here to have positive KDA. Our job here is to win.
Yeah, it is upsetting if you're Syndicate Esports. Every one of the players played to the T. They knew their jobs. They knew how to engage this. They had the entire lead. They had control of the game until at least the 10-minute mark, 12-minute mark. That one counter-attack from Clarity Gaming at that Lord Pit with slowly on the side lane, that 5v4 situation just turned the entire tables around. And I don't feel like it's a Syndicate issue, but what is wrong? What can Syndicate Esports do to come back into that team fight?
They have to commit on the controlled aggression. What happened was when they had that gold lead, they kind of played a bit more comfortable. They felt like they had enough of a gold lead to start.
And then I'll just throw my body. I'll so snowball.
They were suffering from success basically. You know, we're doing so good, we're unstoppable. But then, as long as you suddenly feel a bit more relaxed, you suddenly, they're gonna start finding holes in your game. With Clarity Gaming, all was clear. It's like, okay, that's a mistake, or rather, that's a hiccup they had. Let's go.
Unironic to their name. Unironic to Clarity Gaming. Their entire gameplay, their execution was clear. We'll be able to see the last game, or maybe potentially the last game for Clarity Gaming as we come into the third game of today. This is going to be extremely interesting for how Syndicate gets that reset into the next game. So it's just difficult if you're Syndicate. Might be the last game you ever play. Do you go drafting out all the meta picks, or do you go out, drafting, something that you're comfortable with? What do I not want to go out with?
Yeah, I feel that Syndicate might be going for a bit more comfort. They were playing, actually, honestly, Slowly's Paquito was pretty on point. He knew the angles, the flanks to take to be able to address the issues, or rather, address the threats on the side of Clarity Gaming. But it's a matter of understanding the way they play. The drafts, their hero pool, very wide, very understandable why they pick those. It's just really about adjusting their gameplay now. The draft, it got even better from game number 1 to game number 2. It's really about respecting and understanding. They have to have the execution on point if they do want to secure one game off of Clarity Gaming.
To be honest though, I think Syndicate Esports, their execution was phenomenal in the second game. But it's always very early game draft.
Yeah.
I think in a competitive scene and like a very high professional scene like MPL, if you're playing like in this situation, you really need to clear out games super fast. But hey, it's down to back to the drawing board for both these two teams. Clarity Gaming 1 game away from making it to the next stage in the lower bracket finals tomorrow against the loser of the upper brackets. And Syndicate Esports just fighting again for tournament lives. This is the top 4 as we come back after this break. We'll see you in a bit.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie, flavor favored by the world.
As Sun Tzu says, a best of 5 is a marathon, not a sprint. But for Clarity Gaming, it might as well be a sprint to the finish. My name is Churros. This is Miggerson, aka Miggy. I'm just calling you that.
Yeah, it's all good, all good.
We're midway through the best of 5 series with Clarity Gaming and Syndicate Esports. Extremely boxing match oriented, no pun intended for the Paquito pick that happened in game number 2. But Clarity Gaming one step away from filling and one step closer away from understanding and seeing their dreams into the top 3 stage as a community team, and coming in with a lot of hope, a lot of vision for the future of MPL Singapore. Has made it this far. Syndicate Esports riding on the laurels of Bray, a lot of experience, a lot of maturity for that team coming into the picture, not having a very decent performance. Maybe they woke up on the wrong side of the bed.
Yeah, but then we took a pretty long break. Yes, Clarity Gaming, yes, very community driven. That's probably why they're so competitive, because basically their slot is a lot harder to keep, because there's always going to be a challenger waiting to get their spot there. And then Clarity Gaming, they have so much chemistry. The coach, kudos to the coaches for the great drafts in the past 2 games. But on the side of Syndicate as well, since we are highlighting the teams yet again, Syndicate, they've been performing. They have a reason to be here. They want to prove that. They want to showcase that. Now it's just really about that mental reset. They have to find their footing, because they have to showcase what in fact is Syndicate Esports Gaming is.
It's just a little bit of a tension between these 2 teams as we get underway. 1 minute left until the draft. Do you think, we've been talking a lot about Ricky Wurst has been MVP for Suyo in 2 games. Unable to, Syndicate Esports unable to handle Ricky Wurst in the first game. In game number 2, could handle him the early game. In the late game, he just, a spark ticked in him. The circuitry just zapped, and then he came up online and he was wide awake. And there was no way he could take that guy down. And it's shown that Ricky Wurst was just being that crux of Clarity Gaming. If you're Syndicate Esports, what do you do? What's on your mind?
From the top of my head, don't give him Suyu.
Don't give him Suyu.
Don't give him Suyu. But aside from that, the early game aggression that Clarity Gaming through Ricky Wurst has, Syndicate Esports doesn't have to actually, in fact, counter it. They could play around it. So if Ricky Wurst is the only one being the aggressor, why not find a way to target the other players of the team, the other players of Clarity Gaming, right?
Miggy, do you want to go? You want to go up on stage now? Let them know, man. We all want to see 5 games in a row. That being said, we're jumping straight into the draft. This is Flying Cloud once again. I think there's 2 ways around this. You can just give up that Suyu, or into Clarity Gaming. Right now, again, it's Syndicate on the blue side, CG again on the red. And still second pick advantage for Clarity Gaming. And it is interesting. So Syndicate Esports could give up that Suyo, give it over to Ricky Wurst. They don't really need to handle and draft against Ricky Wurst's Suyo. They tried it with the Yisun Shin, they tried it with the Guinevere, and right now they could try it in a different kind of hero. But I feel like what you said makes a lot of sense. Let's go for the other players around Ricky Wurst and empowers him to do what he does.
Yeah, so because of that, if he scales, they're going to be able to...
Ooh. Yep, so don't ban it, just first pick it up.
Basically,
that's your answer.
That's the soft ban coming from the side of Syndicate. They are the one to pick up slowly. And basically, that's it. Even if Ricky Wurst doesn't get the Suyu, as long as he plays a very aggressive jungler, possibly a Harley now, but there's a possible Harley pickup now because that's the match up against Suyu. As long as it's gonna be no problem if Ricky Wurst scales. But if he's the only one that scales, Clarity Gaming will have a really hard late game, especially if the timings suddenly go off for the whole team.
Yeah. I feel like for Ricky Wurst, he's not too worried about that. I think he understands, like, hey, I've been playing Suyo for 2 games. It's time to take a break. It's time to smell the flowers and try out something new. Maybe I'll have more fun playing this game and a little bit more momentum going through this round. He's picked up the Harleys before, the Eastern Shin. The Leomord's unfortunately banned for that one. Syndicate Esports learning from the lesson, picking up the Claude from himself. He's a little bit more solid late game potential. Ricky Wurst with the Fanny has been
Not
banned
bad.
out the entirety of the regular season, and everyone just forgot about him being on that Fanny.
Ooh, yeah, exactly. Now Clarity Gaming's draft is making a lot more sense. They gave Syndicate Esports a Suyu because they wanted to secure that Fanny on Clarity Gaming. Right now, it's all a matter of trying to ban out we're looking at the current bans, and they're going to be banning out anything that can stop the Fanny from snowballing. They already picked up the Moskov, which is the counter gold laner for the Fanny.
Oh.
But the next thing is, it's just going to be about activating that. But on the side of Syndicate Esports as well, you're looking at comfort picks on of them. That's slowly Slapu Lapu, who he brought out yesterday.
Yep.
Performed pretty well with it as well. And then there's the Claude for Jira, and slowly on the Suyu. And now, since we are talking also about the bans, right? That's Badang and Kalea. Those are the only
counters to
Fanny. There's one more. There is one more. Kaja. But we have yet to see if Syndicate will actually risk it.
Possible. Could be possible, but it's difficult and challenging to divine judgment and basically just
hope for the burst.
hope for the stun
The night sky tells
onto that Fanny.
Your
But
team is picking.
in this case, how do you deal with Fanny? Should you be scared? Should you be worried about how Fanny plays? And it's basically, if you get the early game, you're playing a 4v5. Because of the Fanny, you have that side lane potential. You have to watch your 6. You have to watch your side lanes. There's always getting minions pummeling down from the sides. So that's going to be one thing that Syndicate Esports has to look out for. It's a lot of split push potential for Clarity.
Yeah, they have the Fanny and the Moskov actually. So that is double the split pressure. But now, the Alice is actually going to be a pretty good pick up for them. Because that's a side lane pressure. That is... In fact, that is someone who enjoys being grouped up on because that's just going to give her more sustain.
So it just looks like a pick and roll.
Yeah.
Alice and Khalid goes in, buys a lot of time, Moskov and Fanny just slowly pushes down the sides or whatever lane that's not touched. And then if anything goes south, they throw the Spear of Destruction, Fanny just cables over, and you're joining in the team fights. So it's going to be a very split up fight for Clarity Gaming, which is quite refreshing. We don't really see this as often as a pure team fight composition that Syndicate Esports is picking up.
Yeah, that is Clarity Gaming. They are just all out macro. Because now that you mentioned, they're so mobile, they could actually, all of them right now, all 4 of them.
Even Khalid, right?
Could side lane, clear a wave, then go back to, okay, time for Lord. You know, he's just gonna surf on down to the Lord pit, and Alice could just blood teleport down there as well. So Clarity Gaming is really playing the all-out macro, giving Syndicate Esports, yes, as you mentioned, it is a team fight-centric lineup. They do have a bit of pick-off, but they really shine more in the team fights against Clarity Gaming.
Yeah. So it's going to be very difficult for Clarity Gaming to fight within the objectives, especially the Lord and Turtle. So expect Clarity Gaming to just give that up, and Syndicate Esports again with the early game. But if everything goes right for Clarity Gaming, we'll be able to see a very strong late game potential, especially with Vexana being drawn out right here.
Exactly.
You get the Eternal Guard being the 6th member of the team. At least you have that 4v4 potential in the early game objectives. So it's Ricky where swoops in, steals up the objectives, and then get boots out of the way. And this Eternal Guard would work in that scenario.
Yeah, the Eternal Guard is gonna work because suddenly it's gonna look, every objective fight is gonna look like a really weird one on the side of Clarity Gaming, just because not everyone's gonna be there immediately. The Eternal Guard will probably be the +1 of Vexana when it comes to the Lord contests or Turtle contests. But then suddenly an SOD is gonna show up, suddenly a Khalid's gonna go surfing down, suddenly Fanny's gonna cable in, and then it's gonna be a whole brawl fest because what's gonna happen there, it's just gonna be an all-out random chaos.
It's lights out and away we go once again. This is the 3rd game. Clarity Gaming is at match point. Syndicate Esports unable to still get any points on the board. And as a BO5, if you're Syndicate Esports, you really want to get something on that board.
Exactly, because Syndicate Esports, they are now playing, a lot of them are playing on comfort. So hopefully this is going to be a match they want to showcase. They are here. They deserve to be here.
Yeah, and if you go out, you're going out with your heroes.
Exactly.
So you know that you played with your entire heart. So, I mean, it's just heart and soul for Syndicate Esports now. And I don't really think that there's going to be a lot of engages. I spoke a little bit too soon as Ricky Wurst dives in, steals up that lethal, and that is the lead that Ricky Wurst is looking for.
That is a foreshadowing of what may come in the next few objectives, because it's just going to be a Fanny cabling in, stealing your objective, and going out without any punish.
Yeah, both these two teams are extremely passive at this point. Just don't want to risk too much. They don't want to throw their bodies. They know that they have that late game. And if both these teams play their cards right, no pun intended, it's going to be an extremely long-driven game.
A long-driven game indeed, because everything's going to look pretty much passive until Fanny does something.
Oh, Fanny is doing something as Bray gets down. That's the cable down the bottom side.
Then the caster curse is strong because suddenly, yeah, Fanny's doing something.
A little bit of a response from Syndicate Esports to take down Bray. They have to try to protect their own jungle a little bit better. Iron Ryan doing a very good job giving that vision play so that Ricky Wurst knows when to come in.
Ricky Wurst knowing when to come in, or at least Ricky Wurst knowing how to get there, because he is the vision scorer. But Qzaz is just mirroring Iron Ryan.
Yep, doesn't look like anything's happening right here. Bray with the steal off that turtle, but loses Hawks' life. Bray will take the long way around as they try to get out. Ricky Wurst, no energy, no dice. He gets sent to the graveyard slowly. Will be the next to fall, able to get out of there. And Bray cleans up shop on the back line. Qzaz underneath the turn, takes out the double, but loses his life by the turn.
Loses his life. Syndicate Esports now alive and running. Maybe Suyo in fact wins games. But what happened there was the worst thing that could happen to Ricky Wurst. He ran out of energy. He ran out of cables. He couldn't. He was a walking Fanny. But that just goes to show how much Syndicate Esports was threatening all the walls that he could connect to.
This is the difficulty of the draft right here. You're gonna 4 members down the bottom side and the mid side. Iron Ryan able to use the ultimate just to get out of the way. A lot of damage on the Qzaz though. On the top side, Bumboy Reborn just pushing and playing with slowly like his food. But like I say, this is the problem with Clarity Gaming's draft. You don't really have a lot of members to build that wall for you, to leash for you until at least the late stage of the game, where Bumboy Reborn is just splitting up that team fights and getting in the hit of battle. And Iron Ryan just really setting things up. Taking a little itemization. Is there anything on the upper hand right now?
Right now, it's still pretty close, but then it's a matter of how Ricky Wurst is going to be engaging and calling the tempo up in the early game.
Bray smelt that Hawks using that flicker. They know they want to take Ricky Wurst down, but Ricky Wurst is a little bit too slippery for now.
Slippery for now, but then this is a 2v1 scenario in the bot lane with the turtle coming up in a few seconds. It's still going to be an even game. Very passive for both teams, especially with how aggressive their lineups are actually.
Speaking of which, Bray underneath the turret, taking down Ryzen. You've got the TO War right in the heart of battle. Clarity Gaming takes out 3, opening the pathway for the turtle for their taking.
It was passive until it wasn't. That was a all-out brawl in the mid lane. We are now seeing Clarity Gaming so hold on to this turtle objective. This is the beauty of the Flying Cloud. They could just suddenly go up and show up and pop off. Syndicate Esports now down for the count.
That's how you want to layer the battle in. Bumboy Reborn with the Throne of Rule in, tries to lock down every one of the members. Clarity Gaming comes in with Ricky Wurst as janitor, literally with a broom and a mop, clearing up shop and just taking the last hits of that fight. This is precisely how they want to leash this. Syndicate Esports definitely not happy about that. They need to be able to come up a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more defensively in order to find a little bit more vision onto that Alice.
But you have to give it to Clarity Gaming, the unsung heroes, looking at the damage being dealt. Vexana and Iron Ryan actually providing all that damage to make sure that Ricky Wurst can actually clean up, be that janitor to sweep up Syndicate Esports.
Hey, you know, lest we forget, we got the Claude and the Moskov still. It's still 4v4 at this point, but until that late game, we'll be able to see the late game monsters coming into battle and see how they execute that pathing, how they execute that gameplay. On the top side, though, here comes Ricky Wurst and Syndicate Esports just getting away. This is a little bit of respect for that damage that Fanny is bringing out.
Fanny does, in fact, bring out. And honestly, the way he's playing his Fanny, he's very efficient with maximizing the duration of the purple buff. He is able to get at least 2 engagements or 2 results before anything happens, and then he refreshes it.
Oh, Ricky Wurst gonna spot a bother right there. Qzaz will be able to get locked down, slowed down by Bumboy Reborn, but Alice is just growing a little bit more fed at this point. Not too worried about a lot of the skirmishes or ambushes that occurs on that top side. And Clarity Gaming already taken down the T1, the bottom side, as the turtle spawning up in the next 10 seconds.
Yeah, the skirmishes that Clarity Gaming or Ricky Verse is setting up, though it doesn't actually communicate or end up with a kill, it just means he's doing his job, because now everyone is trying to address the Fanny issue. So that Clarity Gaming, he's just creating so much space for Clarity Gaming and their other players.
There's not exactly a very committal lockdown. There's not really a point and click, unless for the Hilda, except for the Hilda, who's able to lock Ricky Wurst down, but you don't really see Ricky Wurst until everything really starts being very messy for Syndicate Esports. They're starting things off with that turtle. Ricky Wurst is in position. He has more value with that purple buff. One snap, take up that one before settling down and swooping in towards that turtle, but the vision is there.
Vision is indeed there with the
There's the TOR. Oh, a beautiful combo with the TOR and the Eternal Guard. Clarity Gaming sweeps up 2 members of Syndicate Esports and takes out Turtle for themselves.
Takes out Turtle, and now we are seeing the impact of Clarity Gaming's early game. They're scaling really well with the 2,000 goldies almost. They have the team fight, they have the side lane pressure. It's always about the map management on Clarity Gaming.
And they're not too worried about the damage either. Look at the Khalid and the Alice. They can't deal a single hit onto them. It's just tickles at this point. We just have to wait until the late game for Jira to get that Holy Trinity, get that damage in. But until then, it's going to be hunkering down and playing a little bit of a cat and mouse situation in this game.
Yeah, actually Clarity Gaming, the way they're playing it, is very cat and mouse.
BBR, a little bit of trouble right there. Qzaz won't be able to have any support from Syndicate. And another goes down. 3,000 gold lead for Clarity.
They are showing up with the poke damage. It's somewhat Clarity Gaming, though they are a very early game pressure lineup, they are showing so much poke damage. Their lineup is so much more capable than just burst. They have so much poke damage because of that Fanny, because of that Vexana. They just basically make sure that Syndicate Esports cannot get into any teamfight objective without half their health.
Yeah, look, it's actually really interesting and exciting to see how Clarity plays this out. You're always playing with the Vexana, Khalid, and Alice. Yeah. You don't really see the Moskov or the Fanny anywhere until it's really too late. You're cutting them off. They're very hyper-focused on the main target potential. You get in a different position or difficult position, you don't get to see anything. And speaking of difficult position, Ricky Wurst just showing us the finger style on top of Hawks.
You gotta give it to Clarity Esports, Clarity Gaming rather. They have 3 players. Yes, they do the cooking, while Ricky Wurst and Redsan, they do the cleaning up.
Might have another shot here as Ricky Wurst tries to find an angle onto Jiro. Honestly, Clarity Gaming is having this mid-game power spike so far. Qzaz takes out Ryzen, the Eternal Guard drop just before it slows down. The TOR will land onto 2. And Syndicate Esports again, too greedy for their own good.
Syndicate Esports getting punished to play aggressive, but then it is the aggressive plays they need to, in fact, make, because they have to play a bit risky if they want to get back into this game. The 3K gold lead is no joke, but it is still climbable. It is still, you can still come back from this. It's always going to be about having those risky plays for that high risk, high reward outcome.
At this point, if you're a Syndicate, you're really hunkering down. You have to play Turtle. You're picking up the scraps that Clarity Gaming is left behind. You're waiting on Jira to come online. But there's not a lot of angles that you can go for. You have to try to set things up, try to wait for that Fanny, try to suss out where the Moskov is at any one point on the map. If you're Syndicate and Lord marching down the bottom side, what is the play here?
Syndicate, they have to play, they have to look for the aggressive plays. They have to pick someone off.
They're landing onto Ryzen as the Eternal Guard buys them some time. His 3 members get locked down. As Clarity Gaming picks up Hawks. The Ryzen will fall. Qzaz down low. Here comes Ricky Wurst to swing in onto the backline with 2 members hit. Slowly will not be able to survive this one. A double. 3 members down for Syndicate.
3 members down on Syndicate, and as we were mentioning, they needed to play for the picks. That was what they had to do, but what happened was Clarity Gaming, they were ready. They were armed and ready. This is the strength of their lineup. As we can see in this instant replay, they were all there ready to back up Ryzen because that's how mobile their team was. Now you see Q's just trying it, and then Ricky Work just cleans up.
A good repo by Renza as well. He used the SOD to get out of harm's way because he knows he's in a very difficult position on the top side. Back into the game. You got Q's walked down a little bit too far from his house. Bumboy Reborn going in with the double man stun. They can't even play this game. Slowly is all alone. It's Clarity Gaming. They have that momentum. They're taking down the T3s.
That was Inhibitor down on the side of Syndicate Esports. This is Singapore MLBB, folks. We are seeing enough pressure from Clarity Gaming. The way they play that, all of the skills just lined up. They were able to get the outcome they wanted. Though Ricky Wurst was picked off, they were able to take 2 or 3 members out of Syndicate Esports, all because of that setup from Iron Ryan.
For Syndicate Esports, is there any way that our late game monster, a late game answer, this Claude, will be able to take us away to a game 4?
There is always that chance. There's always that clutch factor when it comes to Claude. Because right now, if we're looking at the items, yes, around 800 gold away from the Moskov, but Claude does in fact have the Trinity build already. He has the Corrosion Side with the Demon Hunter Sword and the Golden Staff. It's just a matter of finding that peel. Slowly and Qzas need to peel for him. He has to be able to free hit if he wants to have that impact. We have seen it before. We've seen a 1v5 coming from a Claude, but Claude needs to set it up. He needs to have that free hitting position.
There's the power of the macro composition. You have Fanny on the way on the top side, you got Moskov on the bottom side. You have to deal with the side lanes, and you have to go together. You can't be alone. If you're alone, you're getting picked off by either one of them. And it's a little bit too late game for that for now. 5,000 gold lead for Clarity Gaming. They're starting off this Lord. So building a wall with Bumboy Reborn and Iron Ryan, not letting them in. Got the Lord, and they're taking a lot of damage. The Syndicate Esports, they walked a little bit too far. Ricky Wurst building up that momentum. They're cycling them through. That's a double man stun up from Renza on their back line. Bray falls. Down goes slowly as well. The Clarity Gaming just buying time and waiting for the minions to come in. They know what they've done.
Inch by boring. Inch slowly is now the one man to defend this all Lapu-Lapu against the world.
It doesn't even matter as Clarity Gaming dominates this game 1. The lower bracket semifinals, and now into the top 3 they go. Started from a community-driven team, and right now making a statement. They're here to play, they're here to stay, and they've got a shot at the grand prize of the Paris MSC.
Oh my God, that was beautiful MLBB. We saw that Clarity Gaming, they played a similar game plan from game 1 to game 2, which was basically protect the president, protect Renza, but then suddenly they pull off this macro strat in game number 3 to secure the series.
A little bit of love from Renza to Bray. They were teammates in MPL Season 10 in Stallions, and right now in different teams. Syndicate Esports, unfortunately, eliminated from the competition. We started with 6. Now it's only 3. Clarity Gaming moves up to the next stage. Their job's not over, though. They're playing tomorrow's loser bracket round, lower bracket finals.
Yeah.
This is just difficult for Syndicate Esports. Bray has tried since Season 7, the blunder of S7. Right now, again, 5 seasons in a row, struggling to get up to the next stage.
It's always painful to see a team go, but of course, these teams, Syndicate Esports, played very well. The draft was actually, it was enough to face off against Clarity Gaming, but it's just a bit too it took a while to get activated because of how much pressure Clarity Gaming had. You can see it in the highlight. They knew the game plan. They knew how to recover back in the game. It just so happened that Clarity Gaming's connection, they were just able to spot them out. Much like here, they were able to get a pick off on Ryzen. But then Ricky Worse was just suddenly there. Renzo was suddenly there to get with the SOD to get that proper positioning. And that pretty much kind of set the score.
From the first minute, I feel like Clarity Gaming was just dominating this game. They came up from a 2-game win. And right now, a 3-0 on a BO5, which ends the series. Chop off one hit, another grows, but Syndicate Esports unable to chop off any of the hits of the Hydras. They come up with a fresh lease of life from yesterday's loss against IG. And they're looking to face them again. Looking forward to face them again in the lower bracket finals. Man, this is a very tough situation if you're Syndicate Esports, but hey, you know, the battle is over, war's not won yet.
Yeah, you have to really respect. That's the nature of competition, right? You know, sometimes it's either you win or you lose. There's no in between. And right now, Clarity Gaming just had a better morning. They probably had a better breakfast also, and that's why they were able to win this with a 3-0. And no joke about it, Iron Ryan is the one who secures our MVP.
And I think that one thing I want to point out is that Clarity Gaming understands the main core player and the crux of Syndicate Esports, which is not exactly Bray, but it was Hawks. You take Hawks out of the equation, you don't have any mid lane control, you don't have any sort of like that mid lane trio roaming freely around that map, which creates so much issue, so much pressure for the Valentina to come in to eventually actually play the game. So it was so hard for Hawks to move around. And I feel like in this game, based on the dominant performance that Clarity Gaming has dished out, I feel like it's the entire team that should be crowned MVP.
Exactly. Yeah, since you highlighted Hawks, yeah, the Hawks factor, taking out the Hawks was one of the reasons why Syndicate Esports had a hard time setting up because of the Terrified that Valentina has.
Yeah.
And they went the other way. Now that we were talking about it, Clarity Gaming went the other way when it was when we were looking at setup. Usually when you're against the Valentina, you prevent them from getting a good ultimate. Here he has 4.
Yeah.
So he's overloaded with information. He doesn't know which one to take. So that's why.
It's just too much information for any of these one players. Man, oh man, Syndicate Esports, they've come a long way from a 20-game gauntlet down the Challenger Bracket Series as well. And this is their final time to be on stage as well. We have an interview up on stage. Team, who is it? Back to you.
Still, congratulations to Syndicate Esports for going this far. Once again, I want to hear the fans of Syndicate Esports. But now, the winner of match number 1, Clarity Gaming. Where are the fans? That was a clean game, a clean sweep. And I'm now here with Iron Ryan, the roamer of Clarity Gaming. Hello.
Hi.
Where are the fans of Iron Ryan? Yesterday, I heard a lot of fans. I heard a lot of your fans cheering for you there. And do you have any message to them?
To all those that came to support us, thank you so much for your support. It means a lot to all of us from Clarity Gaming. Do keep supporting us for tomorrow as well.
You are now moving forward to the lower bracket finals, and you will face either Team Evil or Ignite Gaming. How will you prepare for that match?
We've faced them both before in the regular season, and we'll learn from our mistakes and do our best to fix what's right.
All right, thank you so much, Iron Ryan. You can now rest. Thank you so much. Up next is a massive showdown. We are now in the upper bracket finals, where one team wins will go straight to the grand finals. And the loser will fall down to fight for survival. To online viewers who's just around the area, come join us here in the Marquee, downtown East Singapore, We prepare a lot of fun activities for you here, and this is your chance to meet your favorite teams and players. Don't go anywhere. We will have a short break first. MPL SG will be back.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie, flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Follow me. Flavor, favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie, flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie, flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
This is it, the continuation of the fight. Hello everybody, I'm your lovely host, Tintin Laresto, and this is the day 2 of MPL Singapore Season 11 playoffs. Earlier, we witnessed Clarity Gaming slayed Syndicate Esports for them to advance to the lower bracket finals and forcing Syndicate Esports for a heartbreaking goodbye. Now, the next match is something to behold. It is gonna be Team Evil versus Ignite Gaming. This match will dictate who will go straight to the grand finals. Are you guys ready? Where are the supporters of Ignite Gaming? And where are the supporters of Team Evil? Let's not wait another second. Please welcome to the stage Team Evil and Ignite Gaming. The players are now ready to fight for the victory and title. It's now time to throw this to the casters. Casters.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, coming in to the upper bracket finals. Evil versus Ignite. Not the first time they've met, but we are in for a treat. My name is Churros, and with me here is Miggerson, aka Miggy, taking you all the way through to the upper bracket finals. And once again, we'll start off with the stakes. Stakes are high as always. Winner goes straight to the grand finals for a chance at the coveted slot to the EWC held at Paris this year.
Baguette, my dude.
This is insane. This is an insane opportunity for both these two teams. And hey, lots to talk about the teams, lots to talk about the players, lots to talk about their drafting patterns and things that they've changed up over the past couple of weeks from the regular season over to yesterday's play-ins and the first phase of the playoffs as well.
Exactly. If we're going to be looking at the regular season, Evil versus Ignite, These are our top 2 seeds coming from the regular season, and we know that Ignite, they're pretty much fired up because of what happened to them in their series, wherein they got 0-2 by Team Evil themselves.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm getting fired up right now. Lots of changes, especially coming in from Ignite Gaming. Bringing in Diablo, you have the full RSG 2024, 2025 chemistry coming in to the fray as well. IG is showing up. A lot of new strategies, a lot of pocket picks. First time Masha was seen was yesterday because Diablo is back in town, baby.
And you have to respect how they combined that with the chip as well.
Okay, taking a look at the brackets, we'll see both these two teams sweeping their competition. So they have had one bout in the regular season. Evil won out 2-0 into Ignite, but truth be told, this is a totally different Ignite.
Exactly, we are looking at a very different Ignite Gaming. They, in fact, put in a new coach, and their XP laner is none other than Diablo now, coming from the regular season. He is the one who replaced out or subbed out Drinsanity and Ignite Gaming with their performance like no other from yesterday's match against Clarity Gaming, wherein they 2-0'd them. This is an Ignite Gaming who is fired up, or you could, pun intended, they are ignited. The fire within them, they are hot right now.
This is a crazy and interesting lineup right here. For Ignite Gaming, they are a team that thrives on consistent domination. But for Evil, all the way back since Season 3, they've shown consistently being in the top 6, growing in their tracks, top 4, top 3, top 2, last year, top 1, or last season, top 1. This is who we're talking about. Azu, Powerful, Blade, Ven, and Gear being in the team for a very, very long while, showing a lot of growth, but most of all, showing a lot of consistency.
You gotta, if we're talking about consistency, we are seeing Team Evil. They are, in fact, the defending champions coming from Season 10, but they do have a new recruit. They were able to get Azu as their jungler, and he had a stellar performance yesterday on both his jungle heroes with the Fanny debut here in the playoffs.
Taking a look at the players, a little bit of a smiles all across, locked in and ready. I just want to highlight, Powerful has been in the scene since Season 3. That's 8 seasons, all in a row, and he has been always at the core of the team. A lot of growth, a lot of expertise, been having a lot of scrims. We heard a lot of things off stage and back scenes, and how much they've trained and how much they really want it and how much they want to submit themselves from being known as the community squad and into this season as undeniable.
Exactly, that is in fact the veteran experience coming from the side of Team Evil. And speaking of veterans, we are now looking at Ignite Gaming. They have the team lineup, which is Kelvin on the jungle, Jay as their roam, Roy in the mid lane, CS as their gold lane, and of course, speaking of veterans, this is Diablo making his homecoming return on Ignite Gaming.
So this is interesting. I just want to bring it up once again. Diablo, CS, and Roy has played in RSG, and if I remember correctly, Season 8 and Season 7. Been very, very consistent with that old squad. And right now, I think bring Diablo in really shows a lot of growth in terms of the chemistry for the team. Yes, they had a shaky start in the game yesterday against Clarity Gaming, but after they've gone through that rough hurdle in the early game, like, hey, you know, we need to lock in. We need to get our team ready to go. In the mid to late game, they really showed a lot of dominance. Second game, they just swept it through. It was undeniable, no doubt in their minds, no doubt in all the viewers' minds that they were going to succeed. And I also want to bring up Kelvin in the jungle being extremely important and playing a pivotal role in setting the pace of the game. And it has all been empowered by Jay, Dr. J himself, being the eyes, being the brains. And let's take a look at the head-to-head between both of these two teams.
If we're looking at the head-to-head of Team Evil versus Ignite Gaming, there's a reason why they are first and second seed in our regular season, with their stats actually being very close to each other. Though the difference would probably be in terms of kills, because a lot of them, they have a different type or take on the way they want to play MLBB. With Team Evil, we could see that they're really more on the numbers game. They want to be able to secure certain amount of kills before they take objectives. All the while, Ignite Gaming, they are a bit more on the leaning towards the discipline, wherein we don't need to be taking fights. We don't have to. We could play this. We could play the low and slow game, and then secure objectives. And that is how Ignite Gaming really shines and pops off. It is in the way they play the macro objectives and the way they are able to just read the map, as well as Team Evil.
I agree. The magic of team fights has been Evo's modus operandi for 8 seasons in a row now. It has worked out so well for them so far. This season, especially with the changes and the shifts in the meta, it's no different. For Ignite Gaming, though, they're bringing the power of friendship. I'm
Exactly.
saying, I'm looking at the mid lane, the gold, the EXP, the side lanes, the entire farming phase is going to be insane coming from Ignite. So as we go into the drafts and the players are getting ready, the players are getting locked in, what do we expect? Yesterday, Diablo brought out the Masha. He's brought out the once unpopular Uranus into the mixture again, using it in a very, very different, albeit taunting way. Will we see things that are different? In the past, he was known for his Paquito when he entered into the scene in Season 2. He was also known for his Benedetta, making it famous all over Southeast Asia. What do you think, Miggy?
The thing about Ignite Gaming, the way we saw how they were playing, there's probably going to be a lot of respect coming from Team Evil side in terms of the draft. But then if we are highlighting Diablo, the way he plays the game, his hero pool is in the meta right now. We are going to be seeing a lot more aggressive plays with him if he is given those aggressive heroes. All the while on the side of Team Evil, they should still keep that draft going. They have a really phenomenal draft. They have to be able to dictate the pace as long as Team Evil have their quote-unquote evil picks, or the picks that they just shine with. They're going to be the ones to take the game, but all the while, Ignite Gaming, they just have to do the right execution. They have to play around that power of friendship, as you mentioned, wherein they have the RSG core team members. They make it work. It's going to pop. They're going to pop off.
And speaking of popping off, they have to. As we jump in straight into the first draft of the upper bracket finals, remember, stakes are incredibly high, soaring as high as the Eiffel Tower, as the winner of MPL Singapore will head into Paris for the EWC, the Esports World Cup, mid-season cup for Mobile Legends. As we start things off, we see IG on blue, Evil on the red side, both of them
The immortal one
harnessing
chose me to
pretty
vanquish the
meta
shadows
bans.
that plague this world.
I'm looking at Ignite Gaming's ban. That is a first ban on the Valier, because we saw Gear play that XP Valier, so it might be a thorn on the side of Ignite Gaming if they are gonna be pursuing a very in-your-face, very rushy lineup. While on the side of Team Evil, you're looking at the Leomord with the Suyu.
Different perspectives expose the same truth.
The Team Evil and Suyu. That's gonna be the assassin dealers. But then it's looking like a pretty standard ban for both our teams.
Yeah, Juicing is kind of open. Roy could snap pick that one up. Back in the days, he was known for his artillery heroes. He had a spur in the moment of his Kadita picks as well. But I have no doubt in my mind that's going to be a first pick, Juicing for IG, if they want to just avoid giving that over to Blade. But no, it will be Paquito getting locked in the meta right now, not giving it over to the hands of Evil. Fanny is the first response.
I'm a daughter of Northern
We're gonna see a lot of fighting with it. There's so much early game damage coming from both teams. That Paquito in Diablo's hands, we know. We were just talking about it over on the desk before the game or the draft started. But on the side of Team Evil, they're responding with a pretty early-centric lineup as well with that Freya and Fanny pickup. You know, these guys are gonna bring in the heat when they come from the early game.
Yeah, Azu has picked up the Fanny 5 times and is 100% win rate throughout the regular season, and bring the Fanny into the playoffs. We'll see how it fares in the upper bracket finals as we go up against the second seed, Ignite. But it's a brand new Ignite. We see Diablo coming in, bringing his comfort pick, like you said. Juicin will get picked up right here since Evil will let it go. Carry is the insurance on the late game. And we're wasting no time at all. Evil snap picks the Yiva.
That is why, actually, the Eve pick right there, they already know that it's going to be the ban or the counter to that Dukshin. And they are trying to play around the idea of now they're going to be working around the Fanny, Azu's Fanny. Again, it's 100% win rate. They're looking to make sure Azu has a free game because with the carry pickup, it was a 50-50. If they went with the carry, they would counter the Freya. But if they went with the Moskov, it would have countered the Fanny. So they really had to, Ignite Gaming had to decide which one is a bigger threat for them. And Ignite Gaming thought and decided that Freya is going to be the one they had to deal with. And now, if we're looking at the bans, we'll probably be seeing a Kalea ban as well because they want to make sure that Azu does in fact have a free game on the side of Team Evil.
To be honest, I kind of agree with what IG is building up right here. Yeah, like you said, the Kalea is getting banned out right here. There is still that one hero, Kaja.
Exactly.
It's still open up. If you lock anyone down with a Divine Judgment, Diablo comes in with a 2-punch to face 1 jab, and you're out. Carry in the late game is going to melt you down like butter. And I think Juicin right here with that pick against Yves, it definitely wins out in the early game. Yves is much more zone control. But looking at the lineup so far, I think it's easy for IG at this juncture to be able to reposition themselves away from the RWM, which is going to be very crucial for their keys to success. The Fanny, I'm saying, hey, this is the statistics that Azu is bringing out. This is one of his more comfortable heroes, albeit to the rest of us plebs, it doesn't feel the same.
Actually, when we were talking about the draft or the picks, the Kaja, there was one more that we missed out. The potential change up or mix up. The Cho.
The Cho.
The Cho is a possible, because it does the same thing. It can lock down, it forces to purify, but then on the side, it works well with the Zushin, it works well with the carry, and I believe Cho is a pretty good pick right now in the meta because of how much vision they take. But in the side of Ignite Gaming, if they do in fact choose the Cho or the Kaja, they might be looking at a very squishy lineup compared to Team Evo.
Fair. If you want to go for a little bit more reconnaissance, intelligence heavy, you go for the Cho. If you want to go for, hey, let's just play our game. Once we hit our power spikes, pick-offs, that's the Kaja pick. So depending on which direction they want to go, that will be their choice. You know, Khalid is kind of open as well, but I don't think that is the answer towards that carry. You need someone to be the Fanny in this instance. You need the catch. You need that point and click response. Kufra will be picked up right here. In the Fredrin.
You should.
Very tanky lineup. You have good early game burst damage coming in from Paquito, good late game insurance from the carry. I feel like for that, what is the best response in terms of a gold lane matchup towards that carry?
If we're going to be looking at the carry, it's probably going to be a Freya put into the gold lane, but...
Oh, double fighter.
The Esmeralda is still online as well for the side, but they're going for Claude, and that is how Freya is going to be put into the XP lane.
Freya susceptible to a lot of stuns, and I think Kufra is the answer right here. Once you go into bouncing ball, Freya needs that dashes. You're gonna be stun locked if you try to counter onto that onto the Kufra, and it also pins you down to the wall, which is where Fanny likes to play around. So we see how the execution goes for Ignite Gaming. Evil's matchup team fights is still in the modus operandi. It just screams team fight, team fight, team fight. You set things up with the RWM. Freya comes in from the flanks, from the sidelines, into the back line, try to take any loose members out. Powerful is going to start things off with the red carpet. You're going to lay that down. You're going to start a lot of the flows in. Any final thoughts before we jump into the game?
This is going to be the experience of what happens when the unstoppable force meets the immovable object, because with the lineup of Team Evil, they are rushing your face, but on the side of Ignite Gaming, you're looking at controlled discipline gameplay.
Well, it's lights out and away we go. This is the upper bracket finals. This Evil Ignite fight for their spot in the grand finals for that coveted chance for the EWC at Paris ticket. Once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and once in a lifetime for a lot of these players to show the world and show themselves what they're made of. There's no time for testing, no time for experimenting. The execution is right now.
They have to. This is our pride, our passion. That is, in fact, the tagline of our MPL SG. And now we're looking at a possible 1v1 there, but Ben really poking CS out of the lane.
It's a quick flicker. Big resource already burned by Ignite Gaming's gold laner. And I think for the side of the gold laner, I think in the micro perspective, Ben is definitely going to be doing a lot better in CS. CS needs to bide his time, play into the late game, deal that damage that he needs to do, and I think Ignite Gaming has a plan.
Ignite Gaming, they have to stay steady. They have to make sure that they can survive the early game onslaught that's going to be coming from Team Evil. But this Freya, actually the Keith is preventing the Freya from doing anything. But now they're going for an engage.
Oh, good block by Jay. Underneath the turret, though, eventually takes down CS. But Azu still going, though. Testing a little bit of damage. Nice first blood by Evil.
That is the momentum they were looking for. Team Evil does want to secure this upper hand in the early game, especially with their lineup having a Freya. But of course, they still have that insurance policy, which is Vent. But now it's just a give and take because we know having Kelvin on that Fredrin, you're more or less going to be the one in the advantage when it comes to the next turtle.
Now as the next turtle is coming up in the next 5 seconds, let's talk a little bit about the gold lane and their matchups. We know that Carry and the Claude is basically late game monsters. But what's the early game looking like? Why is CS not doing too well with the Claude?
CS has a hard time dealing with a lot of the Art of Thievery coming from the Claude. But wait a minute, hold on. It's looking like they're loading up, but then this is going to be Kelvin's Lord, the turtle to take.
Yeah, I think no-brainer about that. Kelvin is too tanky of a monster in the mid game. Bezu jumps in, that's the taunt going to be activated. RWM comes in, there's Blazing Duet coming in from the mid side. Royce who stays very alive, that's the taunt. Down goes Azu.
That was the take. That was what Ignite Gaming, this is now how we see the
Oh, Jay with a nice pushback. Powerful goes down as well. Ignite Gaming off to a very great start after the shaky top lane kill.
That was Jay. That's all Jay. Because the Fanny wasn't able to tower dive and cable out because of Jay's jump and catch. And then we saw it again with the Wrath of the Mummy. That hit on the wall was what secured them that second kill. Now that with that, Ignite Gaming back on the board.
Bottom side, Diablo and Gear. This is, I want to bring this up once again. Diablo and Gear have been rivals since the EVO's RSG days, and right now they're back again. That's why a lot of friendly rivalry, a lot of taunts going on down in EXP. It's glad to see these two going at it again.
It's same but different as well. They are now repping 2 different teams, but let's see how much experience they've taken from the different teams and different regions they've played in, and how it's gonna suddenly change the gameplay we're gonna be experiencing in this Ignite versus Team Evil game.
Now Evil knows and understands that now Ignite Gaming has sort of cracked the code on how Evil likes to play aggressively. So they're not initiating any of these team fights. They're waiting on the right objectives. They're waiting on the right timing to be able to initiate these team fights because they want to know that they can win. Now, early engage into the purple buff. Easy to read. Can't really see who stole it, but Azu is getting stunned up, locked down, taunts it up, and blows the smithereens as Kelvin takes down that Fanny once again.
Wait a minute, they're still going all at it because Kelvin was able to take that taunt.
Gear is still going at it, taking down Jay. It's 1 for 1, but a roll for a jungle. Powerful goes down as well. Ignite not leaving until 2 hits fall.
That was a purple buff steal. That's why the Fanny was not able to get his engagement out. But because of that transition, because of that bait and switch, now Ignite Gaming has to contest this turtle from Team Evil.
Azu will not be able to steal that one up. He's getting taunted up, but not enough energy, and CS will pick that one up. Azu off to a very, very rough start.
That was mismanagement on the cables, but you gotta respect how Kelvin's knockups from his spells affected. But now they're just, right now, this is risky plays coming from Ignite Gaming.
Beautiful taunt. Laura's pathway, slow down the approach for Kelvin underneath the turret. Down he goes with the Praiser's Wrath, striking powerful down. As Kelvin still barely standing up strong. That's the taunt, and then is the escape. As Kelvin buys time for the Goon Squad to come in to sweep up shop.
Thus, This is we're seeing a different type of Ignite Gaming. They are just very responsive, very reactive to the way Team Evil is playing, and they know their power spikes. They know how much of a threat their lineup is currently, and now they're just not respecting the line. That is a purple buff stolen from Azu, and that's so painful to see for a Fanny.
Yeah, for Fanny, it's like, it's easy to read. Purple buff up, straight away, let's just invade. Let's just go aggressive on the team, pedal to the metal, let's take that buff down. So it doesn't have that energy, you don't have any cleanup if you're the side of Evil. So you're playing on the back foot, you're down 3,000 gold. There's Jay once again in the jungle, blocking gear down from any escape. Gonna get pulled back, but the Valkyrie's Descent will be able to save his life for now. Powerful stuck in a rock and a hard place. Will be able to get pulled down, but Ben shows himself, getting blocked up. The red carpet goes down to try to save Ben's life. Powerful, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, getting pulled back again and again, but eventually able to save his life for now.
Ignite Gaming playing on the offensive. They know that they have the advantage, but they are still showcasing that disciplined aggression because they know when to back off. They know how much they can pressure. Okay, this is too far. Let's ease it back. Let's step back because we still have objectives to take. This is Ignite Gaming's objective prioritization, very shiny right now.
Yeah, Ignite Gaming bring the magic of team fights to Evil themselves. Evil has a grab that is mobile, but not very objective heavy. And the way that they're playing now, the response is let's put the Fanny on the offside, on the off lanes, try to maintain the wave priority to buy us some time. Jay jumps in the midst of jungle, won't be able to achieve too much for now, but they block up the escape for Powerful. It's a little bit too deep right now. Here, we'll take care of Jay as the red carpet being laid down. Won't be able to get that taunt up as Evil plays a little bit more defensively this time around.
Defensively they go because right now it's a pretty risky game for Azu, especially with that attempt on the top side. But now Kelvin's just treating the whole map as his jungle. Everything it goes to him, and then Azu has no choice but to respect that.
Very aggressive play style, and they have a tank jungle, they have the Fredrin in their possession as Evil tries to break through the wall that Ignite Gaming has built up. Can't seem to leave a dent.
And while all of this is happening, Diablo is just side lane pushing. We know that he's very aggressive with Diablo, but this is a different type of Paquito we are seeing. He's just providing that ample side lane pressure so that aside from the noise they're making, the Ignite game is actually creating so much space for Diablo to be doing these side lane pushes.
Not only that, it's extremely methodical. Carry has baited Azu up on the top side, and when he sees Fanny on the top side, therein Diablo goes down to the bottom side to try to push that as well. So it's basically like a tipping scales where you don't know whether, okay, Sia is going to show up at the top side, Diablo's going to show up on the bottom side, you know, your side lanes are in shambles, your jungle is being invaded every single time that timer counts down. What do you do with your Team Evil?
This is the time where you have to really use this concept called contrapostura, where they want to make sure that while everyone is on one side, you want to make sure you're against it so that you can get the farm. Because right now, Team Evil needs that gold. They need that farm. They need that space.
Purple buff will be stolen by Kelvin once again. Ben knocked airborne, able to use that blazing duet to keep himself alive for now. Jay down low, able to use that Becker for a quick escape in the nick of time as Ignite Gaming will tear Evil to shreds one after another. 4 members down as Ignite Gaming will march it down.
Ignite Gaming popping off. They are on fire. The fire within them has been ignited. Holy Shield is going to be going down, and this is looking like a free lord for Ignite Gaming. Right now, Team Evil is put onto the defensive. They have to play passively. They have to make sure they can secure a base defense because this is going to be a tough early game lord to defend against.
Holy Shield indeed. Let's take a look at replay, see what happened. Jay sets things off. There's the pushback onto the wall. The blazing duet will heal, but the Appraiser's Wrath, Kelvin soaking up all that damage and dishing everything back up with interest. Just making Ignite Gaming so hard to break through, and that's why having a tank jungle at the core. Kelvin 3-0-8 on that one. Difficult to break through, difficult to break down, and you're getting taunted. They're able to layer in those team fights. Very disciplined gameplay from Ignite Gaming. A whole new Ignite Gaming from the ones we see in the regular season.
And now the Lord pushes in, but then now Team Evo, they do have all their battle spells to try to defend this, though they may be losing an inhibitor turret. Ignite Gaming looking to play very aggressively because time is ticking on their side.
Red carpet being laid down. Evo trying their best to do anything they can to salvage that situation. Purple buff is already up. Azu's on it, but his entire team is taking so much hits. That's 10,000 gold lead from Ignite. Evo needs to claw their way back up, and this is the depths of hell that Evo is so used to. RWM getting laid down just to slow the approach. They're trying their very best to keep that T2 alive.
That is a blazing duet.
And taking a lot of damage from CS. Oh, Diablo! Taking another one from the flag. He found the angle. He found the approach. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. That's Diablo. Welcome back to Singapore.
Welcome back to Singapore, indeed. Now they are just marching out. The fire within them has been ignited.
Ignite Gaming, igniting the flames that Evo has built onto themselves in the first game. Super dominant in game number 1. One more step to the next phase.
One game, one win. This is a best of 5 series. Of course, you have to give credit where credit is due. The way they shut down Azu, there was respect there. We knew that they had the momentum going on. Team Evo thought we had a 100% win rate on that Fanny. But then Ignite Gaming shows off, pops off. It's like, we got this. We have a plan. We're gonna solve that and addressed it.
They not only had an idea, they had a plan, and they executed it so well. In the early game, though, I understand from this sequence alone, Jay using the Kufra as a body block. There's so many mobile heroes. You got Gear with the Freya, who's constantly dashing. You've got Azu on the Fanny, who's constantly dashing. The bouncing ball stops you in your tracks, buying time for Kelvin to get into position. And once that mid-game hits, that 4-minute mark, the second purple buff coming in, Ignite Gaming just reading Evo like an open book. Azu's going to be at a purple buff because everything is going to be pummeled to infinity and beyond, and Ignite Gaming is going to make that happen.
Yeah, you have to respect how much Ignite Gaming has read into this draft, because you, as a tank jungler, you wouldn't be trying to invade them right there, because every single time there's a risk of you being ganked around, because they know, and Team Evil does too. But then they were, if we secure this, it's more likely to be a snowball. And then actually a lot of our highlights happen in the purple pit, because they know that Azu is always going to be there. So Ignite Gaming was always armed and ready.
Yeah, and a lot of the sequences, we see Kelvin in super low health, Jay in super low health. This is how much they trust each other over the 2 weeks that they've brought in new players and tested the entire chemistry out a little bit. And it sort of, they're playing as if they never left, as if they were in the same team. And yes, they are in the same team unironically. Roy CS and Diablo was from RSG back in the day. Right now, just showing up, hey, we're in a different team, but let's make the same old classic method work. And MVP goes over to Roy. And like I said, in the early game, you don't want to leave that Juicin alone. He's going to dominate that mid game. He's going to get that potential. He's going to get that mid lane control.
That is, in fact, the power of friendship. As you mentioned, CS, Roy, and Diablo were all there together in one team, and we saw that. They trusted Roy lifting them up, and there was always a follow-up, whether it comes from Diablo's burst or from CS's damage as well. Always there, they were there. They activated the power of friendship, and then they also took a page from the playbook of Team Evo, wherein they showed them the magic of team fights.
Now, let's take a look at this statistics real quick. That is Ignite Gaming dominating the scoreboard, dominating the objective takes. And I'm not even looking at the item builds, because at one point of time, Diablo playing the Paquito, being super highly aggressive, clearing up that lanes, going and sitting into that purple buff pit, and it's just, call it luck, call it chance, but the purple buff is next to the XP lane. Look at how much pathing that Diablo needs to do. So much less in order to disrupt you in your own purple buff.
But then that's the beauty of Paquito, right? We've seen it before, time and time again, how mobile he is. He clears the wave super fast, so that means he has ample time to actually make the move. He does the rotations. He's gonna be there a lot of the time. Almost half of the team fights actually, or half of the kills in the game, he was there, he was present because of that impact of Paquito's fast wave clear. Yes, he may not be as tanky, but his mobility is what actually puts him back into this meta.
And I think for the Freya pick into the Paquito, I feel like it was sort of a reactionary measure from Evil. Freya's open, let's just pick it up. They are not really understanding a little bit too much on the power Paquito in this current meta. I know it's been picked up a couple of times in other regions as well, but Paquito being a hard counter for the Freya. You have the jab, jab, and uppercut combo that Diablo likes to use on this Paquito, disrupting the dashes and the double quick attacks from the Freya itself. So this is going to be a very uphill battle from Gear right from the get-go.
Yeah, the Freya pick from that side, they had no choice but to put it into the XP lane. If they didn't put in the XP lane, it's going to be a hard matchup for Freya, or it's going to be a 50-50. And we know that Team Evil, they want to have an upper hand in the draft.
Yeah.
So when instead of it making a 50-50 where it's a Freya versus a carry, let's put in the XP lane because that's possibly a 50-50. We have yet to see it actually play out this season. But the Paquito just clear so fast and then could rotate out. All the while, just the carry and the claw, they were just farming. But then that's the beauty of the carry. Carry could join team fights a lot earlier because of the passive she has compared to the Claude, wherein he does in fact need the Trinity to set up something for his team.
From a lane-to-lane matchup, though, I do want to talk about the carry versus the Claude a little bit. The Claude was winning out, non-discounting the fact that, you know, CS was struggling a little bit. Ven was actually putting up a very good showing in the early parts of the game, especially from a 1v1. I'm owning that lane, I'm pushing it in, but I feel like IG understands that this is going to happen. You get the wave pushed into your turret, you play a little bit more defensively, wait till your teammates come. Jay understands this. He sees the entire map as a whole and understands, okay, CS is in a spot of bother right there. I'm going to be rotating up to the top side. Roy is going to follow up once he clears that lane, so we have a 2-member on the mid side following up just to disrupt that top side a little bit. They've been focusing their fire too much on that gold lane that the EXP lane was wide open for Diablo's domination. But hey, you know, enough glazing Ignite for a little bit. Let's talk about the side of Evil. For our defending champions, what needs to change up?
I think they need to wake up, actually. They had that in them. They had a nice draft. They had a great draft, actually. Both teams had great drafts. It was just a matter of execution, wherein I feel like they became somewhat reactive when they saw that there's a carry. They were kind of put in the position that we have to put Freya in the XP lane, because if we're not going to be doing that, what's going to happen is it's going to be a 50-50. And we want our gold laner. They wanted Ven. We've seen Ven's dominant performance. They want to put him in a positive space. They want him to be in the advantage. All the while, they put Powerful in on, adding to that, they did put in Powerful on a Hylos, and it's a setter hero, but the beauty of Hylos is the fact that he could activate his other teammates. I feel that if they had a bit more harder lockdown, it could have been a whole different story. But then what happened was it all boiled down to the goal difference. The big goal difference was what decided how much damage or how much they can clean up the team fight.
So it's just goal difference.
Yeah.
It's just build difference. Like the Ignite Gaming was way miles ahead on top of Evil. Yes, they had a plan. And not only did they have a plan, they have an idea of how they want to play things around. RWM with the Glorious Pathway is a very beautiful combo.
Yeah.
You're stopping everyone in their tracks. You have total zone control and fighting in the jungles, especially with Fanny's rotations. But that blue 4 pick on the Kufra was just I think they weren't really expecting that.
Exactly.
I feel like they were expecting a little bit more point and shoot, like the Kaja, a little bit of suppression effect on the Fanny, and not too worried about the Kufra himself. And he played the Kufra to the T. In the early game, he was setting up. He was being the body block. He was throwing his body and playing out of his mind on that Kufra, especially for Dr. J to, you know, be that bodyguard, be that babysitter for his side laners.
Yeah, actually, since we're talking about the Kufra right now, it now makes more sense why they did go for the first ban Valir.
Yeah.
It wasn't it wasn't such a way. Yes, they respected Gear's XP Valir, but it was also a direct counter to Kufra.
Oh man.
So that's why it's like That's drafting for you. It suddenly opened it up. It's like, right, Kufra is back. It gets countered by Valier, so what if we take it out, make him assume something else?
That's why the Fredrin was picked up.
Exactly.
That's why the Kufra was picked up, because the Valier was first banned. And after the second phase, this sort of like forgot, okay, the first phase we kind of banned out they kind of banned out the Valier, so we kind of don't know what we're sussing out Ignite Gaming's pick, and they just, boom, they're playing checkers when Ignite Gaming playing chess.
Exactly.
So I think for EVIL, their modus operandi and their mode of operation still stays the same, which is, let's go for the heavy team fights, but we see that their team fight composition working around the Fanny, and we'll go back to player camps to see how the teams are doing as well. But from that battle, it kind of seemed a little bit disjointed, don't you think? Azu didn't find an entry point, and at the end of the game, or at the mid stage of the game, he didn't have enough damage. Ignite was just toying with their food.
The thing about Azu's Fanny, he had a rough start. He was missing a bit of cables, but it's probably because of the nerf getting to them. Of course, we're on the main stage. A lot of things can happen. A lot is on the line. We are talking about a potential 1 slot to the EWC. And with that, we've seen Azu pop off on the Fanny as well. In fact, before this game, he was 100%.
Yeah.
It was probably because of how much disciplined aggression Ignite Gaming was showcasing to us, because they were taking fights, and then if they knew that they already got the objective they wanted, they didn't read it out. They didn't want to go for more. They went for, okay, we got what we want. Let's go. Let's look for other things to do around the map now.
Yeah. As Sunzu once said as well, hey, best of 5 isn't a sprint, it's a marathon. We still have potentially 4 more games to go, and this is just another game that EVIL can try to warm up from. And in Singapore, we like to say, like, okay, the first game is definitely a warm up. Second game, we're gonna be coming back, and we're gonna be locking in. The momentum, though, is getting on Ignite. They know that EVIL is not this titan, is not this god that cannot be scratched, that cannot be damaged. They can be taken down, and Ignite Gaming just showed that to the T. EVIL, though, being the defending champions, a lot of high expectations on this team.
Yeah, there are a lot of high expectations, but then, of course, that's why that's the beauty of the game. The longer it exists, the more competitive it's become. This is one of the most competitive seasons we've seen in MPL Singapore, wherein it's really just a take one, get one kind of situation, because now they're giving and take, because the regular season did not look like this.
You know what they need?
It was a clean one, right?
You know what EVIL needs?
Oh, what do they need?
They need Roto.
Oh!
So they don't throw. Okay, we're jumping into the second draft of the day. Again, Ignite will be in the blue side. EVIL will be red side. Valier getting the first ban, so we kind of know that they want to suss out that Fredrin. EVIL, though, going to the same MO. They're banning out essentially the same heroes all the way through. So it's going to be the Valier, Phobias, Marcel, and that's going to be the Juicin. So that's the only change. You avoid Roy's Juicin. That's their one thing.
Yeah, and it's going to be the 50-50 now. Are they going to take the Paquito? Are they going to take a Benedetta? Or are they going to take a Freya? But possibly, if with the dominant showing of Diablo on that Paquito, I wouldn't be surprised if it was yet again a Paquito.
Yeah, Paquito first pick for Ignite Gaming. We've seen how he plays. Freya's still wide and open. I don't know if Gear wants to challenge that notion once again.
They're going to want a possible mix-up. They're going to probably find a way to prevent Diablo from going around the map.
Ooh, exactly the same pickups right now. So the Fanny and the Freya, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Going to the same bands in the same position as well.
That is, they might be trying something new, but this time they're armed and ready, because
there's no more Juicin.
Yeah, there's no more Juicin.
That's taken out of the equation. What could replace Juicin? The Kimi we've seen a couple of times, and it's very high, long-range, non-committal.
The Kimi sounds like a good idea, of course, if you're looking for that damage over time. That is the next best thing next to Juicin. But Juicin's way to augment the movements, that's what gave Ignite Gaming the edge. The question is, how are they going to respond with this?
That's the Baxia. Okay. So it's sort of like they're not going to try the
break all the rules.
Still going at it.
Carry in the Baxia. It's going to get picked up for Ignite Gaming. EVIL's answer is the glue, and Powerful is
probably going to be piloting that one in the roam. We've seen that a couple of times, and he's very successful with that. Typically, you have the glue, you throw on that skill 1, and then flicker in, sort of as a surprise stun approach. And then Evil, you're sussing things out from the first draft that we see. The Cho is getting banned out, so Jay won't get his hands on his Cho.
Exactly. If we're looking at it, I'm liking how flexible Evil's draft is. Not gonna lie, because all of them, the Freya and the glue can just go anywhere.
Yeah. In this case though, I feel like the glue is very hard countered by Vexana or anything with burst. So picking the carry up is sort of like a the glue counters the carry in a way that once you get that split, you're basically splitting yourself up into many different tiny glublets, so to speak, and getting that carry to target onto the main glue will be difficult,
Dexter.
but
It's
not
our
impossible.
showtime.
They want to get CS right now, a winning lane, banning out that Claw. That might potentially be a Kufra ban as well.
It's anyone's guess.
But there's not a lot of dashes though. I mean, yes, Fanny and Freya has that dashes. Do you think it kind of works out well the same way?
If they ban out the Kufra, it means that it's a mental game now. If it's they're respect banning or Kufra, that means they were rattled game 1. That's also a thing where they do the psychological bans.
Yeah, very reactionary to how Ignite wants to do this. Choking the ban. Because he's mobile, he's got the iframes as well. Kalea being banned out instead, so pretty similar all for Evil, especially in the band's phase from the first game. The IG. Last ban, they're missing out the gold lane as well as a
mid lane. For Evil, it's gold lane and mid lane. They might ban
Harith?
Yeah, they might
possibly
ban another gold because they want to force this Freya into the gold lane.
Ooh, double fighter. Double fighter again. Ben has played the Freya before. That's the Atlas being banned out right here. Powerful has not played the Atlas, so this is quite interesting on Ignite Gaming's part as well. But for Evil though, Ven has actually played the Freya once in the regular season to great success. I mean, obviously they won that one as well. Valentino will be picked up right here in order to suss out that IG wants to be able to maybe pick up the Vexana for themselves. At least they have a extra member, and then they're super thick and difficult to break down.
Yeah, possibly the Vexana, Eve, or Farsa actually. Those are a lot of good game-winning ultis that could be taken by the Valentina if they do choose to proceed with that.
So in the gold lane though, I mean not the gold lane, but if Freya goes into the gold, the EXP could potentially be either a Lapu Lapu, Alice. At least you have someone to soak that damage up, to buy time for Fanny to just swoop in. And at least you have a little bit more burst and fear coming in from Valentina's passive as well. That's Vexana, yep, and the Kufra, okay. Okay, so what we predicted came true for Ignite. It works out very well, especially the Kufra pick as a hard counter into the Fanny and the Freya. And in some cases, the Valentina as well. So Valentina is definitely going to pick up the Eternal Guard, and Harith is going to get picked up. So, okay, no surprises right here. They're essentially the same draft. Does Vexana feels the shoe that Jusin has placed onto Ignite Gaming in the first game?
It kind of feels a better fit. It feels like a better fit, actually, because if you're looking at the Vexana's crowd control, if they do want to engage in team fights, Team Evil is going to have a very hard time trying to deal with a team fight, especially with Kufra, with Jay setting up a lot of the team fights. So they have to really focus on the side lane pressure from the side of Team Evil. They have to maximize all of the utility they have, the mobility they have. All the while Ignite Gaming, they want to bait out, they want to force a lot of the team fight engagement. And we've seen Diablo just be a somewhat pseudo roam because of how fast he wave clears. So I guess that's why the glue, or I know the glue was a pick there to prevent him from coming back in, because what you can't punch someone on you.
That's right. That's right. And I think it's a little bit surprising how the roam changes are significant in the way that, like, hey, you know, these two rosters are pretty much the same thing. it's up and away we go. Again, it's down to the early game speed run for both these two teams. Ignite coming in from a momentous, high discipline, high domination game in the first game. Evil, disappointing performance. They want to prove themselves a little bit better.
And then what's gonna happen is they have to step up. Though, as we mentioned, this is in fact a marathon. They just have to survive, and hopefully they have adjusted their draft enough to make sure that they can secure this game number 2.
So, in the early game, I would say Ignite Gaming does have the upper hand in terms of the jungle rotation speed, because Boxia still has one of the highest clear rates in the jungle compared to Fanny. You clear it much faster. Your first skill basically doesn't have any cooldown once you get that reset every time you hit a hero. So the rotation is going to be coming a little bit faster. The ambushes and the skirmishes will come in a little bit faster on the side lanes. What are the changes that Gear needs to make, knowing now that Paquito soft counters this Freya?
Gear has to play a bit more passive. He has to respect how much burst damage Diablo has, but then with Diablo's adjustment as well, he's preventing Gear from cutting the waves to make sure that the rotations seem equal.
There's the jump. This one's powerful. Roy uses up a flicker. Azu won't be able to connect onto anyone, and Ignite walks away free.
And we are seeing another 1v1 scenario here in the bot side.
Oh. But useful resources already burned by CS, but hey, he needs to just play into the late game. Don't really need to care about this early game. As the turtle comes up, Evil should be focusing more on the purple buff. Kelvin should get this turtle free unless Ignite Gaming wants to contest and try to push Ignite Gaming back. This is going to be a very major objective. Turtle gets a reset. Gear tries to get more information. Here comes Jay on the backside, tries to block off Gear, gets him away with the Valkyrie's descent, and to get their objective and get the heck out of the way.
That is passive movement. That is discipline or controlled aggression from that. Ignite Gaming could have actually, if they were going to be greedy about it, if they were going to be aggressive about it, they could have gone all in, because that was a 2v4 situation. But they respected it. They went back, let's go get the buffs. Let's make sure that we still have that steady pressure. We have no need to move, because right now we're the ones dictating the pace of the game.
Speaking of pace of game, Evil marching down and rushing their way onto the bottom side, trying to protect Ven. The CS, a failed assassination attempt from Azu earlier on. Ignite Gaming still holding on to the small little lead that they have left. No one is making a sound, no one's making a move, no one wants to start that really high aggressive playstyle. 70 seconds until the turtle spawns up. What is the play here for both these two teams? You can't play until late game. I spoke too soon as Calvin rushes in. Jay sets things up and they get first blood.
If we were talking about what they needed to do, basically just that. They have to use that controlled aggression to their advantage. Because of that movement, actually, it was enough to create enough space for Gear to get that wave cut, because that now they're going to be expecting a lot more rotations. But the vision that Jay just gives them is so beautiful, because this is very risky gameplay. But then of course you're a Kufra, you have a way to disengage, you have a way to prevent them from trying to burst you down. That is so much information on the side of Ignite Game.
Great intelligence. Kelvin knows and understands. That's the purple buff right there. Zaman Force already laid down. CS in a spot above her right there. Then will not be able to seal the deal. It's just one more hit. There's a Purifier already used up by Ven. Not enough backup though. Will Jay be able to do this by himself? One more hit. War cleans up shot from that flank.
Damn. What happened there? That was very unlike Ven. That was very aggressive gameplay. It was a tunnel vision that we saw, because they knew that they needed to recover and get back at Ignite Gaming. But now there's an engagement.
There's the miss. Azu didn't have enough energy to unleash that, but that's the punish once again. Underneath their tower, there's Ignite Gaming. 2,200 gold lead so far.
This Kufra is a menace. He is just everywhere. He needs to be. He gives the info they need. He gives the setup they need. And now Evil.
That's a good find onto Gear. Came in, Kelvin down by the wall, waiting on the right opportunity on a stun. Azu will not be able to get that orange buff as Kelvin once again dominating jungle game.
Now this is just a painful deja vu moment. This is the same thing Ignite Gaming did to them in game number 1, wherein they were zoning out in the middle of the 2 turrets in the mid lane.
On the bottom side, Jay just keeping Ven busy, pushing him away from that turret. saving all of their T1s, at least for now. Evil losing out that mid lane T1. That's going to be a very crucial contest point and control point for the rest of their jungle. Right now, the purple buff is wide and open for Ignite Gaming's aggression. They're going to jump in, they're going to take lots. Diablo getting ambushed right there. He might be able to get away, Diablo does. So much core resources and ultimates utilized from Evil just to get that kill onto Diablo. But that is the ambush point coming in from that tri-bush. Ignite Gaming doesn't want to push that situation as top side CS goes down.
That is the Diablo effect for you, but Powerful goes down. Ben left to fend for himself in the bot lane. All the while, we are looking at more aggression coming from Ignite Gaming because they know they are the ones keeping the tempo. They're the ones keeping the pace. It's up to Team Evil how they're going to be responding to this because it's going to be a slow crawl back up from that 3,000 gold lead.
Ignite Gaming are playing mind games over Evil. You put Diablo down the bottom side, you wasted 3 core ultimates just to take him down. Powerful gets locked down in between the wall and the hard place. You got the Kufra locking everyone down as well. On the top side, you're leaving CS alone. So this is basically the same kind of strategy that Ignite Gaming is using. It's a bait and switch. You put Diablo down on the bottom side, you don't let Evil see where your gold laner is on the opposite side of the map. And this creates a lot of diversion play. And speaking of diversion play, there's a free and easy third turn of the game going over to the hands of Ignite Gaming once again.
Now that Ignite Gaming is really on fire, they are igniting that flame. They could play very aggressively because now the majority of the map is theirs. The Fanny, Azu needs to find a way to get and secure that purple buff. But then, you know, since we are looking at very similar lineups, you're going to be seeing similar strategies and game plans on how to address Team Evil's lineup.
Speaking of Team Evil's lineup, is there any late game opportunity for them? That's a jump onto Ben. No, Purify won't be utilized as Return to Guard! Immediately bursting him down to smithereens. On the backside though, Kelvin, just his lock onto Ben. This Purify already used up. CS's Tracers will take him down. And Ignite Gaming just hunting each and everyone down, cycling them to infinity and beyond. They don't see where Diablo is right yet. He might be anywhere coming in from the flank. The jungle is so dangerous for Team Evil right now.
Ignite Gaming maximizing this gold lead. We saw a beautiful box out, and literally it was another box out in the top lane with Paquito boxing out Azu out of the Landadon.
That's an Oko if I ever seen one. Diablo showing us who made this Paquito strong. It is just an insane level of dominance that Ignite Gaming has shown so far. Is there any way for Evil to come back?
There is always that chat, there's always that hope. They really just have to find the crucial picks. They need to be able to take out the damage leader. They need to address Diablo. They need to address CS. They have to find that hole because Team Evil is going to have a hard time, especially with Jay being in the front line. They have that strong feel. And once they get front to back it, Ignite Gaming, it might be a chance for Team Evil to come back from Ignite Gaming.
Evil needs to turtle up just a little bit, play a little bit safer, play a little bit more scaredy cat, give up this first Lord. I don't think that they will be able to contest this. Diablo's damage is just way too strong. CS already has that Trinity already built. Oh, that's an Oko again from Diablo.
Diablo, that one hit KO. Ben has nowhere to go. That was a very painful experience.
Yeah! Decimated by Diablo. That's a TikTok moment right there.
It's just hitting one after the other. Now it's Azu trying to prevent any more waves from crashing.
That's a light wheels
but
against
Diablo.
Might not be able to catch him up. That's a flicker already utilized though. It's just one more hit, but not enough energy. Azu will go out safe, but Diablo, the bait and switch is just really working in Ignite Gaming's favor. Evil rotating towards that bottom side because Diablo's always right there. He's taking control of that bottom side. Ignite Gaming's pushing CS on the top. You need to handle two lanes that could basically Oko you any single time.
This is where Diablo shined. This is the veteran move speaking for itself because the way he hides in the specific bushes, he knows, oh, these are people or people of habit. I know that this person, Ben, is gonna go through here, so I'm gonna Oko him there. And then he suddenly goes to the bush in the mid, and then he knows he's gonna find impact there. That is Diablo's one-hit KO.
Lord, charging in. Evil struggling to defend onto this one. It's half health. Jay locks him in onto the wall. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Don't need to fear the gear as he goes down. Is Evil going back on that defense. Azu desperately trying to stop that wave from marching in down the mid side as Ignite Gaming cycling every single one of the members of Evil. And we've seen this before. It's deja vu. It's basically the same replay of the first game.
It is slowly but surely Ignite Gaming getting that walk of fame. They are that's a terrifying if I've ever seen one. But they still have one holy shield on the top side, and the waves have been managed thanks to Azu. But Jay is now readying up possibly for an engagement, but Gear was there to stop him on his tracks.
You know, this is very tricky for Ignite Gaming, especially when if you're under the turret and you make a wrong move, at least two members go down. Evil could overturn this. Speaking of which, there's counter engages, the Eternal Guard being laid down, everyone's jumping up, everyone's getting knocked up. There's Diablo hitting the punches, hitting the boxes. He's still alive, he's getting that flicker out. Ignite Gaming will be able to take Powerful down before they end it off. Jay gets taken out. That is Diablo with another kill. Roy will pick up that one. Nice assist from Diablo into the jungle. There's a consolation prize. Pick out Jay. At least Evil is able to maintain that last T3 standing.
That pickoff on Jay was actually a good sign for the side of Team Evil. They were able to secure a kill. They know that Ignite Gaming do lead. It's just a matter of time. They have to keep that progress going. We are looking at the items right now. The core items on Ben are there. The Holy Crystal is there, so he's gonna be a painful threat to deal with. Though he is down around 1,500 gold against the carry, these are the core items you need for Ben to actually burst them. Now it's a matter of how they're gonna manage the wave before this next Lord, because this is looking very dire on the side of Team Evo.
A lot of the skirmishes also revolve around Powerful using that split, getting his mini glooblets out, and eventually just decimated by Roy. Roy is just one-shotting this glue as well. Diablo with the ambush up on the top side, almost taking Azu down the process, but it's another bait and switch. Evil's in no position contest for this Lord. Gear wants to manhandle Diablo, but Diablo's just gonna prance away. That's a free and easy Lord take again for Ignite Gaming.
That is all for the courtesy of Diablo. How much space he creates, how much mental toll he takes. He lives rent-free in their heads.
This might be the final approach for Evil. It's just silence, but no! Ignite Gaming breaks that silence with a jump. As Jay starts things off, throws them into the wall.
Simultaneously, all the waves are going to be crashing in. It's a matter of time. It's a 3v5 situation, and the Lord has yet to come.
Ignite Gaming, they're not waiting for the Lord. They want to end this, and want to end this now. The minions are already pushing in. Azu's desperately trying to clean up those waves. Kelvin trying to push everyone away. There's the throne. There's the Eternal Guard already pushing everyone up. The minions are coming through. CS just aiming towards that throne. They want to take out the members. A little bit left. The Lord is still left standing. 3 members down. Gear's coming up in 2, but it does not matter as Ignite Gaming one more game away to secure that slot in the grand finals.
Match point for Ignite Gaming. The momentum from game number 1 still hailing strong. They use the same draft, so of course the way you're gonna address the draft will be the same way, same gameplay, same play style, and we are being shown that it works for them.
It's really a deja vu moment. Basically the same kind of draft, the same kind of gameplay. You're only switching up the juice in for the Vexana, the Fredrin for the Boxia, but they pretty much do the same thing. A lot of lucky moments for Ignite Gaming as well. Unlucky and greedy moments coming in from Evil. A little bit of a flicker and a claw right there on Roy in the early parts of the game, just to keep things moving, just to keep kills on the scoreboard, as both teams don't want to move. And Evil just playing very, very scary cat. They want to pull it down onto a passive front, but it plays well into their strategy. They need to be able to buy time, wait to the late game, wait till Ben actually gets that core items. But Ignite Gaming, they're setting that tempo, setting that momentum, and they're playing towards their own time. They are playing towards their style.
Yeah, and we have to look at this. If you guys are looking at the highlights, Diablo is right now the main highlight because of how much space he was able to create.
Oh, that is the flicker punch right there. Oh.
He was playing the mental game. He was doing the psychological check on the side of Team Evil because they always know, Diablo's always going to be side laning. He's not going to be joining the team. And then when he's suddenly out of the vision, they wouldn't care to think, he's not hiding in this bush. And then he goes in with a 1-2 punch, that one hit KO to decimate 3 or 2 people right from the get-go, and he did decimate Azu as well.
This might have been the turning point for Team Evo. They're a little bit too greedy. They underestimated Diablo's strength and power and their damage coming in. And as much as Evo wanted to, create that space and buy time with that silence, waiting for that Lord to come in, Ignite Gaming's like, no, I'm not going to be waiting for that Lord. I'm going to send Jay, and Jay is my Lord at that point.
Yeah, that Eternal Guard that Jay just put in, it's a threat. They were not respecting how much damage each smack from that sword was.
Not only that, like, Carry immediately just counters the Fanny. Lightwheels just travels all the way. The MVP of the upper bracket finals going to be Diablo. Very flashy plays, very clippable. Just take out your phones and just clip all the moments that he's done. There's a lot of single kills, a lot of solos, a lot of ambushes that Evo is finding it hard to counter.
Yeah, it's veteran gameplay from there. He noticed and he saw the patterns and the habits each of the players of Team Evils went. So he knew, okay, I'm gonna hide in this bush because I know the gold laner. I know Ven's gonna pass through here. I know Azu's gonna pass through here. And lo and behold, he was able to get a one-hit KO. He was always getting that impact, whether he was in the side lane, whether he was hiding, he always had enough to kill with.
Taking a look at the statistics, this looks even dire than game number 1. You know the old adage goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But the draft was kind of broke in the first game. Why didn't Evo fix it? What do you think they wanted to change up?
I think with Team Evil, they were still confident with running it, and they thought they addressed the issues, which was the Zuxin.
But the Fanny is so easy to read. And purple buff comes up, and Ignite Gaming just comes in, just hammers the jungle a little bit, and then Azu can't really scale.
I guess that's why they went with the changes they had with the roam, because they knew that maybe we could use that to our advantage. That's how I'm reading the draft, at least, because we mentioned about the XP lane and how fast they can connect. But I think that's why they chose the Valentina, they chose the glue, because they made sure that we could put this at our advantage. We could actually make it our purple buff, and then we can take them too, because we know that they're gonna go there anyway. Might as well have a stronger engagement or teamfight engagement with them.
Honestly, really smart play, smart drafting from Ignite Gaming. Taking the tank jungle as a direct counter towards the Fanny pick. They're not really too scared of it at all. Using the Kufra as a body block towards the carry. 2 games in a row, Evo really has to go back to the drawing block. It wasn't a really smooth run for Evo so far, especially since they have a 2-0 sweep. And right now, Ignite, hungry for their revenge, coming into the upper bracket finals and 1 slot into the grand finals, almost secured. There's just 1 more game to go for them.
Exactly. With Ignite Gaming right now, the fire has really, truly been ignited a bit under them and in their hearts. The passion is seen. It's their pride. It is 2-0 right now, giving them that match point. All I can say is the momentum is really heavily in their favor. But on the side of Team Evil, of course, it's always going to be about that reset. They are not the #1 seed for no reason. They have what it takes. They need to find that from Kufra, the bounce back.
Yeah, hey, speaking of bounce back, it's back to the drawing block, back to the drawing board for both teams, and over to you guys as well as we jump on to a very, very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
Reverse sweep possibility. If not, it will end very early today. IG is it or Evil? Oh. Oh. You can still interview like you can still interview for tomorrow. Yeah. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, with the upper bracket finals. Ignite Gaming 2-0 scoreboard so far against Team Evil. This is going to be a play for the grand final slot. My name's Churros, and this is Mickerson, aka Mickey. I keep calling you that, but you're actually just Mickey.
Yeah, but you know, if it sticks, right?
If it sticks, Mickerson. Man, it has been a crazy run so far. Initially, when I came into this match, I thought that these two teams will fight really close in terms of, you know, their gameplay, their execution, and even the timing of their entire game length. I thought this would be a 30-minute, 40-minute game, maybe the longest.
Yeah.
But the change that IG has made over the past transfer week has really shaken things up. Evil taking the slot for 2-0 in the regular season. Right now, Ignite Gaming coming back for revenge.
Yeah, we were seeing the same draft. I would call it somewhat confidence draft. The way Team Evil drafted their game, they played a similar draft in 2 games, having seen the results from game number 1, wherein they did take that first L against Ignite Gaming. But the adjustments Ignite Gaming has been showcasing to us, it was a very different draft, because this is in fact a very different Ignite Gaming. We are seeing changes in the coaches, changes in the players, and it's been working. It's hopefully gonna stick.
Yeah. With that being said, man, they have a lot of time really to talk things out, especially in the locker room for these two teams. IG coming in with a huge momentum boost, coming in from 2 wins. Evil 2 losses earlier on, which brings them back memories into, you know, previous seasons ago with their playoffs. They've been popping off. They had the playoff buff, and I remember us talking about the playoff buff. I know you're new, kind of new over here. Evil is one of these teams that, you know, in the past when they started off, they didn't perform very well in the regular season, testing things out, experimenting new drafts, but in the playoffs, they've been excellent. They've been oiled down to the T. The gears are rolling and everything's going fine. This team is being torn apart literally, by Ignite Gaming. They have drafted two, and like you said, they have drafted two of the same kinds of draft in the first game, in the second game. In the third game, what should they do to shake things up?
Probably for Ignite Gaming, they should probably play the same thing if the response on the side of Team Evil is gonna be the same. But the way I see it, they have to change up the gameplay. I think it's been calculated. It's been read because that's the thing. That's, I'd say, the first seed curse. If you're the top of the ranks, everyone's gonna be studying, everyone's gonna be reviewing the way you play, and they're gonna find a way, whether they're facing you or not, find a way to address it. Because at the end of the day, if you're gonna be facing someone in the grand finals, you're gonna have to beat out the top seed to get there.
A sticky situation for both teams. Look at Jay looking very locked in and zoned out. And this is the beauty of you know, a competition like this. Like when you're at this high level and you're only one match away from securing a slot in the grand finals, potentially you know that you've beaten the top seed from the regular season. You know that this might be it. This might be your time. This might be your chance. And that grand prize is a flight to Paris for the EWC MSC.
And you're looking at, that is a great honor, especially for Singapore, to be able to represent the country. And of course, only one slot coming from here. And it's going to be do or die. And adding to that, aside from the EWC slot, whoever wins today's series, they're not going to have a problem. They're going to have an easier time tomorrow because they only have to play one series versus the loser who might have to potentially face 12 games.
Yeah. You know, one thing I noticed when you were saying that loser has to play tomorrow against Clarity Gaming. All of their logos are red, so they're bleeding blood into this battlefield. Right now, things are a little bit shifted. Evil's on the first pick, first ban. They're banning on the Juice and banning on the Suyo. Is the Paquito a bannable target for them this time?
They might actually go for something that counters. They might ban
or pick it up for themselves.
Paquito. Yeah, I believe Gear has what it takes to actually make the Paquito work, because if you know how they say when you experience it, you learn how to play it. So he's experienced Diablo's Paquito. Probably it's a lot of the stuff that's gonna stick, and he's gonna be the one popping off. Hopefully, if they do,
I am not the only one bound by
pretty similar bans all across the board. Not a lot of difference. You got the Juice and the Suyo, and the Fovia is being banned out by Evil, but right now they're the first pick. Depending on whether IG wants to open up the Paquito or the Freya, they're going to be snap picking that Freya up. I think they're a little bit more comfortable with the Freya down the EXP, and it's basically 100% pick brand rate.
Yeah. With that being said, we might actually see if that's gonna be the similar trade we've seen. If it's gonna be Paquito for Freya and then possibly a Fanny, we might be seeing a same iteration of the draft in game number 1, but this time it's Evil holding that side, or the blue side, advantageous because of that Paquito pick on their side. If they do plan to choose it, but the last fan would be the Baksha on the side of Ignite Gaming.
There's a smart move. You're opening up a lot of options. It's a pick up on Paquito for the side of Evil, so Gear will pick that one up. It might be a fighter in the gold lane, but we'll see. We'll see their next couple of picks for the side of Evil if they want to shift things around and try to adapt to the draft patterns that IG is putting out.
And we are going to be seeing a shake-up this time. Ignite Gaming's draft might just be Evil's draft.
You know, it's going to be funny if that is going to be a Fanny pick, right? I think Kelvin has played the Fanny one time during the regular season, but to no success. Do you think that this might be the moment where they just change up the draft both sides?
It's just Evil playing that draft.
Okay, no. Kelvin's going back to basics. He's going to pick up the Fredrin for himself.
Yeah, but the question is now, are they the ones who are going to pick up that Fanny, knowing full well they have the Paquito? Or are they going to do the whole utility versus utility lineup?
Does Paquito empower Fanny to do what Fanny needs to do? That's the question.
In a way, yes, because of how much threat. You have to decide which one's a bigger threat. Are you going to draft around dealing with the Paquito, or are you going to draft around dealing with the Fanny? Because the way you deal with both of them, very different, because you're looking at someone who's mobile, or you dealing with someone who can just take a hit and then suddenly burst you down, right?
Yeah. With that being said, though, I think there's a lot more trouble for the Paquito because the Fredrin is being picked up right here. You got a taunt that could delay the combos being dished out by Paquito. So a lot of time being picked up. Kalia and Gord will be the next picks for Evil.
I'm liking the Kalea and Gord pick on the side of Team E.
I don't really like Kalea though. It's a very high committal. Jump in. If you don't get a tsunami slam, you're in a rut.
Yeah, but it forces Purifies, or it forces them to pick up Purify. So that means if their lineup is already immobile, they're forced to take out the flicker, and the Freya might end up getting that Purify unless they're gonna force it. And
Your team is
at least this is a guaranteed pick off because it pairs with the Gord, it pairs with the Paquito.
Yeah, it does. It's basically a pick off kind of composition that Evo's working on right now. So away with the team fight magic and in with the pick off magic.
Exactly.
We'll see if Powerful is able to pull this one off, especially with the Kalea on hand. A little bit risky. At least you do have some sustain from the passive from Kalea. You can heal up your members in long extended team fights. And Blade with the Gord, and we're able to throw it on Mystic Gush and laser down in when it stands in your way. It's basically a direct answer towards the Fredrin if you don't really have a Valir.
Yeah, the Valir has been taken out, but of course, this is a way, I guess, that's how they're going to address or prevent the Kufra pick. It seems like it's a very comfort pick on the side of Jay. And the last but not least is the utility jungler matchup against the Fredrin, which is the Gwynvir. Gwynvir and Baksha have been taken out.
That's smart from Ignite. They're forcing Evo to use a assassin jungler.
Yeah.
There might be, okay, Suyo's off the tables. So forcing the Fanny or forcing, you know, what other assassins on the table? We've seen MPLPH, you had Lancelot from Carl TZ himself. Do you think that that might be an option for Evo?
We're looking at a Harley.
We're looking at Harley.
Possibly a Harley because bursts down the Claude.
Oh, that's Jay's chip. That's Jay's chip. I'm excited for this one. I've seen how he played this one before. I think chip was picked up a couple times by Jay as well during the regular season. 100% win rate, 3 times picked up. And not a lot of teams are able to deal with this one yet. Will be interesting if IG was able to pick up the Luo Yi as well. We've seen back in the day the Luo Yi chip combo, portal, diversion. You don't know anywhere on that map. You're forcing Evo to actually not have any vision play. So the only one that might be possible is the Isun Shin.
Yeah, and you also have to adding to that, the chip just really has that tempo with the Freya. The way Freya has no mobility
enters the scene.
And that was the last utility hero that we have failed to see because it is rarely picked.
It's very rarely picked up. It might disrupt the combo though. Like if Kalea pulls you in, you're not fighting around the walls, you're not fighting around the jungles, it's gonna be difficult for you to use in that heavy spin. And like I said, Luo Yi chip combo might happen. No? Oh, damn. That's a surprise swan song right there. Portal into a swan song. Might be interesting as well for IG.
They're questioning, they're hovering.
They're hovering, they're still hovering. And it's interesting to see, we don't see this very often. Mostly we see like, okay, what heroes they pick up first. But this really shows a little bit more dimensions into how they think.
Now they're hovering the Zetyan.
Ooh. Okay, there's going to be a lot of burst coming in from IG. Roy has played this a couple of times before. It might have been either the Kadita or the Lunox if you're looking for a lot of heavy burst. There might not be a lot of lockdowns if not for Kelvin and Jay. But then again, the taunt from the Fredrin and the amount of damage absorption that he will have during these long extended team fights will bite Evo in the face when the Princess Rav lands onto them.
Yeah, my worry here on the side of Ignite Gaming, they are playing a very farm-intensive lineup. If we're looking at it, you're running a Claude, you're running a Lunox. These heroes take time to load up. They need the farm, they need the items. So basically, Jay will only have any active movements with the Freya early on. So they have to really wait and see. But on the side of Evil, I agree with you with the disconnect wherein the Kalea and the heavy spin might just bug out the characters, but they have a bit more steady damage. They have early game, mid game, late game pressure, but it's all up in the air for now. Game number 3.
It's up, and away we go. Ignite Gaming, 1 game away from solidifying their coveted spot in the grand finals for a chance for that ticket to Paris for the EWC Mid-Season Cup 2026. Coming in soon. Is Evil clawing their way back in? Will a counter to Ignite Gaming be evident for them? Will they be able to reverse sweep this situation? We'll see in the 3rd game as we come in. Not I'm gonna say nothing much is gonna be happening until the level 4 mark. But EXP lane is gonna be EXP laning. The gold lane is gonna gold lane. They're gonna be trading blows. They're gonna be trading farms. The mid lane is gonna be the ones they're moving a little bit faster this time around. Where Paquito actually comes in strong is where he hits that level 4, so he has a little bit more combo manipulation.
Yeah, and with that being said, we are seeing very different gameplay coming from the side of Diablo and Gear. They are now playing the hero each other were playing, but then Diablo's playing a bit more steady. He's not as greedy, he's not as aggressive, but all the while Gear as well is being passive with the Paquito. Right now they are kind of playing it cautiously because they know they're one wrong move would end this series for them.
It's a lot of damage actually taken from Ignite Gaming's mid lane duo, and Blade is having that true damage from that Gord, especially that Mystic Field coming in from the mid side. Kelvin, quick rotation, taunt onto Gord, will not be able to clear that up. That's a 3-man knockup from Powerful. Might not be enough to chase them down. It's another taunt underneath that turret. It's Powerful, one more hit, might not be able to commit to this. Ignite Gaming showing signs of passivity.
But wait a minute.
No.
Respect. Yeah, they had.
It's just taunting.
That is the respect. That was the control aggression coming from Ignite Gaming. If that was, they could have overheated and tried to treat that, but they would have lost Kelvin in the process.
Oh, on the bottom side though, CS blown to smithereens by Ven for first blood. Turtle already opened up. That might be a quick rotation towards that turtle for backup if you're Ignite Gaming. Evil fighting in there, Powerful. Don't have level 3. No more Tsunami Slam for him. Roy taking a lot of damage, taking a lot of hits. That's the light. Jesus picks up that turtle for himself. Calvin able to get out away free as Gear chases him down, shuts Calvin down in the process. Diablo won't have enough damage to chase him towards himself, but Ignite Gaming suffering a little bit in their mid-game without that damage buff that they had when Diablo was that Paquito.
Yeah, that was the scenario we have seen. This was in fact the gameplay we are expecting from Team Evil. They were able to take down that turtle, but adding to that, we also saw the counter synergy that happens with the Mystic Gush and the heavy spin. He just spun him away from the Mystic Gush, but then this is something they have to fix. They have to adjust that because one mismove of that, one wrong layering of the skills might just cost them a possible team fight.
There's a Tsunami Slam into the face. They go laser to take down Jay as Evil having a beautiful start coming up from a 2-game loss.
That is the momentum Team Evil want to see. This is the early game pressure we expected to see from them the past 2 games, and now they are upping the tempo. That needed a Kai pick is the front line that Team Evil needed. Now they're just taking free plates on the side and making sure that CS is boxed out.
A little bit of a fragility for Ignite Gaming as a blazing duet. Here comes Jay, throws down the portal. Here comes the Goon Squad. Ignite Gaming just tearing it out as Roy comes in with the brilliance to be able to melt Powerful down, but it's just a roamer for now. Evil.
Battle spells were used to make sure that they get that kill, but it was a decent enough trade.
The laser almost takes CS out. He's got a burn, but he will be able to heal himself up. No problem at all. But we see the power that the portal actually brings to the table. Roy jumps in, throws in the darkness and brilliance, but made basically the Ruby DD combo and just melts everyone down. Powerful was just at the forefront of the battle. Doesn't have that Tsunami Slam to be able to disrupt that team fight. Azu wasn't in that right area as well.
Yeah, and that at least what happened there, the trade-off with Powerful being the one to be picked off, it's not as damaging as Team Evil Ignite Gaming would like. And now with that, they know the battle spells of Ignite Gaming are no longer a problem, an issue.
Gear with a nice find onto Jay, but Gear just sacrificing himself. That is being locked down into the turtle pit. They go. Laser will take Blade out, and Evil having the most perfect start they could ever ask for. And clawing the way back up. Man, Mickey, this is looking like a reverse coming in from Evil. Will Ignite Gaming be able to take control of this? And the answer is the portal coming laid down. This Diablo coming in first. Will not be able to chase up to the rest of Evil. It's just a quick shortcut from the base into the mid side.
That was movements coming from Jay. The shortcuts are only being put down on Powerful because Powerful is the first point of contact. We've seen how much they can utilize this, and Gear is just revving and ready to go.
Gear chasing up to Roy. Able to be walking out of the way without harm.
the passive movements coming from Team Evil, they are now actually mimicking the play style of Ignite Gaming. They not only took the Paquito pick from them, but they are also showing us that controlled aggression that Ignite Gaming is known for. Right now, it's a different picture they are painting with the 2,000 gold lead. They are still trying to be steady. They're making sure they have control of the macro. One good, clean setup. This might just actually turn this to a bigger lead.
But this is what is expected from the side of Team Evil. They're mirroring whatever Ignite Gaming has done for them, getting their purple buff, okay, taken away from Calvin, so at least a little bit of consolation prize, a little bit of scrap. 1,700 gold is not a huge amount. Ignite Gaming can still crawl themselves back up from this. The trouble and the challenge right now, it's Evil trying to control that gold lead, control the pace of the game that they say. As the Valkyrie's Descent already laid down, Tsunami Slam won't be activated and committed right now. Diablo healing everything back up. And here comes Calvin with the taunt, powerful in the midst of everything, getting the slam dunk over the wall. They go, and the laser just melts Calvin down to the ground. This Ignite Gaming has the Goon Squad coming in here with the portal. This might be the turning point. Roy taking a lot of damage. Won't be able to counter re-engage onto that one. Gear wasn't. Once Roy's blood was taken down, there's one more hit and Roy walks away scot-free.
That was a 50-50 even trade if we ever seen one. But wait, there's more with Azu trying to heavy spin Diablo out.
Diablo will be able to walk away from that one as well. Evil holding on to that lead that they once had, as Ignite Gaming showing a little bit more damage when it comes to team fights. They can return the favor. They can punish if Evil walks a little bit too close to the front door.
Right now, Ignite Gaming having the lineup and having this turtle in their favor. But then right now, Evil and Powerful, they're just aura farming and making sure that they can stand high guard regarding this turtle objective.
You're just free pushing on the bottom side as the slam dunk into the turtle pit, into the laser. Calvin able to dash out alive. But now the core power spike of Evil is over. 2 members down to Ignite Gaming, taking down 2 after another. They're trading blows. It's 2 for 2. Izu onto Roy. Powerful keeping himself alive, taking down CS in the process. There's 2 members left for Ignite Gaming. Evil is just too tanky. The heavy spin right now brought to disrupt the team fight. The Diablo is able to put onto them.
Team fight on the side of Team Evil. That was beautifully played because they were able to split the party. Ignite Gaming had a hard time trying to connect. There was a shortcut happening on one side. There was a Zaman Force on the other. Where were you going to focus? Where was the damage? But they were able to come out in the end because Ben was able to take out a lot of the front line and the damage dealers, as we can see, because of that team fight. Now in the gold lead, it is Ben, and all the while damaging. Gear has just so much burst output because of that Paquito combo.
Lest we forget, if we're playing on long game, Ignite Gaming has a lot more scalability potential. Evil's job right now is to make sure that that lead never goes into the hands of Ignite Gaming if they want to be able to claw their way back up into this entire series. Right now, it is more of Evil taking control of that map, but Ignite Gaming just slowly playing that macro game, sending Diablo down the bottom side, sending CS up onto the top side. Roy taking a lot of damage, but won't be able to get brought down into the graveyard as the guy that Brilliant is getting popped up.
Forced movements on the side of Team Evil because of how mobile Ignite Gaming's lineup is with that chip just portaling in and out. He's able to manage the waves. And now it's forcing responses from Team Evil, and Team Evil is actually responding to them. Thus, the macro is just on the side of Ignite Gaming.
They see where Claude is. For the side of Team Evil, they're trying to find this sneaky little CS, trying to take down this Claude. They know that this late game potential of this marksman is just immense. Able to melt down a lot of the core players for the side of Team Evil. Gear, his power is just immense right now. He might be able to burst anyone of Ignite Gaming down. But Evil just sticking together as 5. They don't know where this Claude is. They're playing that split push potential. This is the power of getting the chip in their possession. Powerful already popped a flicker. Tsunami Slam will be laid down. The portal comes in. Here comes the Goon Squad. Azu picks up that Lord on the backside. Powerful getting melted down. Here comes CS with Blazing Duet. That's a lot of damage, and that will be enough to take 2 members of Evil down. Diablo loses his life, but the damage is done. They lost that Lord.
They lost that Lord, and Azu was able to secure it. This was the beautiful microplay that they showcased to us. Powerful showed up on the back end of the Lord to force that shortcut and make sure that Kelvin is away from the Lord. Therefore, Azu was able to secure that retribution. All the while, though they had that gold lead, the damage for CS was just too much, and that's how Ben went down.
I can foresee the future. I can foresee in the uber late game, if Ignite Gaming is able to just protect themselves, buy a little bit more time, get all their core items, power spikes up. Roy actually is scaling up, and he's scaling up fast. It's 5-1 and 4 on this Lunox. This is Tsunami Slam dunk into the laser. There you go. We'll be able to get pushed into the wall. It's the combo that we're looking out for the side of Team Evil.
Roy tried to get out, and he did, using that light form, and all the while there was a blazing duet coming from CS as a desperate move to try to disengage. Now this is Team Evil's map to play around. They have taken down the mid lane turret. This is gonna be them choking out Ignite Gaming. This is taking a playbook from them from game number 1, game number 2. It's a matter of time before Team Evil can get that gold lead up and scale over Ignite Gaming.
The longer this game goes, Evil still has the power of team fights, the magic of team fights, with the Tsunami Slam into so many combos that Evil can just dish out. Ignite Gaming just needs to find one chink in the armor. This might be it. We've got a Goon Squad coming in with the portal. The laser gets thrown down. Blade taking a lot of hits, but that is an Oko on gear onto CS. There's the Brilliance. We'll be able to buy some time, but not enough, as Jay needs to be able to pop that flicker. The Valkyrie's Descent won't be enough for Diablo to heal everything back up. It's one man against the world, and Evil's making a statement.
That was the statement they had. We are back. We aren't going down without a fight. That was beautifully played by Powerful. The way he got that shortcut to make sure that they had eyes on him. Now it's Team Evil marching down, taking out that inhibitor turret. But the way they're playing it, it's not Pickoff, it's Teamfight Kalea because of all the baits he does and performs it really well to make sure that all eyes are on him. The setup is all his.
Oh, that's Gear coming in on the top side. Here comes the Goon Squad right now, finally taking Gear down as Ignite Gaming clawing their way back up from the base. Without Gear, you got 20 seconds until the Lord spawns up. Gear might be able to get into position next 10 seconds, but Ignite Gaming has a shot in coming back into this. That is the alley-oop. Diablo with the Purify. No Tsunami Slam for at least the next 40 seconds.
Because of that battle spell usage, they might be playing this a little passively because, of course, there's always that looming threat. There might be a shortcut played, but then Ignite Gaming need to take this Lord if they want to have that momentum rolling. They want to get that gold advantage gone.
Oh, Diablo in the face of Blade. That's the portal being laid down just to get a little bit more time to split themselves up from that Lord. This might be the tipping point that we're talking about. Kelvin desperately trying to melt that Lord down. Jay taking a lot of hits. Kelvin takes down that Lord. Jay down low. Xavier Force gets popped down. Ben takes out Jay. Powerful on the backside, trying to look for an angle. CS getting locked down. The laser is just too much for Ignite Gaming to handle. Evil still lays up on top. They lost that Lord. They will be able to defend onto this one.
They might have won that battle, but who will win this war? CS is the only one living right now, and there's a Paquito running. We're looking for a and there they go.
Evil brings us to a game number 4.
The tempo, the gameplay, the momentum. What a reset from them. All they needed was that opportunity to bounce back and have that recovery.
And that's the locker room buff that we're talking about. Back to the drawing board they go. All they need was that Paquito. All they need was that first pick. I think it's so difficult to break loose from that Paquito once he gets that snowball going, especially in the hands of Diablo, especially in the hands of Gear. If you're in that first pick potential, you want to be able to deny the Paquito from your opponent's arms. So it's still a trade. There's so many heroes right now on the meta to be able to ban that out. I think it's also a little bit unfortunate for Ignite Gaming. One game away, but right now Evil has a chance for a comeback.
Yeah, and adding to that, the way Evil played it, we talked about the Kalea being is like, but they're a teamfight-centric lineup. But then the way Kalea would set it up, he was the one baiting the shortcut and forcing them to engage on him. So he kind of groups them up. It's a pseudo implosion because everyone shows up on Powerful to burst him down. So we are still seeing the beauty of the game, the magic of gameplay, and then adding to that as well. I mentioned how it might be counter synergy if the Mystic Gush gets heavy spun away.
But they're so calculated with it. Powerful alley-oops into Azu's face, and then in between a wall and a hard place, or maybe even a panda, you heavy spin into the wall, throws down that laser. In the last fight, I felt like Diablo had the right idea to take down Blade. Blade was already in half health. He's already used up his laser. But the damage actually came from Ben, actually came from Azu. Gear was busy on that back line and just taking out that back line members of Ignite Gaming. They couldn't play a front-to-back, a traditional front-to-back in that expense. Look at where CS is. That's an Oko from Gear as well. The beauty of Paquito, and so satisfying as well. Exactly. That one punch, one uppercut, one punch combo.
Yeah, we saw that one punch, one uppercut combo when we saw CS suddenly decimated, trying to be the one man to survive and defend the lane. It was possible, but then there was just a Paquito. He just got the Pac-Man.
Yeah, I feel like this last sequence of team fight, they were just forcing it way too much. Blade just went in from that back. There was a laser coming in. Gear was cleaning up shop from the bottom in, and the damage was just way too much, compounded with the fact that Blade and Ben has that the Xenon Force ready, has the Synchro Fission ready, get additional burst damage coming into the final push. And they don't care if they lose that team fight. They're bringing Ignite Gaming into their faces. The MVP for the upper bracket finals in game number 3 will be Azu's Akai. And to be frank, honestly, I think we both felt like there kind of is a synergy.
Yeah, it was a counter synergy, but then
by the way, look, 6-7.
6-7. Adding to that. So yeah, he has 6-7 participation, but the heavy spins he had when he gets them, the last fight wherein Diablo had the right plan, he had spun 2 people into the wall, 2 of his teammates. That's why they couldn't respond quickly enough, and that's why they were able to turn it around and then moving on towards to the Lord. That presence of Azu, that heavy spin, forced reactions from Ignite Gaming to go into and interact with Team Evil, and that's what gave them that opportunity to end it, because CS was the only one left.
It was a very smart pick from the Akai. Now, in hindsight, as we go into this entire battle, Azu was right there, splitting up that team fight. Diablo comes in, used stuns to push Diablo away from your back line. And most notably, Blade. You really need to keep Blade in away from harm's way. Throw down the laser, throw down the gush, throw down the orbs, and basically just burn, melt everyone down. That's the power of the true damage gourd if you can't really chase up to that. For the side of Roy, though, I do want to point out the fact that this Lunox does have that damage, does have that burst potential, but the flicker is just too useful and too valuable a resource just to burn into a team fight. Typically, you have the flicker into Ruby DD, which we don't see as much in Ignite Gaming.
The thing about their lineup, if they only had either the Lunox or the Quad, they would have made it work, because they were splitting the farm, because they had an item-reliant mid laner and an item-reliant gold laner. And all the while, they also have the Freya, who needs the early game farm. So a lot of them will be, they're going to be starving for farm in the early game. So if they need to funnel a lot of the gold, they want to put it in the majority of the damage dealers.
Yeah, it's 2 very scaly late game heroes, but you're very greedy as well. You need to be able to split that farm into Roy, into CS, to be able to make things work. Exactly. But at the end of the day, hey, don't throw. Use Roto. I'm going to try this out on stream. We have a little bit of time for the teams to get ready. I'm going to try this out. I heard that this is refuel of menthol, really cooling, in case me up and awake. We are almost halfway there. We're actually more than halfway there. This is the first time that we had a comeback from the other team, for at least for today. So we'll see. All right. Oh.
Doto.
Doto. Use Roto. No, I can't open my eyes. It's way too cold.
And actually,
man,
what does toe mean in that? I've been hearing it a lot. So what in fact is toe?
Toe is like.
Okay.
Yeah, dead. Yeah, or something like that. Man, I'm tearing on both eyes. But the eye drops on one eye. It's really cool and really refreshing.
But the question is, are you awake?
I am awake.
Exactly.
I'm ready to go for game 4. At least we have a fight on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. They might have won the battle. The war is still ongoing. Should I balance it out with the other eye?
Of course, you have to. If one's eye, you might be half awake for the series, right? You have to do it both. Guys, you're seeing it on live right now. He is Doto. Use Roto.
Don't use Roto, guys. Okay. Oh, man. It's very scary. I've never used eye drops before this, but I'm going to try. I hate the production. The production actually made me do this. I don't like this. Don't use Roto. Yeah, that is a lot. I'm struggling to get in my eye. I cannot open my eye right now. Mickey, you gotta talk for me, man.
Okay, so what we're currently waiting on is game number 4 between our two teams. This is a remarkable comeback. Could this possibly be the start of a reverse sweep? We've seen the momentum that Ignite Gaming had, but of course, Team Evo will not be going down without a fight. They just needed that slight wake-up call, that adjustment. They might have used the Roto to wake themselves up as well.
I like that segue. I like that segue. Right now, I am so up and so awake. We have 2 more potential games, and if Ignite actually lets this slip out of their hands and they get reverse swept by Team Evil, they are definitely not going to be happy with themselves. This is a really tricky situation if you're Ignite because you had so much momentum going in. What happens if the tables turn? The turntables, and you're on the other side of the drafting stage. You're on the red team, you're on second pick, you're on the bottom of the 9th, and you are playing very reactively to whatever Evil's throwing at you.
That's the thing about the first pick, honestly. That's why you have to, everyone's contesting it because it decides and dictates the pace of the draft. With Ignite Gaming, they did get the first pick, and I believe it's always going to be the Paquito. So right now, I'm looking at, now they've seen that Paquito's good in both hands. You're probably not going to be seeing Paquito in game number 4, unless, you know, they're still trying to have that. Yeah, I can do this. We can do this. So that's the draft. That's my draft prediction. But aside from that, the change they have to make is they really have to up the tempo. They know that both teams know that they have it in them to secure the game number 4, but then it's just more stakes. Team Evil is just fighting for so much more right now because they need to bounce back twice.
There's a lot of high expectations.
Exactly.
There's a lot of high expectations for them as well. Their whole fandom is right here. And if you're around the area, join us at D Marquee. We have so much activities going on as well. But we're jumping in to game number 4. The players are ready. Evil very locked in. They knew that they had a very shaky start in first 2 games. Third game could have gone a lot faster, but they played like a well-oiled machine.
The well-oiled machine that just keeps on churning. Right now, they're still. It looks like they've had a really good mental reset because I saw the players, especially Roy and Sia. They were just laughing around. They were giggling all the while we are looking at the side of Team Evil. They are looking to settle the score, even the score, in fact, to make sure that they're still in this tournament, moving on to the grand finals.
It's a lot of different chemistry for these 2 teams, and we talked a lot about the game itself, but if we're talking about these as individual players, these individual organizations, I kind of feel like Ignite Gaming, they're a bunch of friends that came back after a long awaited reunion. You got CS, Diablo, and Roy just playing together, and they're playing like they never left under the leadership of Dr. J in the roam position, just opening up that map, giving the intelligence. They know how to play. They know how to set things up once they get their hands on key heroes. On the other side of the table, Evo extremely locked in, just envisioning and focusing on what they need to do.
Yeah, that is the magic of chemistry. As we mentioned, the power of friendship versus the power of team fight. That is what's going to dictate, because you can make any draft work, but if you have a better draft, it's going to be a lot easier for you. And then we're seeing, again, as you mentioned, it's a different type of chemistry we're seeing. Very systematic on the side of Team Evil. They know that, okay, this is my job, this is my role. And then on the side of Ignite Games, like, you know, hey, we're buddies, we're back at it again, we're here together, all in the same team. Let's have a good time, let's have a fun time, and, you know, let's try to secure that one slot into the EWC.
These 2 teams locking in. This will be game number 4's draft, and we'll only be able to see who goes in with the blue side or the red side, and typically the blue side has won 3 games so far. So if we go by trends and statistics, basically whoever is going into the blue side in first pick will be able to win out this competition. Then again, it will be IG, so IG's third reign into the blue side. They will be dictating this draft so far. And one of the reasons I think IG has been doing so well and so successfully this far into the playoffs, getting, sweeping in yesterday's games, today playing a heck of a dominant game, and it's because of Diablo and having that wealth of hero pool. And Diablo is pretty much like Bray, which hero pool span the entire Pacific Ocean.
I am not the only one bound by
The thing about that is we saw it firsthand yesterday, wherein they just respect banned all of the Diablo's top heroes, and then hopefully that was enough to stop them, but then it didn't. Ignite Gaming still steamrolled and then proceeded to now face off with Team Evil in the upper bracket. If we're judging by this, there's a possible shakeup again. The question is for the third ban for either teams. Will Paquito come or go?
Incidentally, it was the Baxia on the side of IG, and for the side of Evil and Marcel, this will change out a little bit. It's up to Evil whether they want to give up that Paquito or not. I feel like it's one of the core win conditions. It has been performed so well, suffering a little bit, but once you get to level 4, combo spree.
It's also the mobility that it just offers. But
yep.
there you go. There's the respect.
There's the respect. So both these two classic EXP laners, Diablo and Gear, not getting their hands on a one-punch man.
But there's still one more open fight.
That's the Preya. That's the Preya.
The Preya.
The Preya.
And hope you say a Preya.
Open up the Freya. You need to say a prayer. Exactly. I like it. I like it a lot. So, Juicin is definitely not on the table for IG. That is one of Roy's more signature hero picks. But they're actually going for the Boxer instead of the Freya. Interesting response over here.
Because of it's a very flexible pick, you still have yet to know on the side.
Interesting. I don't think that Ignite Gaming wants to push for a Freya. I feel like there's a lot more EXP heroes that might be possible to get picked up right here. And when it comes to Diablo, I like to hypothesize a lot of options right here. He was one of the guys that made Khalid in the EXP lane popular all around Southeast Asia. You got the Badangs, you got the Min Sitars in one state or in one phase or another in season 6 or 7. Oh, there, Benedetta comes out finally, taking the Benedetta, his signature hero, putting that on the map as well.
I've got the brains.
And adding to that, I believe this Freya might. There's a chance this Freya is gonna go to the gold lane now, especially with that Harith pickup. That is gonna be very heavily favorable for the side of Team Evil. But this Benedetta, possibly the matchup I can think of to address this would possibly be a Terizla or another tanky XP laner. That's the only way to deal with the Benedetta if you're looking at a way to address it. And knowing full well this is Diablo's Benedetta, you really have to keep him at bay.
Yeah. It's a tricky situation if you're Evil right here.
Been itching for
because now it's all down to, okay, what do you set things up? We now know that Ignite Gaming is basically playing a macro game. You want to send Diablo onto the offside, you're banning out Chip, which is interesting because Powerful hasn't picked up Chip not once in the entire regular season. So they're banning out their own hero pools so far in the game.
You never know. A lot of miracle plays happen here. What if they suddenly the Chip is really good with this lineup with the Fred and the Freya?
For the both of the roamers, most contested, most similar heroes would be the Chos, the Khalids, the Kaleas, and the Hylos. So both these two roamers have these very similar heroes that would be able to set things up. They are locking down on Powerful and Jace's heroes right now.
Yeah, the Hylos is a very good ban, in my opinion, because it prevents the mobility coming from Diablo Roy, and the added defensive buffs coming from the Glorious Pathway just allows the Harith the Harith and the other heroes they have just more sustained. It's gonna be a harder team fight for Team Evil.
The question now is, what do you pick up to deal with so much pressure from the side lanes? Because you have Benedetta, which with pretty much decent early game to mid game to late game damage, and then you have late game tankability and mobility potential. Yeah, that's the Cho getting picked up, so you deny that Cho from Jay is going to the hands of Powerful as well.
Yeah, and that Cho is going to be really good, especially since you have a frontliner now with the Fred, a bit tanky. Now you just have the vision score. So I feel like they're going to possibly flex this Freya into the XP lane now and pick up a Moskov. They're going to need to address the side lane pressure with Moskov or another responsive pick for that. But we're looking at a hovered Hilda and a Kimmy. They're going to go all out and try to scale to the late game if needed.
Yeah, there's...
Dealer. So the armor penetration that Hilda's kit offers will not be as effective or as impactful because of the magic damage Ignite Gaming is dealing with. All the while on Evil's side, they are basically covered all the phases of the game. They have enough damage for the early game and they have beautiful team fight. The question is about that side lane pressure, but of course that is where Powerful's Show shines. Giving that vision is what's going to secure them the information they need to move around.
Well, grab the set and up and away we go as Evil and Ignite Gaming battle it out in the 4th game of this series for a chance at the grand finals. It's still anyone's game at this point, but Ignite Gaming 1 game away from securing that spot in the grand finals.
And as we go, we see the strong mid duo of the Cho and the Valentina.
A little bit of EXP laners doing EXP lane things, trading blows, trading flows. As Ignite Gaming has a little bit of aggression coming into the jungle. Got Lethal Wonder getting stolen away by Kelvin, taking a lot of damage, but will be able to walk out safe for now.
And that was the beauty of having those green orbs there for the health for the side of Azu. They were taking a bit too much poke damage there, but it shouldn't affect the flow or the rotations of the junglers, especially with Azu needing to at least accelerate his farm against the Bakshas really fast, clear time in the jungle.
So, in both these two teams, which lineup do you think has more of the upper hand in terms of the early game advantage that we'll see in the next 40 seconds when the turtle spawns up?
Yeah, in terms of early game pressure in the lanes, Ignite Gaming has it. But in terms of early game objectives, Team Evil has what it takes to secure this turtle.
Yeah. We haven't really seen a lot of Kimmy pick throughout the regular season, but when it's picked up, it's usually always performed exceptionally well. In the mid game, Ven in a spot of bother, able to use that BMI to get out of the way. One more hit, Ven will pop that flicker as a valuable resource taken away as Jay. One more hit, Gear will solidify that kill. And there's a 2-man lockup. Azu coming back in, Diablo weaving in and out. Blade will pop him down as Roy will be able to use that flicker. There's a traction pulse into the fray, and Gear with the Valkyrie's Descent, cleaning up shop. 3 members down for Ignite Gaming. Evil with a strong start.
That was a strong start indeed for the side of Team Evil. We saw that Ignite Gaming, they had the dominance in the lane. That's why they were able to rotate quickly, but they forgot to respect Azu's Appraiser's Wrath and how much crowd control he has to offer. That taunt, that synergy, that chemistry into that traction pulse to that Valkyrie's Descent, that was just chef's kiss because that was so on point. The chemistry was just there.
Oh, Calvin getting taunted up by Azu. Blazing Duet will be laid down. Not enough damage coming through as Evil is playing very passively this time around. They've all got their ultimates. Jay's still struggling to get that level 4.
Controlled aggression shines the most in our game. That's what really dictates who's going to be winning the early game. You might have the advantage, but as soon as you play out of your line, if you cross that line, it might just be the end for you in the early game. So it's really just about having that discipline pacing yourself, because again, as we keep mentioning, this is a marathon, not a sprint, because it's a matter of time before Ben actually scales upwards in the late game.
Hey, that's what Sun Tzu said. It's Sun Tzu's wise words. And as we get into the early to mid stages of this game, we really see how Freya pops off once you don't have Paquito standing in front of you like a thick wall. There's Electro Final Blow already used up just to clear that wave. And he's just trading blows on the top side. 40 seconds until the next turtle spawns up. Ignite Gaming playing it a little bit more safer. Evil doesn't want to get free kills over at Ignite.
Yeah, the movements from the XP laners, given that they are the fighters, they kind of have to play it a bit slow. They need to itemize first. They don't have that much team fight interactions until they have those items. And speaking of items, we are now looking at it. No one has yet built a first item just yet, but we are seeing a lot of armor penetration coming from the side of Benedetta and the Hilda on Ignite Gaming.
There's a lot of Fury Hammer builds on top side though. And then everyone's getting into position. You get a turtle spawning up in the next 3 seconds. Bottom side is just gonna go do gold lane things. But it does look like Ignite Gaming has the vision play right there. It's a 4v4. Traction Pulse won't lock onto anything. As Evil pushing and pulling. This is the Lord dance that we're talking about, a Turtle dance. This is Wave of the Dragon pushing Diablo back, locking him to the ground. We'll be able to lock him down into place. Jay on the backside trying to delay that team fight. Roy free hitting from the back. The Valkyrie's descent will empower gear. Jay one more hit. Ace will secure that kill. The Princess Wrap onto Kelvin. But here it comes on the backside. Diablo taking down two! Diablo out of nowhere with that slice of dice.
When he was the first one to be set and counted out, he suddenly pops off and shows up. His damage was what took them out. That is 3 for none on the side of Ignite Gaming, and now a possible turtle take. Though they are going to play this respectfully. There's currently the Retribution is in cooldown, so they're going to play this low and slow.
Low and slow is not the name of Diablo. He is super mechanically gifted in the way that he dodged that Appraiser's Wrath. And powerful, taking a lot of damage from Jay and Roy. He would get locked up. Ben's already rotating towards that mid side to accelerate his farming process. It's optimal farming for that Claude. As Ignite Gaming really needs to step on that accelerator and drive CS to the core. You get that core items a bit faster than this Claude. So Evil has a little bit more on their plates.
Yeah, and if we're looking at the damage, that encounter basically just skyrocketed Diablo's damage with that 20,000 damage dealt versus Gear, who's at 14. That is 6k. That is literally 2 more heroes to his belt. And now we're seeing first item on the Blade of Heptasis on the side of Diablo. So he's going to be a very hard person to deal with. The read!
Good find, good read by Kelvin. He knows where he's stopping at. But able to just dash across the wall. A little bit of a tricky situation, and it's all down to a little bit luck, 100% skill. As Demon Force laid down, aimed onto Azu. But here comes Jay down in the fray, getting kicked up and stun blocked. Jay not having a good time in this game. 0-3-0 for Jay so far.
You gotta respect the way Ben played that Blazing Duet. What he did was he Blazing Duet first in front, with a BMI to the back, and he BMI back because he knew that Jay was going to dive in. And then they just set up beautifully with that Way of the Dragon to make sure they get that kill.
I'm sorry, I'm just a little bit distracted right now because Indomie just smells so good.
I know, right?
If you're in the area in the Marquee, thank you again to Indomie for the sponsoring of this. You get a little bit of a free sample of Indomie if you're in the venue as well. As we're slowing things down, 10 seconds until the last turtle of the game spawns up. Ignite Gaming and Evo, they're trading their economy. It's one blink, Ignite Gaming has the economy lead. Another, you get Evo having the economy lead. So right now, Traction Pulse will not be able to connect onto any one of the members of Evo, but all the 5 members of Goon Squad are here. Gear coming down from that flank. There's the jump and kick onto Roy. They found that Kimmy, able to dash out of the way. Over the wall they go. As Gear will be able to find that back line. Calvin actually picks up that turtle, chasing in, healing everything back up. It's so hard to break this Freya down.
That was somewhat, I'd say that was a pretty scrappy fight for both teams because it was just all over the way. It started from a turtle fight and it suddenly became a turret dive. But all the while, though Ignite Gaming, though Kelvin was able to secure that turtle, we can see that there were so many things going on. That Wave of the Dragon was able to connect on Roy, making sure that Blazing Duet was able to provide enough damage. But then all Team Evil had to do was just to front and back it. All the while, Ven was ready to go get out, but he was there just free hitting to make sure that he had the impact.
Gear is just possessed. He's possessed. He's just chasing down Roy. He knows that win condition. Roy is going to be a huge problem in the late game. The Azu starts things off with the taunt. Here comes Gear on the backside. He's just taking a lot of damage. Finally able to take him down. Kelvin will seal that deal. And here comes the counter re-engage. It's Ignite. Will be able to take one for themselves. It's still a very, very close game. It's nobody's game now. It's so hard to tell as both teams are still fighting for that slot, fighting for the high stakes.
That was pretty risky movement on the side of Team Evil with Azu not walking down the river, assuming that he's gonna be safe, and then suddenly there were 4 members of Team Ignite showing up there. It was good. It was a good thing Valkyrie Descent was ready, armed and ready to go for that fight.
Oh, nice petrify onto Ven. Diablo almost able to outplay that, but Ven's BMI difficult to take it through.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
Now we're seeing respectful, controlled aggression, because Ven could have gone for more. Ven could have just like assumed that I could probably lifesteal from the next wave.
Yeah.
But then he's like, no, okay, I'm gonna back off because I know that one wrong move could cost us this series, and now Evil is the one taking the pace. The next door is coming up. Mid lane turrets are still open, so both maps are still up for grabs for both teams.
Yeah, it's difficult for Ignite Gaming to claw their way back up, but the economy lead is still not too wide. It's always even Stevens. It's powerful, starts things off onto the back line. Kelvin's in the right corner. Azu seals that Lord underneath Kelvin's nose. As Jay able to get away for now. Powerful down low. Diablo won't be able to chase this out for now. Zevo with that Lord still up 1,300 gold.
Beautiful Lord dance coming from Team Evil. Yes, they were staring death in the face with Ignite Gaming, trying to contest it, but the zone that Gear provided, the zone that Powerful just had, the mobility, they basically use their bodies. Instead of being taxed, we're going to be mechanically gifted enough to make sure that you're going to not be able to catch us with your spells, but we're going to be able to distract you enough so that our team could take the Lord.
Yeah, I think it's a good chicken bake from Evil, just splitting up those team fights and putting Powerful in the forefront. And with the Cho in your possession, you're using that Cho as sort of like a very, very slippery hero, just dashing in and out of the back line. Oh, as we speak, that's the way of the dragon. Over the wall we go. Diablo able to stay alive for now. Play one more hit. That's a shock and lock. Diablo falls. Azu keeping up with the chase. He's on Jay. That is the discipline that we're talking about. Bottom side, Gear will be able to jump over to safety. Over the wall they go. That is a one-on-one manhandling onto Gear, but you're getting a little bit too close. You can't run, you can't hide as Gear. Able to stay away from that, waiting for the Goon Squad to come down. 3,100 gold lead for the side of Evil as Ignite Gaming slowly losing that flame.
That was a spicy gameplay from Gear right there, because he was just 1v1ing a Hilda in a bush when we know that the sustain of a Hilda hiding in the grass just amplifies her health regen. But the point there was not for a kill, but to all eyes on him so that all the other waves would push the turrets. And now it's the opposite. Ignite Gaming choked out, leaving them in one part of the map while Team Evil is just controlling, dictating the pace now because of that 3.6k gold lead.
Yeah, as the lead goes bigger, I think the only way that Ignite Gaming can really come back into this game is putting Diablo on the side lanes, trying to split push, trying to buy a little bit more time, get a little bit more space. We've seen this a lot before, and with the Benedetta, never doubt him. Never doubt him. You know where he's gonna be. He's gonna be away from the rest of the team. Evil is going to try to suss him out, try to give a little bit more vision to the rest of Ignite Gaming.
Exactly. Much like how Ignite Gaming has read the Fanny gameplay of Team Evil, Team Evil has read the way Ignite Gaming plays with that Benedetta. Benedetta's job, if you guys are backs against the walls, you know that the job of the Benedetta is to have and provide that side lane pressure. All the while Team Evil knows this, they're gonna make sure that they are gonna be able to ensure that they are gonna go with the numbers game.
And speaking of the numbers game, I think Ignite, though, still has a way through this. It's super close in both these two teams, and the way that they manage the team fights. For Team Evil, they've been playing the Freya for the first, second, and the fourth game in this state of the game, and they wanted to make the Freya work. They tried to make it work with the Fanny. It didn't. And right now they're super empowered with the Freddy as well.
The Freya in this draft is really right now. It's like a loaded gun. Basically, you're just cocking it to make sure that there's a threat on you. And what happens is the Valkyrie's Descent is there to prove a point that my job here is not for the kills. My job is to make sure that our primary damage dealer dishes out the damage. All the while, I am distracting the Kimmy to make sure that you can't engage. And then you're going to have to end up falling back. But what's going to happen is you're going to suddenly engage with the Freya. Now, a majority of the front line is boxed out into Team Evil's game plan.
Yeah, and without the Kimmy at the back line, you don't really have a lot of damage if you're the side of Ignite Gaming.
Yeah.
Diablo is in a very situational position as the Benedetta because you're using the Electro Final Blow just to block off the escape routes, clear the waves, and try to come in from the flanks. He does have that damage. We've seen that he almost took out a Ven on a 1v1. That's just Daddy Freddy in the way. And Fredrin is, in this meta, it's so viable as sort of this human meat shield where you take and soak in that damage, stopping your enemies in their tracks to buy a lot of time for your teammates to just deal that damage into your face. So I feel like this is a very perfect draft that Evil actually needed for the first 2 games that they played. Ignite might have overstepped their boundaries, maybe a little bit overconfident in the first 2 games win, and then they tried to shake things up.
Actually, the Fredrin, as you were mentioning how Benedetta and Fredrin's interactions work, that's when you would start realizing, you're slowly realizing there's a way that Fredrin counters the Benedetta. Because as soon as he soaks up the damage from Benedetta, his gray shield, his gray life, gets stronger and stronger. Therefore, once you are faced with a taunt into the Benedetta, you Appraiser's Wrath, basically, his life goes bye-bye, you get back half your health, and then it's all because of the setup coming from Benedetta's skills.
Does the eye for an eye actually block out the taunt?
The eye for an eye...
You sort of have that parry, but does it parry the taunt? And then you get a stun as well.
You get taunted, but then the damage... Because the taunt does have damage, so you parry it, but then the taunt still goes through.
Interesting, because I've seen how Diablo plays it. It's the way he plays it is very mechanically gifted, no doubt about that. The way that he took out 3 members all by himself, waiting for the Appraiser's Wrath and jumping behind or dashing immediately behind the rest of the members so you don't see where Diablo is coming, because at the end of the day, the team fight is going to be extremely messy in the midst of battle. You're not going to know what is going on at all. So in that case, I feel like Diablo does have an upper hand. It kind of works well in split team fights, but Freya is just right there. I think Gear has been having a very good game so far. Immediately once that level 4 hits, he's just controlling the tempo of the game. Jumping straight to the back line, creating the space that he knows that his teammates need.
Yeah, the way that the Freya was just the pick, the needed pick. A lot of people think that it's an answer. It is going to be the primary damage dealer in the early game, but turns out there's utility to the Valkyrie's Descent. Not only is he there as a fighter, but the way he just literally parts the river, the sea. He parts the sea.
He parts the Red Sea, yes.
He parts the sea with that Valkyrie's Descent, and then suddenly the team fight just goes to the side of Team Evil.
So if we're hypothesizing what should happen, what's the best case scenario for Ignite Gaming, what would be the play? What would be the setup? Who would jump in first? Would it be Jay with the Hilda locking in and a single target and the rest of the members come up? Or just play towards a macro game? Just going into, Diablo and offside, and then you do a little bit of shake and bake. You think that you're pulling and getting the team fight here, but Evo has shown that they are a team that works super well with a split fight composition.
I think what Jay has to do here, if we're talking about this gameplay, because I mentioned previously how the Hilda was just there as a reactive pick to Cho. In my opinion, it was a reactive pick to Cho. The thing about Jay, he can provide a vision, and I think he should actually shadow Diablo in the movement. So when he pulls in the numbers, it's going to be a 2v1 scenario, and then suddenly it's going to be Team Evil reacting to the way Ignite Gaming is going to be playing.
We're coming back just in the nick of time. Lord spawning up. They know where Diablo is, and like we said, he's trying his best to split push. He's disrupted. There's the eye for an eye. Won't be able to get that Electro Final Blow down to 3 members. The Petrify won't be able to get enough in to be able to get him to be able to take any one of the members of Evil out. And like we are getting back into the Lord fight, man, oh man, Ignite Gaming is finding it hard to climb their way back up.
Holy flicker. Ooh, glad that I was there.
Ooh, Gear with another flicker as well. Azu, Big Daddy Fredry using the taunt with the Blazing Wrath. That's half of CS's health taken away. But here comes the Goon Squad with the Blazing Duet and the Valkyrie's Descent again onto CS, onto the main damage dealers. But they have their eyes set on Kelvin. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The stun won't be enough as Evo takes Ignite Gaming. 2 members fall once again.
Good positioning for Jay, but he did not have enough damage to shut down Ben. He was just hiding in that bush. They had no info on that. But then as soon as Jay popped out, Team Evil was very responsive, very reactive, and they were able to back up Ben. And there was a BMI as well that made sure that they were going to survive that team fight.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
Dire situation for Ignite Gaming. But if you're an Evil fan, this is precisely where you want to be. 5,400 gold at the 15-minute mark, 14.5-minute mark, so to speak. As Lord marching down the bottom side. High committal heroes, high committal gameplay, Ignite Gaming, do they have that defense capability that we're asking for?
They actually have it because they have that Zaman Force. As long as they're not forced to commit it early, they still have a lot of burst damage, especially with the Traction Pulse. If they Traction Pulse them into a Zaman Force, it's going to be a hard team fight for Team Evil to take.
Speaking of hard team fight, Blade already taken in Benedetta's ultimate. There's a lock up in the shock. Bottom lane T3 down, powerful, getting locked up. He does have the Will of the Dragon to save himself. Able to dash away as well. T3 in the mid lane down as well. Is Evil cleaning up shop, clearing the base, but they live to tell the tale another day.
They're respecting the high ground defense Ignite Gaming has because they know that one wrong move could spell the end for them. And right now, that is Diablo.
Speaking of wrong moves, Diablo able to get away with the eye for an eye. There's a lot of damage, like the final blow, and the Prisoner's Wrath. Roy down with the sliver. Azu might fall. Jay bought a lot of time for the rest of the team to get into position. Evil ditches out of there. Gear's already Valkyrie form. Might be able to heal everything back up. He wants to go in once again. Still got minions marching in all 3 lanes. Is it Evil showing the control discipline that we're talking about as well?
Respect the very risky movement on the side of Diablo, especially though it is a dangerous bush, it is a new bush. The way he just positioned himself, knowing full well that the next movement Team Evil was going to make was to that top side to secure that inhibitor turret on the top. It could have been worse, but that was the best case scenario that could have happened. No one went down, and then Team Evil now holding back at bay, now waiting for the next objective to take. It's just a matter of time, proper pacing, proper choking, because right now 5.5k gold lead is no joke. And as long as Team Evil could sustain this, heading into the late game, it's more or less a done deal.
It is tricky and challenging for Ignite Gaming to utilize that 4-1 composition. If they see Diablo on the long lane, away from the main objective, they're going to capitalize on that situation, take him down. They have so much stuns and so much chase potential. Here comes Powerful, locking and kicking him back. Calvin locked in, won't be able to escape for now. Rolls into a ball. Evil doesn't have the Will of the Dragon here. He's got a Winter Crown, and here comes Gear with the Valkyrie's Descent. Ignite Gaming falling like flies. Powerful loses the immortality, but down goes Evil. There's 2 members down. Boy, doesn't have enough damage to take them down. There's 3 members left for Ignite Gaming. Evil still has that massive power, massive damage coming in through. Yes, able to take out Gear in the process. It's a 3v3 situation now. It's Evil in a little bit more specific situation to get that Lord.
It's kind of troubling right now because that 3v3, they did cost. It's a 3-for-3 trade, and right now we're looking at Team Evil. This was a pretty early Winter Crown on the side of Ben, but it's understandable because of the burst damage that Ignite Gaming has.
Yeah.
All the while they overcommitted here because that's a lot. They were not respecting the free hit of Ben, but as soon as Ben started popping off with all that HP, kind of left Ace there on behind, but then they ended up with taking Gear out of the situation, out of the equation. But now it's gonna be a calm, collected Lord dance. We just have to wait and see.
Yeah. Ignite Gaming, just with that one team fight, able to push the economy lead towards their favor. There's 3,000 gold ahead on the side of Evil, and this is where we see the tanks actually trying to pull the Lord away. This is the traditional Lord dance that we're all too familiar with. And I think the stars aligned as well for Ignite Gaming. When everyone was so clumped up together, Diablo came in with the Electro Final Blow, locking them down with the Petrify, just dealing a ton of damage. Jay start things off. This attraction pulse towards Azu. This Appraiser's Wrath slamming it into the ground. Azu goes down, but down goes Diablo. Then has just way too much damage. Valkyrie's Descent from Gear to be able to start that chase. Kelvin next to fall. The damage from Roy. You'll be able to reach them down. Jay will be able to push them away. There's Evo coming in for the counter re-engage. It's a 4v3 situation. Both teams are still barely hanging on, as Azu is not alive for Evil. Might not be able to take this unless they take Calvin down. Easy kill over the side of Evil. The kick. And the kick over to Roy will seal the deal. The Evil fans are jumping up and down. We're all too familiar with this, as the minions are already pushing in. Unless Diablo will come up in time. But this is it. It's a full game. And Evo bringing us to potential clean sweep. A reverse sweep.
Ooh, a potential.
Potential reverse sweep for the side of Evil.
Control discipline. That is amazing. What beautiful recovery Team Evil has showcased to us. They came from a 0-2. Now they equalized the score. Team Evil taking that ignition from Ignite Gaming. They found the fire within them.
As much as Ignite Gaming has so much experimentation, there's a second pick on the Benedetta. Great mechanic prowess. It was just no match for Gears Freya. If you have a Freya on the opponent's team, you gotta say a Freya. And I think that this is precisely the biggest example of that. I think for the side of Evil, using Gear to split up these team fights, to really split heads from the side of Ignite Gaming, just extinguish the flame so much. They do have some moments of brilliance though, at least for Ignite Gaming. Diablo finding flanks, finding angles, but this one was one of the fights where Gear was just way too hard to manage. Finding where Roy is and just chasing him down is just a bug that you can't get rid of.
That beeline that Gear just did, he knew he had one job, and it was to address the Roy issue, with address the Kimmy.
Yeah.
All the while, also on the side of Ignite Gaming, they did so the same with Jay. Jay's job was basically just to target Ven, making sure that there was so much space created, making sure that he couldn't engage. But of course, it is a different story when it is a Hilda facing you versus a Valkyrie, a literal Valkyrie descending upon your main damage dealer.
Evo actually managed to break the upper bracket final curse where the blue team always wins. Right now, this is where the blue team or the first pick team cannot sustain against the wrath that Evo is bringing. This is the red team in motion, and true to their logo, true to their brand, they're just turning this battlefield into a pool of blood, so to speak. And just one more game to go. Ignite Gaming definitely not too happy with themselves. Disappointing performance, especially from them in the last 2 games of this series. Evo showing the magic of team fights, and this is precisely what they want to play around.
Exactly. I do agree with you with that, because what's gonna happen is right now we are seeing Ven on that Claude. Pretty much he was being bothered by Jay, but all he had to do was basically properly kite, properly position himself, and when he was needed, he was there. 74% of the kill participation, he was there. All he had to do was basically do the work, put the work in. He was kiting, he was making sure that he was there with the ample amount of damage, because if we're looking at his items right now also, he is locked items. He had no fear. He did not worry about the damage coming from the Benedetta. He put in that Rose Gold Meteor to make sure that the magic damage will in fact not be sustainable on his side. And a while ago, he also had that Winter Crown. That Winter Crown saved him a bunch of times as well.
I think for the side of Ignite Gaming, this Hilda doesn't really provide a lot of value aside from giving intelligence and giving a little bit more vision. The lockdown was just too short. There isn't a lot of follow-ups, especially when you're fighting against a tank jungler and the likes of Fredrin. Evil shows a lot of prowess in dealing with that Hilda. And powerful with the Cho, oh, huge respects, man.
Bro.
This is so slippery. This Cho is so slippery. It's so hard for Ignite Gaming to single him out.
Yeah, if you, the Cho, that powerful play, I was already amazed the first time I saw it, and then Honestly, the way he plays it, he has that vision, and then suddenly, you need someone picked off, I got you. And it was just, the buff on Cho just is much more highlighted when Powerful's playing him, because as soon as he gets that kickoff, if they do plan to purify or they end up doing a purify, they've already been kicked into the enemy team.
Yeah, there's a lot more clashes that is happening this time around, favoring the side of Evil just because of that Fredring. In Ignite Gaming's defense, though, Kelvin was trying to start things off, but the effects of the corrosion side, the effects of the glowing wand, the slows coming down from all of the members of Team Evo just stacked up. He just can't run away from the main damage bulk that is Team Evo. And if you see the entire replays of the game, if you just notice that Evo is just a human death ball. A death ball. They're always together, they're always red, and they're always charging towards you, true to their logo, and precisely what we want to see if you are an Evo fan. But man, oh man, this has been an exciting run. One more chapter to close this game off. The upper bracket finals, final culmination is coming true soon.
Exactly. From a best of 5, we are now seeing it equalize, and it's a more or less do or die. It's suddenly a best of 1. We saw the performances, we saw the power of friendship, we saw the magic of team fight. Now only time can tell, because in game number 5, whoever's gonna be dictating the draft, whoever is gonna shine and showcase their gameplay, their quote-unquote magic of MLBB, that's who's gonna be winning. And of course, it's gonna be an insane experience if you're feeling it right now.
You know, if this insane experience will happen right after this break. The players are going back to the drawing board, and when we come back, we'll see the final chapter to Ignite Gaming versus Team Evil and the team that goes into the grand finals. We'll see you in a bit.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Follow me. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Sun Tzu once said, "Don't fight fire with fire." I don't know if he actually said that. But man, this is basically fire versus fire. My name's Churros. This is Miggerson, aka Miggy. I keep calling you that. I don't know why. And we're in the final game, the final match of the last series of the day in the grand finals, the upper bracket finals of today's series. I'm getting a little bit too ahead of myself because it's building up to be like that. I want to remind all of you about the stakes. If you win the upper bracket finals, you secure a spot in the grand finals. You don't have to play in the morning with Clarity Gaming, and you're straight into the grand finals. And if you win the grand finals, that is a one-way ticket to Paris for the Esports World Cup Mid-Season Cup Mobile Legends Bang Bang. That is a crazy opportunity, a crazy experience. A lot of these two teams started off strong with Ignite Gaming first 2 games, and then Evil went into the locker room, used Roto, woke themselves up, and then they came back with a reverse 2-0 in the second half of this match. But right now, we're going to be jumping in to the final and last series of today. It's a BO1, Miggy.
Exactly, the BO1 for the security of the upper bracket grand finals, or rather the grand finals, and a chance, a guaranteed chance to get that slot for the EWC. And we know that both teams, they've experienced it. They've had 2 straight game wins, but the difference is the momentum is currently on the side of Team Evil.
Yeah, they're coming up from a 2-game win with a huge fandom on their backs, and every single time, every single kill that they get, their fans are just screaming. We can hear it from the stands, we can hear it from the screen themselves, and it's just insane how much Evil has grown since Season 3 in their inception all the way through to Season 11. 8 seasons on the run in MPL, and right now they're here. 1 more game away from securing their spot in the grand finals. Ignite Gaming has so much to build up for. They're hanging on and they're clinging on to the precipice. They had such a promising 2-game start, tried experimenting a little bit in the second phase of the match, of the entire series, but it didn't work well in their favor.
Yeah, and we noticed, as soon as we noticed that pattern, we were talking about how blue side wins games, but it turns out
Evil broke that curse.
Paquito is one who wins games, and then as soon as we stopped seeing that Paquito, it just became anyone's game.
Honestly though, I feel like there is sort of like a hero priority chart.
Exactly.
It's like Paquito wins games, you take Paquito out of the equation, then Freya wins games.
Yeah.
If you take Freya out of the equation, then Jusin wins games.
Yeah.
Or actually, kind of Fredrin's been doing very well in the entirety of the regular season. And a lot of teams are actually using the Fredrin as well as the Baxia, not only in Singapore, but in the other regions as well, as a form of like, hey, let's slow down that tempo and let's give the power to our EXP and our GOAT laners so that they will come in on the late game, so that they will carry us forward towards victory in the later stage of the game.
Yeah, that's the beauty of utility jungling, because they are the ones making the pace. They're more or less there to ensure that everything goes onto their side. They're the ones who start dictating the pace. They don't have to go super fast. They just have to stay cool, calm, and collected.
So this is a little bit different. They're banning out the Paquito, banning out the Freya, and like we said, there is sort of like that hierarchy.
Exactly.
Paquito on the table, you take out the Paquito is going to win games. You take out a Freya, then Freya is going to win games.
Yeah.
So the third one on the table, basically Fanny's still open. Evil has been pretty comfortable with the Chos as well. I think IG is going to be banning that out off the table as well. They're opening up the Fredrins, their Baxias, a little bit more of the jungle metas right here.
Yeah, if we're looking at it, this is Jay's Cho.
This is Jay's Cho that we're talking about.
Cho. But the response on the side of the Baxia, is this the proper response you want to see from Ignite Gaming coming into that Baxia pick? Again, this is still a flex pick, but I believe Azu's just been having a wonderful time on the utility, so why not give it to Azu?
It is a... I still feel, yeah, kind of flex. We've seen the Baxias and the EXPs and the Roam before, but you don't want to experiment on this anymore. This is the last game. It's a BO1. You're throwing everything on the table for this one. Blade with the Valentina pick will definitely be comfortable for him, especially against the RWM. Claude, can't go wrong with the Claude, honestly.
Exactly.
Will only make my
Okay, we're trying the Benedetta once again. I feel like this time, Diablo would perform a lot better with the Benedetta now that the Pugito is off the table, as the Freya is off the table.
If we're looking at the tempo that Benedetta gives, hopefully he was able to showcase to us the mechanics. He was able to parry several skills on the side of Team Evil, even the Appraiser's Wrath. Let's just see how well the team actually, when there's a Benedetta and he's going to be a core part of your game plan, we have to see how well Ignite Gaming drafts to be able to activate this Benedetta.
This stage, I feel like IG is hinting towards a Harith pick. But I think against the Claude, you want something with a little bit more late game insurance, with a little bit more late game melt potential, and not put all your baskets into the Harith. And sometimes the Harith, once he pops off in the early game, you're definitely going to deal a lot of damage. And I think that last pick, being the Fredrin ban, definitely sussing out quite a bit of things. This might change out quite a bit since, you know, a lot of the core junglers are taken off the tables. Azu has played several jungles before, and I would say, you know, Kelvin has played several jungles before. You want to go back to the Lil Mords or the Hariths, might still be possible. He's put out the Lancelot and the Nolans as well, but it's very momentum based. You don't want to risk that in the final game, especially up against a Baxia.
We might be seeing a Fanny pick from Ignite.
Fanny pick for Kelvin.
Yeah, because that's a Kalea, that's a Hilda, that's anyone who could disrupt the movement or the jungling of Fanny.
If you want to play little Fanny, I would say that's the last pick. This would definitely be a gold lane pick
first.
first.
This is going to be the gold lane.
Yeah, you want to pick up that Fanny because then Evil doesn't have any counter reaction towards that Fanny. So he's going to be the gold lane. Definitely Carry will be a better option compared to the Harith, just because of the late game potential. You're playing an even Stevens game. Claude is definitely going to have the upper hand in the early game, but then when it comes to the late game, it's kind of evenly matched. Especially you're melting Baxia, you're putting Baxia on a hot pan, and he's acting like butter. It's just melting.
And we're seeing the hover on Khalid. Yes, very respectable because you know how he matches the pace of the Cho.
I would have thought like maybe Hylos would be a better choice right here. It powers the Baxia. You have two tanky boys on the front lines as well. The CC might be picked up here. And facing against the Benedetta, I think CC actually works out well.
Yeah, the sustain will probably prevent the snowball of the Benedetta. But the question is, do they have enough catch? Whichever, if this may be the prediction that I mentioned that this could be a Fanny, they're gonna have a hard time with the catch.
Or hey, you know, this is the last game of the upper bracket finals. This could be anything at all. So help me, it could be a Hanzo once again. We've seen yesterday.
We've seen a Hanzo from Bray.
Yeah. Kelvin's a little bit more comfortable with the pseudo-assassins. You have the Lil Mords coming in, you have the Harris coming in. Guinevere will be picked up to solidify the entire draft. Yeah, I think it's really an even game. The draft, we have to talk about this. There is no one team that outdrafted the other. I think that both these two teams, they drafted to understanding their opponents. You pick up the Cho because you want to disrupt, you want to deny it from Powerful. You pick up the Valentina because you want to match Roy's acceleration, their process, into the mid-game.
I guess by looking at the draft, it's, in my opinion, the most 50-50 draft we've had all throughout today or all throughout the series, because we are seeing there was a bit of reaction, but they more or less stayed in their core game plans. They did not allow, or they did not let the pick of Ignite Gaming and vice versa, Team Evil's picks, affect how they're going to be drafting around. They wanted to play around the gameplay they are. Again, this is a best of one for the grand final slot. And of course, what they have to do now is find that footing. They have to make sure that execution is on point, because when that goes down, it's anyone's game.
It's up, and away we go. Once again, this will be the last game of the upper bracket finals. There's no second chance this time. You win, you go straight to the grand finals. It's Evil against Ignite. It's the early game speed run. And we're going to be talking a lot about what is going to be happening, what is the best route to layer in all these team fights. Jay already starting things off a little bit aggressively. but the wave clearing is going to come through. For Ignite Gaming, we see early game rotations, going to protect the jungles. We're going to start rotating and start the aggressiveness, especially with such a mobile side lane from both of these two teams. Very, very mirrored.
Yeah, with the Baksha, with the clear and fast rotations, they're not going to be messing each other up with the pathing. All they want to do is be able to secure that one first blood before the turtle, because as utility junglers, if you have the numbers advantage, you more or less secure the first turtle objective, but you still have to respect how much crowd control and burst the Guinevere has when he has that spatial migration to Violet Requiem combo. And now we're looking at a possible spacing. They're already controlling how they want to dictate how the turtle objective is gonna go, because right now it's currently a 4v4 situation with our gold lane just being null.
I think it might be a potential Claude rotating into the mid side, but not too early. The first game is definitely going to be a 4v4 up on the top side. Based on wave clear, they're evenly matched. I think for Cho just coming in with Concussive Blast alongside with the Yves, as well as the Valentina and Khalid, they're mirroring each other. They know where they are, so I don't think that any of these massive team fights will happen as of now. Kelvin will be able to dance and jump away safe and sound. Diablo able to use that eye for an eye. Here comes Jay, doesn't have any kicks whatsoever. A little bit of a poke, a little bit of an ego testing. Blade, one more hit, will be able to melt Roy down as he plays safely.
That is the side. That is what you want to see on the side of Evil. Now there is a Valentina who is level 4 who could copy any skills, and he chooses the way of the dragon.
As a Flying Cloud, Diablo taking a lot of damage to select the final blow, but down in the midst of battle, Blade will be the first to fall. Jay will pick that one up. Here comes Roy from the back line. Here comes Powerful. He has that damage. He's trying to buy a little bit of time for Ace to take down that turtle. They do, as Evil takes down the objective. Evil Ignite Gaming picks up that first kill.
That was a painful thing to experience for the side of Team Evil. Though they did get that turtle, the Blade's advantage to mid lane kind of went, it fizzled out because of that one death. He did hit that level 4 first, but of course, as soon as the Eve TP'd out, the real world manipulation steal was nowhere in his sights.
Yep, Powerful already level 4. Jay still struggling to get that level 4, a little bit lacking behind. Evil just barely picking up the scraps in terms of economy, as they are a little bit up ahead only. Let's talk about Blade just a little bit with that Valentina. What are some of the options that he will get in this game?
The favorite ones would probably be the way of the dragon, the real world manipulation. Depending on the situation, you want to have that single pick off ability or that group crowd control, because whatever you take, it really affects the cooldown of your IMU and how quickly you need that uptime to be there, to be ready again, to engage, especially with Evil's lineup. Really hitting pace. You have a Baksha. You want to make sure that everything goes your way. You are the one dictating the pace. Taking a page from other teams, you want to have that early game pressure. You want to stampede over Ignite Gaming.
It does seem that Ignite Gaming, okay, that's a kick into the Electro Final Blow. That's 3 ultimates already used up. Evil needs to be able to respond a little bit too far from home.
It's gonna sting. That's gonna sting for Team Evil, but the cooldowns on those ultimates will be a lot more painful in the upcoming turtle thing. Now they know that all the sticks of butter have been used on the side of Ignite Gaming, so now it is up to Azu and Team Evil to decide if this is the lore they want to be, this is the turtle they want to be taking, especially knowing that info on the spells of Ignite Gaming.
Just with that one kill, they take control of that jungle. They have a little bit more rotation speed. They are up ahead in terms of economy. That's just only a half item. There's a stunned RWM already laid down by Roy. There's a reverse RWM coming in from Blade. Both of them can't reach each other as they're fighting fire with fire. Both of them still barely hanging on with each other, as both of them doesn't want to make a move. It's a very, very slow game this time around. CS almost taking one for the team and almost taken out, but able to stay alive for now. Man, oh man, this is an extremely passive fight for both of these sides.
Yeah, if we're looking at it, the real world manipulation usage from both teams, it kind of delayed the game. Now both teams, they know, they want to be able to pick it. They want to be able to, we can't take this turtle. We don't have to take all the turtles. As long as we get a good response or a good follow-up to the turtle, that's what's actually going to win us the lead. That's what's going to give us the capacity to snowball. Because of that real-world manipulation usage on both sides, you really have to check in on the cooldowns of both the teams, because this is the last game. They don't want to make any mistakes.
Yeah. In terms of that, like, just building onto that point, I think that for Evil, you're focusing more on objectives. Ignite has an easier time picking up those kills, but the kills are still not yet converted into actual objectives. In terms of the early game, I would say Valentina definitely wins out in the early game because of that splash damage that they have. Yves is going to take some time to, grow up, get a little bit of item builds before she actually becomes a little bit more valuable with RWM. It lays in that previous sort of like small skirmish where nobody actually dies. The RWM laid down was just to stop the approach. So they're actually using their ultimates very defensively than what we see in the first game, where Ignite was exceptionally aggressive.
Yeah, you could say, somewhat say it's been reactionary casting because they know that it's gonna be an issue for them, especially when they're gonna start picking fights and they know and they have the info that suddenly the players are gonna have no spells to respond with, and when that happens, it's gonna be a rough time for either of the team because if the flickers and the battle spells and all the ultimates are on cooldown, they're gonna be in a disadvantage, especially with both lineups running a utility jungler. All team fights will be their forte. That is what's gonna respond and require them to actually perform.
I remember the Guinevere was actually first used by Wise from Blacklist International, and he popularized it all throughout the other regions in Southeast Asia as well. I feel like this Guinevere being picked out here works against, it would not work well against any other team, but especially so for Team Evil, just because of how closely grouped Evil is together when they want to team fight you. So it's easy to land your spatial migrations into the Violent Requiem for your team to actually follow up. The issue that I foresee is that Team Evil doesn't really have a lot of Team Ignite doesn't have a lot of splash damage or AoE. It's more of, hey, let's just get that stun and let's just get pickup potential. You fight mano a mano, Ignite Gaming is gonna win 10 times out of 10. You fight 1-on-1 or pick off, Evil's gonna have the upper hand 10 times out of 10.
Yeah. I guess to add to that, when you mentioned the whole internal aspects of it, this is a weird pattern that's been happening in, it even happens in the MPL, in the different regions actually. They call it the on-site patch note, wherein it's either a buff,
on-site patch note.
Yeah, it's either it's patched, it's a buff or a nerf. Because what happens is that the tendency of players actually when they're on site, when something is going on, they end up grouping up together actually. They tend to stick a lot more when they're on site when it comes to team fights. No, not only are they bunched up on ground, they also end up unconsciously, they end up grouping up together because they think, oh, we're here to protect you, we'll be here as your backup. So that's what on site actually does to you. The nerfs get to you, or if you're not used to it, you're not familiar to it, there are ways it actually affects your in-game responses, and even with the Guinevere, and that's why the Guinevere also shines in this meta, because as you mentioned, it's all about that group up. And the beauty of the Guinevere pickup right now, it can be built now in two ways. Either you can go full damage if your team is lacking the damage. You still have that sustain because of that Winter Crown, but you can now build it tanky also, as from the time of Wise when he was playing it. But it's really a matter of the situational build, because we have yet to see, the game has yet to unfold for us, because that's when, after the first item, you'll probably see, after the concentrated energy, that's when they'll start deviating from either, are they going to go full on damage, or are they going to go to the tank build?
Well, this is interesting. In terms of the team fight mechanics, I feel like I do agree 100%. If you're on site, you're a little bit more close together in person, physically, as well as online. You don't want to make a wrong mistake. You're trying to get closer to your own teammates and try to protect them from harm's way. Let's talk a little bit about the changes that we had in the draft, especially for the side of Evil, where they picked up the CC for gear. Does that change a lot of does that shake up a lot of the team fight mechanics that Evil is trying to throw into Ignite's faces?
The biggest shakeup would probably be in the laning phase, because Benedetta versus CC is more or less going to be an even lane. Though the issue or concern here would probably be there's no one there to set up or follow up. There will be players, there will be heroes that will follow up on the Curtis call, but there's not one necessary hero that could set up the curtain call for CC. So what's going to happen is chances are it's going to tether onto one. A lot of heroes are going to chase it, but then in team fights, as they are grouping up, as we mentioned, as we talked about it, we brought it up, they tend to group up also, so it's an advantage for them. So once they group up as well, when they are trying to set up on the Guinevere, that's when Curtain Call will connect as a counter response.
Interesting for the CC. I think in terms of the laning phase, definitely in the early game, it empowers Team Evo to get the main objectives. This is why they're so hunkered down when it comes to the turtles, at least for the first 2 turtles, until we jump back into the game and we see that experiencing a little bit of technical difficulties for now. But as we do this, it's fun to hypothesize what is going to happen. What's the best case scenario for both these 2 teams, especially for who sets up, who is the main damage dealer? I know it kind of is linear, and in game design we call this hallway design, where you take these kinds of heroes, you know what's gonna happen. It's kind of linear. It's just how you get there, and you beautify the scenario in the process. So in this case, what is the best sort of like layering and the setups that both teams needs to do as we jump back into the game? Finally, seeing signs of life. The second turtle already picked up by the side of Ignite Gaming. So this second turtle that we missed out in this fight went over to IG, where they also had 2 kills.
Yeah, with that is the best case scenario. Honestly, that was the best case scenario to happen there. I was gonna say or hypothesize with you, Team Evil, the best case scenario for them was to get that turtle and disengage. And on the side of Ignite Gaming, the best case scenario is though they trade that turtle, they are gonna be able to find a pick off to make sure they just even out the trade. But as we saw, Ignite Gaming, they got their cake and they ate it too.
Yeah, it's working out pretty decent so far for Ignite. A little bit more mobility as well, especially for side of Cho. Jay is slippery. He is sort of an intelligent player. He doesn't want to commit too much. He plays a little bit like JP in TLPH. A little bit more calculative before he jumps in rather than aggressive. Waits for his team, calculates the responses, but on the bottom side, Powerful taking a little bit of hits from Roy. Will not be able to get taken down. Flicker already utilized by Roy, so a lot of core resources already used up by both teams with no kills. It's basically a boxing match. Everyone's taking punches, everyone's taking blows, no one's taking the fall.
The game has still been evenly matched. The gold lead doesn't matter as much as they are now looking to secure this bot lane turret. It is a 3v3 scenario, possibly a 3v4 scenario, but Team Evo with that controlled aggression, they chose to disengage because they know that their firepower is not yet ready because Ignite Gaming is pretty much on fire right now.
I think it's both of these 2 gold laners, and we talked about this in the draft. Carry and Claude, when you're playing against the laning phase, Ben's definitely gonna have an easier time. This is stun up, blocking it from CS, but on the backside, Blade trying to find an angle. It's a blazing duet onto Jay, taking a lot of hits. There's a flicker out. Jay loses his life and sacrifices himself, loses that T1 down at the bottom side as well, giving up that turtle. So Ignite Game is gonna trade an objective for a tower.
That was a beautiful box out on the side of Team Evil, though they did just get Jay. That is 1 turret down on the side of Ignite Gaming. Yes, the turtle was taken from under their hands, under their covers, but the thing about the macro gaming, the objectives, at least they were able to trade a turret and a kill for that turtle. So it suddenly became negligible as we see in the gold lead. Now it's become a pretty much even game yet again.
We're slowing down tempo once again. After the objective has been taken, it's back to the drawing board for both these 2 teams. Especially in the mid side, Jay actually trying to find an angle. The pushback won't happen. The box will drop down. Blazing Duet will hit up, but here comes Diablo from the back line. Taking a lot of damage, but the damage is not enough. Not right now. There's the curtain call onto Diablo. Will get bursted down. That's a pop and snivel. This Gear will take down 1, loses his life. It's a trade for trade. We see this El Clasico all the time for Gear and Diablo.
That is 1-4-2, but the advantageous moment there was Gear taking Diablo out. He had a hard time in the lane. It was pretty much even, but Diablo's mobility he was just outclassing CC's clear time. But with that steal, with that kill, he's gonna suddenly pop off and be part of this team fight yet again.
Oh, that's a lot of damage though. Spiritual Migration won't be able to heal him back up. And Kelvin falls to the ground. Evil are not really dominating, but they know their objective. Ben is already online. He does have that damage. They're layering in these team fights. Ben's taking hits. Powerful comes in, body blocks it a little bit, and then they're trading blows. Ignite Gaming having a little bit of a shaky mid-game scenario.
The mid-game scenario has actually flipped to the side of Evil, though they are looking at this incredible gold lead just suddenly spiking. But then they traded that turtle because they knew that if they trade that turtle with that turret take in the bot lane, with that kill in the bot lane, they know that they could suddenly activate Ben a lot quicker. He's gonna get his Trinity timing, and I believe if we are gonna be checking it, that he's almost there, or if not, he's climbing up to that Trinity.
That's the box trying to block them all down. Ben might be able to escape with his life. Here comes Diablo. Might he be able to do this? It's Ben with a mega kill. We already been in this situation where Claude is 401 and he's always at this position. He's facing up Diablo. Benedetta is one of these heroes where you don't really have that lockdown. You do have that damage, but if you are facing against a sneaky target like Claude, so hard to lock it.
That was a deja vu moment from game number 4, I believe, but then it just goes to show Ben is online. He's popping off. He's 401. This is gonna be Ignite Gaming's turn to respond. They have to respond to this. They have to react, because if not, Team Evil is just gonna steamroll through this game.
As the Flying Clouds bringing Diablo into the Lord Pit. First Lord of the game, you're pulling it, getting that reset. The Lord Dance will come to fruition. Kelvin using the Spatial Orbs just to get that aggro onto that Lord, pulling it over to their side. The best case scenario is Diablo finding the flanks, using Electro Final Blow to block off the entrance routes from the back line. But Ben is always in the front lines. You're playing this hero where you deal that damage with the Blazing Duet directly in your face. So you need to be able to get someone to have that point and click.
Yeah, if it's a match of mechanics versus mechanics, the way and how fast Ben could click that Purify and then BMI, it has to be studied. Now they're currently Ignite Evil. Team Evil is the one holding that Lord, while all the while Diablo was taking the top lane. So they had that info, and it's probably a concealed play.
It's concealed. There's the Tsunami knocking them up. Jay taking a lot of damage, taking a lot of hits. He will be sacrificed to the Lords. As the box will drop on both sides. Kelvin down low. Powerful will block and push Kelvin out of the way. Powerful will risk his life, but it's a trade for an objective. He's buying so much time. Might not be able to escape this, but will he know? Spoke a little bit too soon. As Evil just dominating the objective game in the mid side.
As soon as they had the info that it was go time, because Diablo was trying to split push, that was Team Evil's opportunity to take down that Lord. Though the team fight there got a bit scrappy, they were able to create space. Yes, Ignite Gaming was able to buy time, because what they did was they split the party. Two players were dealing with the Powerful, all the while Diablo was making sure Blade was going away.
Yeah, Jay had a plan, he had an idea, but he was just unfortunately knocked out by the Lord Tsunamis, the little bits of water spouts that came in from the Lord Pit. If that didn't happen, I felt like Jay could have gotten a nice little setup onto at least Ben. He's dealing a lot of damage. Look at how melty that is. Lord already marching down the bottom side, T1. Kelvin able to dash out in time. The box all laid down, pushing Ben away as Jay uses the Way of the Dragon. He's walked a little bit too close to the sun. Blade will take him down. As Ignite Gaming again back on that defense.
That is... honestly, that's wonderful. Everything that's been going on has been very wonderful timing for the side of Team Evil. That Tsunami knocked up on Jay during that concealed play, and now they were pushing with the Lord. That's when the Holy Shields were suddenly out. Everything is just going on to the side of Team Evil, but of course, this is still defendable. It's a 1.68 gold lead, and Diablo's currently looking for an angle. But it seems like that controlled aggression that Evil is showing is what's gonna give them the advantage here. And all the while, the Ignite Gaming, they need to press on, they need to stay fast, they need to recover.
Looking into the builds, you got a concealed play. Diablo's already got a Sky Piercer. He's risking it for the biscuit. You got Petrify onto Ben. Might be able to take them down just to win the nature, just to keep him safe. Good play by Ven. I feel like that's an item swap as well. They knew that they were coming. They were able to trade the blows. Diablo for powerful. At the end of the day, Evil still up on top in terms of these trades.
That is wonderful. That was a beautiful conceal play. If only Ven was a bit slower, they could have taken it out, but that was Purify into Wind of Nature. That's how he survived all that physical damage. And now it's Team Evil. They need to protect this mid lane turret, and the real world manipulation has just been dropped.
Yeah, both these boxes won't be able to. Okay, it's beginning to stop down. You got a spatial migration, able to push that out. CS is 5-0-2. This is the carries. Time to shine. As CS is hunting everyone down. It's going to be the carry in the Claude's game. This is going to be exciting, guys. It's going to be exciting, folks. This is the late game monsters going head to head. All the others don't really matter. It's the gold laner's time to shine.
Yeah, and this is a beautiful time to actually bring up our map, the Flying Clouds. They knew that they had to respect the Flying Clouds because as soon as they saw a member, a backup coming to bed, they knew that it was time to back off. And right now, the Lord.
Oh, Jay getting locked down. There's the Raging Sandstorm. Spatial migration won't be enough. As Jay actually getting taken down. Down they go. No Kelvin. Azu steals the Lord underneath their noses. It's powerful. A little bit too short. There's Ignite Gaming just having one after another. Oh, decapitated. Life flies his blade. Pops that flicker for a double. There's Diablo's name on the notebook.
That was a beautiful showing from Ignite Gaming. You have to respect that they were able to take out Ven from the equation, and all that's left, this is yet again deja vu, because here we are seeing the Lord take that final blow.
Yeah.
Took literally final blow to Ven.
Yeah, the damage was just coming way too much from that Claude. And at the very least, they were able to take down this Claude. I lost track of a lot of these damages that actually came out from Blade, stealing the Electro final blow, turning into Benedetto himself, and then just going ham with the damage. You have a little bit more reach. You have the passive from the auto attack and dash from Benedetta as well. So great play from Blade, great read and great adaptability. Ignite Gaming now back on that defense. This is looking dire for them.
Yeah, adding to that, Gears Curtain Call just basically helped them set all of that to happen. And now Ignite Gaming, Team Evil's knocking on their doors.
No T3s at all. Ignite Gaming. This is 5v6. You still got the Lord. The box is laid down. The Blazing Duet will come through. Jay taking a lot of damage. Down goes Roy. No more Eve. Diablo on the back line gets taken down as well. Evil are securing that ticket to the grand final once again.
The momentum stoppers and the momentum bringers. Team Evil with that reverse sweep, with a 3-2, with that dominant finish in our game number 5.
If you're Ignite Gaming, if you're one of the members of Ignite, you had a fantastic start. 2-0 in the early first 2 games of this series. And right now, getting reverse swept by Evil, went back into the locker room, maybe use Roto on themselves. They woke up from game 3 onwards towards game 5, and it was their time to shine. And for Ignite Gaming, kudos to them. They're still in the game though. They just have to play another one down in the lower brackets with Clarity Gaming. But for now, it's Evil. Evil are going into the grand finals for a chance, a secure chance at that coveted slot to that Paris EWC.
Absolute cinema. We experienced everything. A best-of-5 series, a reverse sweep, a wake-up call, and now there's a storyline building. Ignite Gaming, they came back from the regular season out for revenge, and they looked like they were dead set on securing that match point after that 2-0 showing. Now, they are going to be climbing from the lower bracket, facing off yet again to try to deal and secure that revenge against Team Evil.
They show so much adaptability, so much understanding of the game that they know how to draft. I felt like that last game, both their drafts were pretty much even Stevens. There's no one team that outdrafted the other, but at the end of the day, Evil still made it out on top. They knew their win conditions. They knew how to layer in their players into success. Blade for one, that one kill, that one counter engage, stealing Diablo's ultimate, stealing Electro final blow into clearing out that team. We should be happy about that.
Exactly.
and it was just so clean. This game was just so clean. Lord goes down, march in with Lord, and clear that one out. The MVP definitely goes to Ven. From the early game onwards, it was 5 kills. No one could take him down. Even item swap halfway through into the Wind of Nature in order to keep himself safe and buying time for Team Evil to come back into the picture. And even though Ven sort of sacrificed his life, Diablo eventually found him. Blade was still there, and every one of the members of Evil are still coming up into the picture. And every one of them should be proud of themselves, they're stars.
Exactly. With the Ven pickup, look at his itemization. He did not build full on defense, offense. He had enough sustainability, and that's why he had that presence in game. He wasn't just worried. He wasn't just, I'm gonna outposition all of them. I'm gonna play safe. And then adding to that, I want to highlight Gear. You mentioned all it takes is that one good move, one good kill. And that came from his curtain call on 2 of them, on Diablo, on Roy. And because that real room manipulation, he had a hard time disengaging. And then suddenly, that one kill was what snowballed them into ending this game.
Yeah, this is just difficult if you're Ignite Gaming. You're back into the locker room, you're talking to our members, and you're like, oh, that should have been us. That we should have won, at least for game number 3. They were experimenting to their advantages. They brought out the chip. They brought out the Lunox on game number 3. That overturned that momentum running into the grand final, into the upper bracket finals. And at this point, Ignite Gaming really showed us how well that they understood the meta, wanted to play around a little bit more. Now that they have Diablo in, to be able to show a little bit more, spectacle when it comes to the gameplay. But at the end of the day, Evil is back onto their home stretch. You're going into grand finals.
Exactly. And you got to give credit where credit's due. Ignite Gaming played their hearts out. They were playing out of their mind. It just so happened that, nature of the competition, it's who's hungrier. No matter how good or how bad you are, no matter how well the drafts are, no matter how good the executions are, it's always who's hungrier, who secures the win.
Yeah. It's a momentous occasion, especially for Evil, going straight into the grand finals. But at the same time, I feel like Ignite Gaming, it's not at the end of the roads yet.
Yeah.
The battle may be lost, but the war isn't over. They still have a second chance at redemption, making them meet Team Evil maybe a possible 3 times in a row this entire season. They're still playing the lower bracket finals tomorrow morning with Clarity Gaming. One more chance at redemption, one more chance at revenge. And this is a very interesting matchup coming to be. We started with 6, and now we're ending off with the top 3 teams. Evil making it to the grand finals. Ignite Gaming, Clarity Gaming down the lower bracket finals. And still, we still need a winner.
Of course, we're looking at Clarity Gaming and Ignite Gaming. Clarity is no slouch. They showed up in the lower bracket finals from a while ago with that clean 3-0. So now they're going up against the team with the plot armor, the team with a storyline, the team who wants to have that revenge. They have that fire in them, the fire of vengeance. Will they be able to climb back?
Man, Ignite Gaming is it's a disappointing performance in the last 3 games. They knew what they came here to do. They knew what they had to do, but at least they have another chance for redemption.
Yeah, it's about now keeping up, You learn from your mistakes. If you made any mistakes, it's time to bounce back because that's what they need. They needed that mental reset, much like Team Evil. That 5-minute break, that 5-minute stretch, they were able to recover. They understood we have to show up, we have to get ready, we have to reset.
Yeah, and with that being said, my name is Churros, and this has been Miggy. We had a lot of fun being your caster for today. We have an interview up on stage. Tintin, throwing it back to you.
What an absolute chaos and what a reverse sweep. The fans here are very, very wild. And I'm now here with Gear, the EXP lane of Team Evil. Congratulations, you are now close to the Paris dream and to be a back-to-back champion. So I only have one question for you. Which team do you want to face on the grand finals and why?
It will definitely be Ignite because they did put out a good fight against us, and honestly, I think Diablo is a really respectable player, so I would love to go against him again.
All right, let's see tomorrow if we can have the upper bracket finals part 2 in the grand finals. Thank you so much. You may now rest. Thank you. We saw Team Evil just secure their spot to the grand finals and sending Ignite Gaming to the lower bracket finals. Tomorrow, we will unveil the kings that will represent Singapore in the Esports World Cup 2026. But before that, we will dive first into the domain of lower bracket, where Clarity Gaming and Ignite Gaming will fight for the final slot for the grand finals. And that's it for day number 2. So, rest well, fans, okay? Because we have a big day tomorrow. But before we end, we want to give a huge thank you to our sponsors and partners, Moonton, Pulse Nova Entertainment, Speedy Ninja, and to all partners for making this event possible. Once again, I'm your lovely host, Tintin Loresto, and you've been watching MPL SG Season 11.